Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 126 Zheng Yuang's Persistence, Acting Clan Chief. Zhou Daowei was struggling to find a legitimate reason to persuade Zhou Chun to stay in the clan and cultivate peacefully until he reached the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Zhou's Hengayong suddenly stepped forward and offered to go to Yun's Hao in Zhou Chun's place. How could he not be overjoyed? He also knew that given Zhou Chun's personality, he would definitely have initially refused, and would have refused at some point. Therefore, he quickly interrupted Zhou Chun before he could refuse, and decisively made the decision. Although Zhou's Hengayong was one of the more outstanding members of the younger generation of the Zhou family, he was undoubtedly far inferior to Zhou Chun. As the clan leader, Zhou Daowei felt that his decision was worthy of his position and responsibilities. Seeing that he, as the clan leader, had already made the decision on the spot, Zhou Chun, who had been interrupted, opened his mouth but ultimately did not utter any objections. Questioning the clan leader's decision to his face was not forbidden, but only by elders. Otherwise, if anyone could question the clan leader's decision, where would the clan leader's authority be? Moreover, even a blind man could see that both Zhou's Hengayong and the clan leader Zhou Daowei were doing all this to help Zhou Chun. If he were to directly oppose it now, while it would certainly protect his own reputation, it would inevitably hurt the face and feelings of the clan leader Zhou Daowei. So, the matter could only be settled this way. After everyone had dispersed, Zhou Chun found Zhou's Hengayong alone. Brother Yuang, you're confused. I know your good intentions, but you also need to think about yourself, your sister-in-law, and your nephew. How could you make such a big decision without discussing it with your sister-in-law? If something happens to you, how will I face your sister-in-law and nephew in the future? In the room where only the two of them were alone, Zhou Chun looked at Zhou's Hengayong with an excited tone, his expression very agitated. He knew Zhou's Hengayong's good intentions, but he really didn't want to accept them. In Zhou Chun's eyes, with his cultivation level, even if he went to Yun's Hao, he felt that surviving wouldn't be a problem, so there was no need for anyone to go in his place. On the contrary, if Zhou's Hengayong went in his place and was injured, disabled, or even killed, he would truly feel guilty for the rest of his life and owe a huge favor. How could he not be agitated? However, facing Zhou Chun's excited speech, Zhou's Hengayong said with a serious face, 13th brother, you are wrong. I am not confused, I have always received a lot of help from you, 13th brother. Without your help in bringing us together, I would not have been able to marry such a beautiful wife as Yu Jiao, and I would not have later. Yu Jiao often tells me that your cultivation has improved too quickly, and my wife and I are afraid that we will never have the chance to repay the favor we owe you. Now, a golden opportunity has been presented to me, allowing me to do something for you and repay the favor I owe you. Even if Yu Jiao knows about this, she will only agree. At this point, he looked at Zhou Chun with emotion and said, I know what you are worried about, 13th brother, but please consider it for me. It's not just you who doesn't want to bear the burden of a debt of gratitude. I am not the kind of person who can accept kindness without thinking of repaying it, brother Yuang. Zhou Chun was speechless upon hearing this, not knowing what to say. Yes, Zhou's Hengayong wasn't stupid, he knew exactly what Zhou Chun was worried about. However, as a cultivator with moral conscience, Zhou's Hengayong also had his own principles and ideas. How could he force others to violate their own moral conscience because of his own concerns? Seeing Zhou Chun remain silent, Zhou's Hengayong knew his words had worked, and immediately waved his hand, saying, 13th brother, you don't need to say anything more. The family has already decided on this matter, and it cannot be changed. Besides, I'm only going to war in your place, not going to some life or death situation. Why be so pessimistic? Even if something really happens to me this time, it's my fate, and I can't blame anyone. Hearing this, Zhou Chun could only smile bitterly. Only someone directly involved could say something so easily. If something really happened to him, not to mention what Sun Yu Jiao and her son would think, the other members of the Zhou family would probably be watching Zhou Chun's future behavior. But now that things had come to this, There was really no point in saying anything more. Everyone has their own principles, things they care about and hold on to. He could only nod helplessly, saying, "All right, since you understand, Brother Yuang, I won't say anything more. But you must accept these things, Brother Yuang, otherwise I absolutely won't agree." He then reached into his storage pouch and took out 2 high-grade first-tier magic weapons, 1 offensive and 1 defensive, as well as over a dozen high-grade first-tier magic talismans. Since he couldn't stop Zhou Hengyang from going to war in his place, Zhou Chun could only try to strengthen his abilities. If his rock turtle hadn't yet evolved to the level of the fire god Jackal, capable of understanding human speech, Zhou Chun would have insisted that Zhou Hengyang bring it along as well. Faced with these gifts from Zhou Chun, Zhou Hengyang initially declined, but finding he couldn't refuse, he accepted them. 2 more days passed, and the 14 cultivators from the Zhou family who were confirmed to be going to Yunzhou, along with their patriarch Zhou Daoyi, left Jiufang Ridge and headed towards Yunzhou. Before leaving, after bidding a tearful farewell to his wife and children who had come to see him off, Zhou Hengyang whispered to Zhou Chun, "13th brother, I'm leaving now. If anything happens to me, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Laner and help raise you Jiao to adulthood." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart sank, and he thought of some unpleasant things. He quickly said seriously, "Brother Yuang, don't think like that. You must come back safely to take care of them." He then whispered his assurance, "Don't worry, as long as I'm still in the clan, I will never let my sister-in-law and nephew be bullied." "Good, with your words, 13th brother, I'm at ease." Zhou Hengyang nodded with relief and left completely at ease. Because Zhou Chun stayed in the clan, after the clan leader Zhou Daoyi left, he entrusted him with all the clan affairs, making him the acting clan leader ahead of schedule. This was also his final test. If he could perform his acting role as clan leader flawlessly, Zhou Daoyi could then retire to the sidelines after successfully establishing his foundation and focus on improving his cultivation to reach the Purple Mansion realm. Zhou Chun was well aware of this, and therefore, after assuming the role of acting clan leader, he worked diligently and cautiously, daring not to slack off in the slightest. This was different from his previous role as the clan leader's secretary. Although the secretary also participated in clan affairs, they mostly handled minor matters or matters with fixed procedures. As acting clan leader, aside from the word acting indicating that he was not in a permanent position, his powers and responsibilities were essentially the same as the clan leader. This meant that he would also have to make the decisions on important diplomatic matters involving other forces. A single mistake could result in a major blunder. Therefore, he had no choice but to be extremely cautious. Nephew Zhang Chun, a fellow Taoist from the He family, who is on good terms with me, recently came to visit. He said he discovered a treasure land guarded by a swarm of poisonous bee demons and would like to ask for your help. Do you think you could grant me half a month's leave? That day, Zhou Chun was working in this Hongping Hall when a family elder came to see him and explained his purpose. After hearing the elder's purpose, Zhou Chun immediately recalled the elder's relevant information and quickly came up with an idea. He immediately said, "Uncle 23, you are now an elite member of the family. According to the rules, you can go out for personal reasons for 2 months a year. If you go out for half a month this time, then you will only have less than 10 days of leave left this year." Upon hearing this, the elder immediately replied, "I naturally understand this. So, nephew, you agree?" "Yes, Uncle 23, please go with peace of mind, just be careful of your own safety." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately issued a pass, instructing him to take it to the cultivators guarding the entrance and exit of the mountain gate for inspection. According to the Zhou family rules, apart from the patriarch and elders, all other family members who wish to leave the mountain gate, whether for personal or official reasons, must first explain their situation to the patriarch and obtain a release document. Otherwise, not only will the cultivator who leaves without permission be severely punished, but the family member who releases them will also be punished. This is essential. Without this rule, sometimes family members would disappear without anyone knowing where they went or how they disappeared. Moreover, this is how the patriarch's authority is demonstrated. For example, now that Zhou Chun is the acting patriarch, he wields this power, and any elder who comes to see him must be polite and respectful, daring not to show any arrogance. Otherwise, he could easily prevent them from leaving the family indefinitely. It should be noted that his so-called regulations on time off are merely the normal rules, just like the 2-day weekend in his previous life. In reality, The patriarch could easily use reasons such as insufficient manpower and the need for a large number of security personnel to detain people from leaving the family. Or, if you're going away for 10 days, I might only grant you 3. If you don't return by then, it's considered a breach of contract, punishable by double the time you were away. Or even a year's worth of welfare and provisions. Therefore, unless you become a clan elder, as a clan cultivator, you absolutely cannot offend the clan leader. Issuing leave permits for clan members is just one of the clan leader's daily tasks. He also needs to hear reports from each pecan branch about their various businesses. For example, what kind of pills are they planning to refine at 100 Herbs Peak, how many spiritual herbs they'll need, how many pills they expect to produce, and what auxiliary materials they need the clan to help find and purchase. Or, if a certain demon beast has given birth to new cubs at the beast garden, he needs to see which clan member is willing to contract with them, or if a demon beast has died unexpectedly, and how it died. For example, how many rogue cultivators does the cultivation room receive each 10-day period, how much income is generated, and how many rogue cultivators want to guard the purifying spirit pavilion for the Zhou family in exchange for labor, etc. The clan leader must understand and be aware of all these various matters, big and small. Based on Zhou Chun's personal experience, the clan head within a family is like the cabinet of a feudal dynasty, needing to understand all aspects of affairs to avoid any major mistakes. Therefore, a large area of this honking hall is dedicated to storing various documents and materials for the clan head's convenient reference. Of course, a family has a limited population and limited assets. Even if the clan head needs to manage so many things, he won't be overwhelmed, just busy. However, Zhou Chun felt that entrusting all these matters to the clan head was unnecessary, a waste of the clan head's time, and discouraged the participation of clan members who wanted to be involved, hindering the development of more managers. Especially as the Zhou family grows stronger, with more people and more assets, the number of issues will increase, making it difficult for the clan head to manage everything effectively. Therefore, after serving as acting clan head for half a month, he conceived the idea of reforming the organizational structure. However, this reform is only a thought for now. He certainly won't implement it immediately, nor will he even be in a hurry to voice it. If he truly wanted to drastically reform the family's organizational structure, he would have to wait until he successfully established his foundation and officially took over the position of clan leader from Zhou Dai. For now, he needed to carefully consider which areas needed changing and which didn't. There wasn't much to worry about. The knowledge he had accumulated in his previous life would ensure that his reforms in these areas wouldn't go wrong. However, what Zhou Chun didn't expect was that just 50 days after he assumed the role of acting clan leader, a major troublesome event befell him. On that very day, news quickly spread throughout all the cultivation families in Lanzhou. It was a notice from the Qinglian temple stating that at least one protector of the Hulong sect, along with several missionaries and numerous Hulong sect members, had infiltrated Lanzhou and Lingzhou, intending to harass and disrupt their rear, and demoralize the cultivators on the front lines in Yunzhou. Because it was unknown how long these Hulong sect members had been infiltrating Lanzhou, or how many of them there were. Qinglian Temple could only notify all the cultivation families in Lanzhou to be on high alert and reduce their outdoor activities to avoid being ambushed by the enemy. However, this notice was easier said than done. Currently, due to the large number of cultivators fleeing from Yunzhou, the various cultivation families in Lanzhou had made a considerable fortune from the war. If they stopped their outdoor activities and sealed off their mountains for defense, the losses would be substantial. Crucially, Lanzhou was not currently on the front lines, and the enemy only had a small flanking force. If the entire cultivation family in the state were to seal off their mountains for defense because of this small enemy force's infiltration, it would be a case of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and would only delight the dragon transformation sect's flanking force. But if they didn't seal off their mountains for defense, no one could guarantee that their family wouldn't become a target of this infiltrated dragon transformation sect flanking force. Now that the clan leader is absent, I, the junior, will act as clan leader. Today, I have invited all the elders to discuss this matter, to hear your opinions, and then to request the supreme elder to make a decision. Inside this honking hall, Zhou Chun, knowing the gravity of the matter, immediately summoned the 3 elders of the clan to discuss it together. The full subscription group has been created. Those who meet the FAM criteria can add it with one click at the end of the latest chapter or in the synopsis. Chapter 127 Conservative Strategy. flames of war across the land. When faced with major events affecting the fate of all cultivators in the entire family, the patriarch and all elders must jointly discuss and decide, with the approval of the supreme elder. This is the rule of the Zhou family, and also the rule of many sects and families. This rule ensures that the oversight of any one individual can prevent significant losses to the entire family or sect. If a decision made after collective discussion still results in significant losses to the family or sect, the responsibility will not fall on any one person, but will be shared by the entire decision-making body. This prevents the patriarch and sect leader from being forced to step down due to a single misjudgment, leading to substantial losses. Therefore, whether it was the previous discussion about who to send to Yun's how to participate in the recruitment, or the current discussion about dealing with the infiltrating Hulong sect's detachment in Lanzhou, Zhou Daoyi and Zhou Chun, as patriarch and acting patriarch respectively, immediately convened a meeting of the family elders. At this moment, facing the question posed by Zhou Chun, several Zhou family elders frowned, revealing deep thought. This matter concerns the future and safety of the entire family, so they cannot afford to be careless. After pondering for a long time, the fifth elder, Zhou Jiak, spoke first. I believe that this matter should not have as great an impact on our Zhou family as it does on other families. Currently, our Zhou family only has 2 properties outside the mountain gate, the Crimson Radiance Iron Mine and the shops in the Red Cliff Market. Let's not talk about the shops in the market for now. We can transport several months' worth of inventory there first to see how the situation develops. As for the Crimson Radiance Iron Mine, after years of mining, it shouldn't be very profitable anymore. If it is attacked, it's fine to abandon it. Therefore, as long as we guard the mountain gate well, prevent the experts of the Dragon Transformation sect from infiltrating and causing damage, and try to control the number of times our family members go out, there shouldn't be any problems. Although the elders of the Zhou family don't usually participate much in the management of family affairs, most of them are aware of the general situation of the family and can come to this Hongping Hall at any time to check the documents and understand the family's situation. This way, they could both supervise the clan leader and offer suggestions during discussions. Therefore, after Zhou Jia expressed his opinion, the other 2 elders nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Chun frowned after hearing Zhou Jia's words and said, "The fifth elder's words are not without merit, but our Zhou family has few external businesses and is quite dependent on external sources, whether it's materials for refining various pills, special ingredients for feeding demonic beasts, or finished pills and talismans. We have to purchase them from outside. If those Dragon Transformation sect people really target this, the family's losses will still be significant. A large power strives for self-sufficiency, avoiding weaknesses in certain areas. But that's something long established, vast powers consider. For a cultivation family like the Zhou family, especially one that has only been established locally for a little over a decade, self-sufficiency is simply impossible. Just the raw materials alone are impossible to produce domestically. The reason the Zhou family still uses the merit system is that most of the family's income is spent on purchasing resources. Moreover, there are many suppliers of these resources, half from the market and half from other cultivation families and independent cultivators. Some resources are delivered directly, while others require sending people to collect them. This is a major reason why the family cannot easily close its doors. Zheng Chun, what you said makes sense, but the family's reserves should last for a few months, right? I think that several months should be enough for the situation in Lanzhou to become clearer, and the battle situation in Yun's house should also change. In short, we won't send people out, but we won't refuse deliveries either. This way, no one can find fault with us. These words came from the second elder, Zhou Chongshan. He had previously served as acting clan leader several times and understood the family's situation better than the other 2 new elders present. Furthermore, he could be considered a conservative within the Zhou family, tending to be conservative in certain decision-making processes. However, as the only member of the Zhou family with a character Chong in his name, his words still carried considerable influence. Even the patriarch, Zhou Daoyi, sometimes took his status and face into consideration. Therefore, at this moment, the 4th elder, Zhou Jiaru, looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zhengjin, do you have any better suggestions? If not, I also think the suggestions from the 2nd elder and the 5th elder are quite good. We can request the supreme elder to make a decision." Zhou Chun originally had some ideas. But now, seeing that the elders' opinions were almost unanimous, he didn't want to bring them up again. The acting patriarch was, after all, only acting. He hadn't been officially appointed. As long as he wasn't officially appointed, he might lose the opportunity due to a major mistake. Therefore, although Zhou Chun felt the elder's suggestions were somewhat conservative, for his own sake, he decided to play it safe and say nothing more. In this respect, he was somewhat selfish, unable to be entirely selfless. But how many people in this world are without selfishness? Those who are entirely selfless are certainly admirable, but that's all they are, admirable. For cultivators, seeking immortality is the most important and paramount goal in life. Therefore, when it benefits this great cause, personal interests should take precedence over public ones. Thus, Zhou Chun, without a trace of guilt, openly and selfishly stated, "This junior has no objections. Please, second elder, go and meet with the supreme elder to explain this matter." "Very well, I will go see the supreme elder immediately," Zhou Chun replied, and promptly went to the mountain cave on Pagoda Peak to pay his respects to the supreme elder, Zhou Ming. Actually, this task of meeting the supreme elder, Zhou Ming, should have been undertaken by the acting clan leader, Zhou Chun. However, for some reason, although clan leader Zhou Daowei often said that the supreme elder, Zhou Ming, praised him highly and greatly admired him, Zhou Chun had never had the opportunity to meet with the supreme elder alone. Even now, as the acting clan leader, the task of reporting to the supreme elder, Zhou Ming, was delegated to the second elder, Zhou Chongshan. Zhou Chun had his own thoughts on this matter. However, Elder Zhou Ming was the pillar of the Zhou family, and even if he had any ideas, he dared not reveal them. He could only comfort himself that his cultivation was insufficient to directly confront a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Zhou Chun and the others were not kept waiting long. About an hour after Zhou Chongshan left, he returned with Elder Zhou Ming's decision. "The elder has basically agreed to our suggestion, allowing us to proceed according to this plan. He will also be ready to intervene at any time." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "Then let's do it this way. I will arrange for people to notify all cooperating forces and complete the contraction as soon as possible." So, as soon as the elders dispersed, he issued several orders, sending some clansmen with letters to leave Jilfeng Ridge to deliver information to various forces cooperating with the Zhou family. Among them, Zhou Chun revealed that he might temporarily abandon the Crimson Radiance iron mine if attacked by the Dragon Transformation Sect, involving 4 families with extremely deep cooperation: the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, the Mu family of Beiyan Mountain, the Sun family of Golden Maple Ridge, and the He family of Green Bamboo Mountain. He had done all he could. What other families thought or did was none of his concern. In the following days, due to the Dragon Transformation Sect's infiltration of Lanzhou, all the major cultivation families in Lanzhou felt a sense of unease. Many families, like the Zhou family, adopted a conservative strategy. Especially those families deeply connected to the Green Lotus Temple, several of them directly closed their gates and secluded themselves. It's clear that the Dragon Transformation Sect's annihilation of families closely related to the Green Lotus Temple in Yunzhou had a significant deterrent effect. The foundation of the Green Lotus Temple's rule had indeed been greatly shaken. At the same time, a Green Lotus Temple reinforcement force, urgently dispatched from Lianzhou to Lanzhou, quickly entered the Honggaifang city. What delighted Zhou Chun was that Liu Shiyan's master, Taoist Mingxia, was also among the reinforcements. Ever since establishing a relationship with Taoist Mingxia through the information on the Dragon Transformation Sect members, the Zhou family had consistently offered sacrifices to this Purple Mansion cultivator from the Qinglian Temple. A large portion of the spiritual honey produced by the Zhou family's jade bees was given as gifts to this female Taoist of the Qinglian Temple, and a special growth program was designed for her mount, with corresponding supplies delivered every few months. Although Taoist Mingxia hadn't made any promises to the Zhou family in return for these gifts, she was bound to reciprocate in kind. Otherwise, simply taking without giving would not only anger the Zhou family but also deter other forces from having any expectations of her, essentially cutting off her own source of income. Therefore, now that Taoist Mingxia had arrived in Lanzhou, it was undoubtedly another powerful ally for the Zhou family. From now on, the safety of their sect could be completely assured. The arrival of Taoist Mingxia and his group showed that Qinglian Temple still valued Lanzhou, a crucial rear base. This reassured the previously anxious cultivation families. And some families closer to Honggaya Market even resumed their normal activities. However, danger was already quietly approaching. In a gathering place of rogue cultivators in Lanzhou, a dignified middle-aged man in a black robe was listening to a report from his subordinates. The man's black robe was embroidered with dragon patterns in fine gold thread. It was the protective battle robe of the Hulong Sect, indicating that he was a black dragon protector of the Hulong Sect protector. We have collected and investigated all the intelligence on the various cultivation families in Lanzhou. As per your request, we have listed the most suitable families as targets. Please review them. A black dragon envoy, also dressed in a black robe embroidered with dragon patterns in fine silver thread, knelt on the ground and respectfully handed a small booklet to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the booklet, flipped through a few pages, and his gaze settled on one particular page. He then said calmly, "The Mu family of Bian Mountain, it'll do. Their mountain gate is just a short distance from the lake. Yes, your subordinate will arrange it immediately." The black dragon envoy, kneeling on the ground, straightened his expression, bowed again, and silently withdrew to prepare. 2 days later, dozens of members of the dragon transformation sect suddenly appeared on the once beautiful shores of Bian Lake, led by a black dragon protector with a cultivation level of the Purple Mansion stage. Upon discovering this, the Mu family cultivators were terrified and frantically rang the alarm bells. The bells rang incessantly, striking 81 times within a quarter of an hour. This was the highest level alarm sound, signifying that the family was facing annihilation. Even cultivators in seclusion were now awakened and brought out to meet the enemy. At the same time, a dazzling magical firework exploded and rose directly above Bian Mountain, transforming into a giant blood-red lotus pattern. The enormous explosion of the firework, and the blood-red lotus pattern hanging 2,000 to 3,000 feet in the sky, were witnessed by everyone within a 200-mile radius of Bian Mountain. Father, it's appeared. The blood lotus pattern you mentioned has appeared in the sky, in a mountain village 100 miles southwest of Bian Mountain. A teenage boy dressed in coarse linen clothes suddenly ran into the room, his face filled with shock, and loudly told his bedridden, paralyzed father about the strange phenomenon in the sky. "What did you say? Quick, carry me out." The old man on the bed was stunned at first, then his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly struggled to throw off the covers, letting the boy carry him out. Once he was on the boy's back outside the room and saw the giant blood-red lotus pattern in the distance, 2 streams of tears immediately flowed from the old man's eyes. "Father, why are you crying?" the boy asked, somewhat puzzled, after feeling the coolness on his neck. "Because my home is going to be gone. My home is going to be gone." The old man wept bitterly, then grabbed the young man's collar and shouted, "Quick, go get that jar from my bedside table." "Oh, Dad, don't pull me. I know, I'll do it right away." The young man cried out in pain, quickly put the old man down, turned around and went into the room to bring out a black porcelain jar wrapped in a cotton quilt, placing it in front of the old man. "Go get a torch." The old man looked at the porcelain jar and made his request again. While the young man went to get a torch, he carefully opened the moisture-proof cloth cover on the porcelain jar and examined its contents. Inside the jar was a dark brown granular substance, filling about half of it. At this moment, the young man approached carrying a torch, calling out, "Father, the torch you requested has arrived." The old man took the torch from the young man, looking at the face that resembled his own in his youth, and a rare smile appeared on his face. He said, "Son, do you remember the Mu family village that I took you to 3 years ago?" "Of course I remember, Father. Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" The young man nodded, looking at the old man with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately said in a deep voice, "Then go to the Mu family village now and tell the village head that my mission is complete, and you will stay there from now on." He then waved his hand and said, "Don't ask any questions. Just do as I say, and someone will naturally tell you everything." "And what about you, Father?" The young man seemed to realize something, looking at the old man with a worried expression. The old man suddenly smiled at him and said, "Your father should have gone down to join your mother long ago, but the mission the family entrusted to me didn't allow me to end my own life. Now it's all right, your father's mission is complete, and I can finally go down to join your mother in peace." With that, he thrust the torch in his hand into the porcelain jar before him. Instantly, a pungent odor emanated from the jar, followed by a thick plume of black smoke that quickly rose into a column of smoke hundreds of feet high. As this column of smoke rose, those who saw it dozens of miles away, those who shared the same mission as the old man, swiftly lit beacon fires. These beacon fires spread in all directions, and within an hour, even near Jilfang Ridge, hundreds of miles away, similar beacon fires appeared. At the same time, News of the Mu family of Bian Mountain facing annihilation spread rapidly to the ears of the patriarchs of various families allied with them along with these beacon fires. Even the Kinglian temple cultivators in Hongaya Market quickly received the news. It was actually the Mu family who stepped on this landmine first. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun flew into the air, looking at the column of smoke rising dozens of miles away, his expression very complicated. There will be another chapter tonight. Chapter 128 Facing the Purple Mansion, The Tragedy of the Mu Family. The message from the Mu family of Bian Mountain spread far and wide, forcing many forces in Lanzhou to make crucial decisions. Should they send reinforcements to the Mu family? How many should they send? These were questions that many high-ranking members of cultivation families, including Zhou Chun, needed to seriously consider. Inside this Hongping Hall atop Pagoda Peak, facing the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde, who had just emerged from seclusion, and 3 other family elders. Zhou Chun, without any hesitation, spoke first, expressing his opinion. I believe the Mu family must be rescued, and not only that, but the rescue must be done beautifully, so that everyone knows our Zhou family has gone to rescue them. There are several Purple Mansion cultivators from the Kinglian Temple in Hongaya Market right now. Given the relationship between the Mu family and the Kinglian Temple, and considering the enemy is from the Hulong Sect, they can't possibly stand idly by. Therefore, when our Zhou family goes to rescue them, we must arrive at the Mu family before them. That way, regardless of whether the Mu family can be rescued or not, our Zhou family's reputation will spread among our allies, making us more trusted. His words were well reasoned, outlining all the benefits of the rescue. But not long after he finished speaking, Elder Zhou Mingde looked at him and said, "Have you considered the dangers of rescuing people? What if this is a feint by the Dragon Transformation Sect, deliberately using the Mu family as bait to lure and kill the cultivators who come to the rescue? If we rush to rescue them, wouldn't we just fall into their trap?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and replied, "Of course I have considered that." Then he answered in a deep voice, "But I think this is unlikely, because to do this, the Dragon Transformation Sect would need several Purple Mansion cultivators to participate. Otherwise, if even one Purple Mansion cultivator leads the rescue, their feint will fail. What if they really do have several Purple Mansion cultivators?" Zhou Mingde pressed on. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "If it were Elder Zhou leading the rescue, even if the Dragon Transformation Sect truly had several Purple Mansion cultivators, I believe you could still escape unscathed." "You certainly think highly of me," Zhou Mingde said calmly, his tone ambiguous. The other Zhou family elders exchanged glances, remaining silent. They admired Zhou Chun's courage, daring to speak to Elder Zhou Mingde, a mere key refining cultivator, in such a manner. The atmosphere in the hall fell silent after Zhou Mingde's words, no one uttering a sound. After an unknown period of silence, Zhou Mingde suddenly spoke, "Very well, then I will personally go to Bian Mountain to take a look." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the best possible outcome. The Supreme Elder is wise, he offered his praise respectfully, then watched with several Zhou family elders as Zhou Mingde rode away on his fire god Jackal. Meanwhile, after the blood lotus pattern exploded in the sky above Bian Mountain, igniting a raging inferno, the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect began a fierce attack on the Mu family's protective formation. "Everyone, give it your all. We must break the formation as quickly as possible." The Black Dragon Protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, wielding a dragon pattern banner, continuously waved it, summoning water dragons to rush towards the Mu family's mountain gate. He knew that this kind of signal fire, guided by a large number of mortals, couldn't be extinguished in time. Therefore, rather than diverting manpower to extinguish the fire, it was better to break the formation as quickly as possible. As long as the formation was broken before reinforcements arrived, the Mu family, without any Purple Mansion stage cultivators, would be at their mercy. However, Mu Yunshan, the Mu family patriarch, also knew that this was the most dangerous moment in the Mu family's history, and therefore, he poured all of the family's resources into resisting the invasion. Numerous magical talismans were unleashed from the hands of the Mu family cultivators, transforming into various spells and striking the attacking Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. As a cultivation family without a Purple Mansion stage cultivator to oversee its operations, the Mu family was well aware of its weaknesses. They had also considered how to respond to an attack led by a Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Therefore, The protective mountain array was constructed at great expense by a formation master from the Azure Lotus Temple, capable of concentrating the power of numerous family cultivators to enhance its strength, sufficient to defend against attacks from Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Furthermore, their family had always maintained a large stockpile of magical talismans. Now, facing the threat of annihilation, Mu Yunshin unhesitatingly brought out all of the family's most treasured possessions. He and several Foundation establishment elders simultaneously oversaw the formation's defenses against the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, while simultaneously unleashing second-tier magical talismans to harass the missionaries, preventing them from fully focusing on attacking the protective mountain array. The destruction of our family and clan is imminent. Everyone, do not hesitate to fight back, or everything will fall into enemy hands once the formation breaks. Everyone, hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon. The elders of King Lian Temple are currently in Hongai Market. They will not stand idly by and watch my Mu family perish. On Bian Mountain, Mu Yunshin shouted these words to boost the morale of his Mu family members, urging each cultivator to unleash every magic talisman in their hands. He knew in his heart that the Mu family was unlikely to escape unscathed today. He only wanted to hold out as long as possible before the formation broke, and to kill as many enemies as possible. As long as we can keep these bastards from the Hulong sect on Bian Mountain, even if my Mu family is destroyed today, Yunbian and the others can rebuild the Mu family with this merit in the future. Mu Yunshin stared coldly at the Hulong sect protector outside the formation, his heart filled with boundless hatred. How could he not hate them? The Mu family had been thriving since its inception, each generation better than the last. If things continue like this, the Mu family will produce a Purple Mansion cultivator in less than 3 generations. At that time, the Mu family of Bian Mountain will become a major clan in Lanzhou. But now, with the attack of these Dragon Transformation Sect members, the Mu family, which has been passed down for more than 300 years, may very well be destroyed today. Although some members of the Mu family still live in King Lian Temple and other places, and the entire clan will not be wiped out, after this calamity, the strength of the Mu family will be reduced by at least 200 years, and it is unknown how many more years it will take to become a major clan. Outside Bian Mountain, the Black Dragon Protector naturally felt the resentful gazes of the Mu family cultivators on the mountain. After feeling that resentment, he was not angry, but instead laughed loudly and arrogantly. Ha ha ha, resent it, resend it to your heart's content. Today, I, the Protector, will use the blood of all the cultivators of your Mu family to warn all the families in Lanzhou that if you dare to help King Lian Temple and oppose my Dragon Transformation Sect, you should be prepared to have your families destroyed. He came to Lanzhou to cause trouble. The bigger and more chaotic the situation, the better he would complete his mission. Therefore, killing wasn't his primary objective. His main goal was to create an atmosphere of terror. He had even planned that after breaking the Mu family's protective array, he would kill all the Foundation establishment cultivators and cripple half of the key refining cultivators. He intended for the crippled key refining cultivators to spread fear to the other cultivation families in Lanzhou, serving as a warning to others. After struggling for over 2 hours, the Mu family's protective array finally collapsed. Ha ha ha, kill them all, kill them to your heart's content. The Black Dragon Protector laughed wildly and led the charge into Bian Mountain, directly confronting several disparate Foundation establishment cultivators from the Mu family. The other Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators also laughed maniacally, excitedly rushing into Bian Mountain to burn, kill, and loot. It seemed the entire Mu family of Bian Mountain was about to be completely destroyed by war, its centuries-old heritage wiped out in an instant. But just then, a loud shout suddenly rang out from dozens of miles away. Fellow Daoists of the Mu family, hold on. Zhou Ming of the Zhou family is here. Zhou Ming of the Zhou family? Hearing these 5 words, the Black Dragon Protector was slightly taken aback, seemingly vaguely familiar with the name. Before he could recall where the memory came from, he saw Mu Yunshin and his companions, who had previously been in despair, instantly display expressions of ecstatic joy. It's Senior Zhou Ming of the Zhou family. Hold on, everyone. Our reinforcements have arrived, Mu Yunshin shouted excitedly, his face beaming with joy, as if he were a drowning man grasping at a straw. The Mu family members who had been in despair also seemed to see hope, unleashing an unprecedented will to survive. Upon seeing this, the Black Dragon Protector narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, I remember now, it's that Supreme Elder of the Zhou family, The Spirit Beast Clan. It seems that Gaio also has a third-tier demonic beast pet. Then, a sinister look appeared on his face as he grinned at Mu Yunshin and the others, saying, "What are you so happy about? Do you really think that someone coming to rescue you will save you all?" Before he finished speaking, he roared, "Die, all of you," right before Zhou Ming's eyes, who was rapidly approaching from afar. Mu Yunshin and the other two Foundation establishment cultivators of the Mu family were all killed by the Black Dragon Protector in just over 20 breaths. After killing Mu Yunshin and the other two Foundation establishment cultivators, the Black Dragon Protector immediately ordered the missionaries, "You all retreat first, I will cover your retreat." He then took the initiative to meet Zhou Ming, who had already arrived. "You wicked scoundrel. Today I will surely take your head to appease the spirits of fellow Taoist Mu and the others in heaven." Zhou Ming roared angrily, and immediately joined forces with his spirit pet, the fire god Jackal, to attack the Black Dragon Protector. The forces of water and fire clashed in the sky, quickly tearing apart and destroying large sections of the clouds. On Bian Mountain, seeing that Zhou Ming had already engaged the Black Dragon Protector, the remaining members of the Dragon Transformation Sect no longer cared about pursuing the Mu family key refining cultivators who had fled into the mountains. After hastily looting the corpses of the Mu family cultivators on Bian Mountain, they quickly retreated. Seeing this, Zhou Ming considered sending the fire god Jackal to spare the lives of a few Dragon Transformation Sect missionaries, so he could directly exchange them for Foundation establishment pills from the Green Lotus Temple. However, the Black Dragon Protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect was quite powerful. If the fire god Jackal wasn't by his side, he feared he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack alone once the opponent unleashed the Dragon Transformation secret technique. Therefore, after weighing the options, he chose to play it safe and didn't dare separate from his spirit pet. Working together with his spirit pet, Zhou Ming quickly forced his opponent to use the Dragon Transformation secret technique. With the activation of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, the Black Dragon Protector, who had been at a disadvantage, instantly experienced a surge in strength, even able to engage in close combat with a third-tier demon beast like the fire god Jackal. Zhou Ming's previous advantage vanished by a large margin, and he even had to be wary of the Black Dragon Protector getting close. If the fire god Jackal wasn't considered, he was actually just an ordinary purple mansion stage cultivator, with no particularly outstanding individual strength. Only by working together with the fire god Jackal could he be considered a strongman among cultivators of the same level. After the two fought fiercely for over 2/4 of an hour, seeing that his subordinates had left the Bian Mountain area, the Black Dragon Protector no longer wanted to entangle with Zhou Ming. He immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's enough for today. I'll come to your Zhou family's mountain gate another day to challenge you." With that, he focused on breaking through towards Bian Lake not far away, showing no intention of lingering. Seeing this, Zhou Ming tried his best to stop him, but still couldn't truly stop him. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent plunged into the lake, disappearing from his senses using the water. The Black Dragon is good at water. It seems this was all part of his plan. Looking at the lake's surface that had returned to calm, Zhou Ming in the sky could only sigh. Then, turning back to look at Bian Mountain, where the fire was still raging, he couldn't help but sigh again. It seems the Mu family is truly destined for this calamity. As a close allied family, the Mu family's misfortune was clearly not a good thing for the Zhou family either. Zhou Ming's lament for the Mu family's tragic state was not feigned, but genuinely heartfelt. Just as Zhou Ming turned back to extinguish the fire on Bian Mountain and begin searching for the Mu family survivors who had fled into the mountains, the Qinglian temple cultivators who had come from Hongaya Market finally arrived at Bian Mountain. There were only two of them, a male and a female Taoist. The female Taoist was none other than Mingxia Taoist, who had previously visited Jilfang Ridge. Upon arriving at Bian Mountain and seeing the Mu family's ruined gates, the two Qinglian temple Taoists' expressions changed drastically. Then, Taoist Mingxia hurriedly looked at Zhou Ming and asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, where are the thieves from the Dragon Transformation Sect? Where are the fellow Taoists of the Mu family?" Faced with her question, Zhou Ming sighed deeply, his face filled with sorrow. "Alice, you two are too late. If you two had arrived 2/4 of an hour earlier, before me, the Mu family patriarch and the fellow Taoists of the Mu family wouldn't have perished at the hands of that Black Dragon Protector." He then recounted how he had personally witnessed Mu Yunshin and the others die at the hands of their enemy, and how he had fought the Black Dragon Protector. At the end, he sighed with regret. I only regret that I am incompetent and lack strength. I couldn't capture the Black Dragon Protector, and I couldn't avenge the fellow Daoists of the Mu family. Second update delivered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Some people fall, some people eat their fill. Zhou Ming's words were easily confirmed by the surviving cultivators of the Mu family. After confirming the truth of Zhou Ming's words, Taoist Mingxia and another Taoist from the Qinglian temple were also extremely distraught. Less than half an hour had passed. If they had arrived half an hour earlier, the Mu family could have been saved, and the Black Dragon Protector of the Hulong sect wouldn't have had such an easy time escaping. Now, because of that half an hour, a cultivation family with over 300 years of history, the most loyal vassal family of the Qinglian temple, had been wiped out. How could this outcome be easy for the two Qinglian temple cultivators to accept? As the two Qinglian temple cultivators were grieving over the destruction of the Mu family, Zhou Ming took the opportunity to say to them, since the Mu family now has two fellow Daoists here, there's no need for me. I still need to guard the family's mountain gate, so I'll take my leave now. Hearing this, Taoist Mingxia immediately nodded slightly and replied, fellow Taoist Zhou, please go back with peace of mind. We accept your help to the Mu family today on behalf of the Mu family. When junior nephew Mu and his companions return to rebuild the family, they will definitely come to thank you in person. Then I'll take my leave, Zhou Ming said, cupping his hands to the two of them, and rode away from Bian Mountain at high speed on his fire god Jackal. Junior sister Mingxia, are you very familiar with that fellow Taoist Zhou? After watching Zhou Ming leave, the male Taoist couldn't help but look at Taoist Mingxia with curiosity and asked in a low voice. Hearing his question, Taoist Mingxia glanced at him and nodded slightly, saying, we have some acquaintance, I suppose. The male Taoist immediately said, this man is quite strong. He even managed to force back a protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect. It seems that if we can find that group of Dragon Transformation Sect members, we can ask him to help in their encirclement and suppression. Asking him for help is no problem, but the prerequisite is that we find him first. Taoist Mingxia frowned, her voice low. The Mu family has already suffered a calamity. Who knows which family those guys will target next? We were assigned by the abbot to come to Lanzhou to stabilize the rear. We can't let those guys continue to run rampant. Junior sister is right. We really can't let those guys continue to run rampant, otherwise it won't look good for either of us. The male Taoist's expression turned serious, and he also took the matter seriously. The two then stayed on Bian Mountain for half a day, waiting for some belated reinforcements from various families to arrive. The two men naturally harbored no goodwill towards these reinforcements who arrived so late. However, they knew they couldn't blame them, as they too had been late. So they could only appease the reinforcements, who were shaken by the events surrounding the Mu family, and then led the surviving Mu family cultivators to Hongai Market for temporary residence and cultivation. Back at Jiufang Ridge, after learning of the Mu family's ordeal from the returning Zhou Ming, Zhou Chun and the other Zhou family cultivators were deeply saddened. As fellow cultivation families, and even allied and friendly ones, the Mu family's plight easily evokes sympathy and empathy from the Zhou family cultivators. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Even without actively provoking anyone, one could suddenly be struck down by misfortune, their family and clan wiped out, simply because of their allegiance. Today it was the Mu family. Who knew which family would suffer in the future? Any cultivation family in Lanzhou would likely feel a pang of sorrow at this moment, silently mourning for the Mu family. After recounting the outcome of the trip to the Mu family, Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun and the others with a serious expression and warned, although I gained fellow Taoist Mingxia's favor by rescuing the Mu family, I did offend that protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect. To avoid that person retaliating against the Zhou family, you all must be careful from now on. Have those guarding the formations below be on high alert, and prevent the Dragon Transformation Sect from infiltrating and causing trouble. Hearing his warning, Zhou Chun and the others straightened up and immediately replied, yes, we will certainly remember the Supreme Elder's teachings. Following this, the Zhou family indeed strengthened its checks on cultivators entering the mountain gate. The three elders took turns guarding the entrance, inspecting all those entering. Zhou Chun even ordered a reduction of half the number of rogue cultivators guarding the purifying spirit pavilion, replacing them with Zhou family cultivators. This ensured that at every moment, there were at least 2 Zhou family cultivators present at each purifying spirit pavilion, and that one of them was definitely more powerful than the rogue cultivators. The aftermath of the annihilation of the Mu family of Bian Mountain quickly spread. First, all the cultivation families in Lanzhou were on high alert, further strengthening their vigilance. Then, some families with close ties increased their communication, establishing agreements that if one was in trouble, the other would immediately provide support. Even some weaker families began to disperse their forces, sending some of their younger members to Hongai Market or Lianzhou. This way, even if they were attacked and wiped out like the Mu family, they would have a chance to rise again. Among these families, the Zhou family became the object of many seeking favor. Zhou Chun was right. The Zhou family's proactive attitude and noble character in rescuing the Mu family had indeed impressed and moved some families. True friendship is revealed in times of trouble. No matter how good the words or how beautiful the alliances, whether they will actually follow through when trouble comes is anyone's guess until the very end. The Zhou family's complete adherence to the alliance, promptly dispatching their only purple mansion stage cultivator to rescue the Mu family, was an act that no one could question or find fault with. With this precedent, in this time of widespread insecurity, other families naturally think of the Zhou family first when seeking external assistance. Therefore, almost the day after the Mu family's incident, the Sun family of Jinfeng Ridge, the closest to the Zhou family, sent their patriarch, Sun Zhongping, to personally pay respects to Zhou Ming and present a generous gift. Previously, because of the Purple Mansion stage cultivator within their family at Qinglian Temple, the Sun family had always considered themselves second in the 5 great immortal cultivation families alliance, only slightly inferior to the Wang family. However, this time, Sun Zhongping's attitude was extremely humble, even stating that they would respect the Zhou family in the future. Clearly, they were utterly terrified by the Mu family's situation. This is understandable. In terms of their relationship with Qinglian Temple, the Sun family is no less powerful than the Mu family, and arguably even closer. This time it was the Mu family that was wiped out, but who dares to say it won't be the Sun family's turn next? If it really is the Sun family's turn, without a Purple Mansion stage cultivator in the family to oversee things, how much better off can the Sun family be than the Mu family? If that really comes to that, they can't rely on anything from the Green Lotus Temple. The only family they can rely on is the Zhou family, which is only about 300 li away from the Sun family. At Zhou Ming's speed, he can reach them in less than half an hour. Faced with the Sun family's initiative to be friendly, Zhou Ming naturally accepted it gladly and stated righteously that the two families were related by marriage and should naturally help each other. Although he didn't give any guarantees, his attitude had been conveyed. Sun Zhongping also knew that wanting any guarantees was completely unrealistic. Zhou Ming couldn't give any guarantees. Therefore, receiving some relatively good feedback was enough to appease his own emotions and the Sun family members. He left the Zhou family satisfied. Following Sun Zhongping, numerous other cultivators from various cultivation families also visited, including even the He family of Qingzhou Mountain, thousands of miles away, who sent a foundation establishment elder to pay their respects. Everything was exactly as Zhou Chun had predicted when he heard about the dragon transformation sect's invasion of Jingguo. For the Zhou family, the damage inflicted by external forces on local power was more beneficial than harmful, allowing them to consolidate their reputation and expand their influence. As long as the Zhou family could protect themselves from such attacks, they could emerge as one of the winners in this uncertain war. Who should we choose next? The Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge. No way. A family with a Purple Mansion stage cultivator, that's beyond the reach of my small group. We'll have to let them go for now. Then the Chen family of Twin Peaks Ridge? No, it's too close to Red Cliff Market, over 500 li away. Those damn Taoists from the Green Lotus Temple can get there in less than an hour. It's too risky. Inside the temporary hideout camp of rogue cultivators, the Black Dragon Protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect looked at the various cultivator family markings on the map in his hand, his eyes showing hesitation. His success with the Mu family hadn't made him complacent. He knew that without reinforcements, he absolutely couldn't make a mistake deep behind enemy lines, or he could easily lose his life. But he also knew that with the destruction of the Mu family, the Green Lotus Temple would greatly intensify its pursuit of their whereabouts. This rogue cultivator camp, where they were sheltering and resupplying, could be exposed at any moment. Once this place is exposed, without shelter and supplies, they will naturally lose the ability to cause trouble outside. After all, they can't keep restoring their mana by taking pills like the rejuvenation pill. Therefore, they must expand their gains as much as possible before being exposed, causing greater panic in Lanzhou. So, after studying the map for a long time, his gaze focused on a certain place and couldn't look away. This one then. Although this family isn't closely connected to the Qinglian temple, they are wealthy enough. If I take them down, I'll have some extra money on this trip. He slammed his fist on the map and quickly made up his mind. 2 days later, the Yu family, a family with a history of over 600 years in Lanzhou, was attacked by the Hulong Sect 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Yu family, along with 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators from 2 other cultivation families who came to their aid, all perished at the hands of the Hulong Sect cultivators. In this battle, more than 120 cultivators from the Yu family died on the spot, and more than 70 had their cultivation crippled, becoming completely useless. The Yu family, renowned for their talisman-making skills and possessing several secret talisman techniques, had all their accumulated wealth plundered by the Dragon Transformation Sect. This news dealt a blow to the cultivation world of Lanzhou several times greater than that to the Yu family. After all, the Yu family not only had a long history, but their strength displayed in this battle was also many times greater than that of the Yu family. Even so, they were still wiped out by a detachment of the Dragon Transformation Sect. This outcome left cultivation families without Purple Mansion stage cultivators like frightened birds, living in constant fear. If they weren't so reluctant to abandon their families' long-established sects, some families might have truly fled Lanzhou. At the same time, immense pressure fell on Mingxia Daoist and the other Purple Mansion stage cultivators of the Azure Lotus Temple. While the various cultivation families were reluctant to leave Lanzhou, they wouldn't remain idle. One thing they all did simultaneously was to mobilize all their clansmen in the Azure Lotus Temple to petition the sect, outlining the consequences and indirectly putting pressure on Mingxia Daoist and the others. The Qinglian Temple isn't a sect of any one person, it comprises many factions. Cultivation families in various states like Lanzhou and Yunzhou are deeply entangled with certain factions, regularly receiving tributes and benefits. Now, facing a life-or-death crisis, these families naturally seek help from the high-ranking Qinglian temple cultivators who have long provided tributes. As the saying goes, he who eats another's bread sings his song, and since these high-ranking Qinglian temple cultivators have long accepted tributes, they are bound to offer assistance. Therefore, Mingxia Daoist and her companions, who were tasked by the sect to oversee Lanzhou, naturally became the targets of pressure from these higher-ranking cultivators. The abbot has sent word that we absolutely cannot allow a third family to be harmed, otherwise it will be our dereliction of duty. Junior sister Mingxia, what do you think we should do now? Inside Hongaya Market, the male Taoist who had accompanied Mingxia Daoist to the Mu family at Bian Mountain sat facing her in the meditation room, his brow furrowed with worry, discussing the latest news from the sect. Both of them had been to the Yu family's mountain gate, and the scene was indeed horrific. But they couldn't be blamed. The Yu family's mountain gate was over 1,000 miles from Hongaya Market. Even at their speed, it would take them nearly 2 hours to arrive. Furthermore, the Yu family hadn't made as much noise as the Mu family, relying solely on relay talismans to request reinforcements. By the time they received news of the attack, more than an hour had passed. How could they possibly get there in time to rescue them? This excuse was clearly insufficient to satisfy the sect, as those in power only cared about the outcome, not the process. The result was that they had failed in their duty. Faced with her fellow disciples' question, Taoist Mingxia remained silent for a long time before finally raising her head and saying, according to the messages left by the survivors of the Yu family, the Black Dragon protector of the Dragon Transformation sect was also injured by the Yu family patriarch's talisman, and many other members of the Dragon Transformation sect are also wounded. She then looked at the other person and asked, Senior brother Mingjian, if they didn't leave Lanzhou directly, where do you think they'd be hiding to recover? Taoist Mingjian's expression froze upon hearing this, then he looked at her with delight and said, Junior sister Mingxia, have you thought of a way? I have indeed thought of a way. But I still need to find many people to help. Taoist Mingxia nodded slightly and then whispered her plan. First update of the day. Chapter 130 Talisman Showdown, Dragon Spirit Talisman. Mingxia Daoist's method was actually quite simple, a comprehensive search. However, This comprehensive search wasn't about mobilizing the forces of all the major families to conduct a carpet search throughout Lanzhou. That would be pure suicide for the enemy. Her method was to invite the Purple Mansion stage cultivators from the major families of Lanzhou, and then have them work in pairs to search each of the scattered cultivator settlements and small cultivation family gates. According to her calculations, there were about 30 such scattered cultivator settlements and small cultivation family gates to be searched, and with just 3 groups working simultaneously, the search could be completed within 3 days. If the members of the Dragon Transformation Sect were still within Lanzhou and, as she suspected, hiding in a scattered cultivator settlement to recuperate, then this search would definitely find them. However, while this plan was simple and effective, it wasn't easy to execute. Cultivation families like the Zhou family only had 1 Purple Mansion stage cultivator. How could they easily let such a pillar leave their family gate, especially during such a dangerous time? What if the cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect, upon learning of the absence of their family's Purple Mansion cultivator, suddenly attacked their family? If a Purple Mansion cultivator were involved and caused the family's annihilation, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, after hearing Taoist Mingxi's plan, Taoist Ming Jian hesitated, not daring to immediately agree. He needed to weigh the pros and cons, considering the advantages and disadvantages. Taoist Mingxi understood his concerns, so she didn't urge him at first. But after waiting for a long time without him speaking, she raised her eyebrows impatiently and said in a deep voice, "Hesitation leads to trouble. Senior brother Ming Jian, you should know that if you return in disgrace this time for dereliction of duty, your chances of turning things around will be slim." At this point, she added sharply, rather than regretting it later, "It's better to fight now. If you succeed, you'll defeat the enemy. If you fail, you won't have any regrets." Although she was a woman, the aura she displayed was beyond what a man like Ming Jiandoran could match. Seemingly intimidated by her imposing presence, Ming Jiandoran stared at her blankly for a while, his expression suddenly shifting between light and shadow. After hesitating for quite some time, he finally sighed and said, "All right, then let's do as you say, junior sister Mingxia, and fight with all our might." Having reached an agreement, the two split into 2 groups and personally visited the Purple Mansion cultivators of various cultivation families, using both soft and hard tactics to invite them to assist in the investigation. At this time, although the major families of Lanzhou were in a state of panic due to the influence of the Dragon Transformation Sect, the Qinglian Temple still held immense influence over them, and no one dared to harbor any true thoughts of betrayal. Therefore, after being persuaded by both soft and hard tactics from Taoist Mingjian and Taoist Mingxia, many local Purple Mansion cultivators agreed to assist in the investigation. Soon, 4 local Purple Mansion cultivators from Lanzhou, including Zhou Ming, along with 2 Purple Mansion cultivators from the Qinglian Temple, forming a total of 6 people in 3 groups, simultaneously began investigating the camps of scattered cultivators and the mountain gates of small cultivation families in Lanzhou. After cultivators open their Purple Mansions, their divine souls manifest internally, and their divine sense undergoes a transformation, making many disguised and hidden spells and secret techniques ineffective against them. Therefore, with Purple Mansion cultivators personally participating in the investigation, as long as the members of the Dragon Transformation Sect truly appeared before them, they would absolutely not escape their keen eyes. Thus, within 2 days, the hiding place of the Dragon Transformation Sect group was discovered. Coincidentally, the cultivators who discovered the hiding place of the Dragon Transformation Sect were Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping, a Purple Mansion cultivator from the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley. At the time, the Black Dragon Protector was healing deep within the camp. When the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators guarding the camp discovered the 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, they were terrified, thinking their whereabouts had been exposed. They took it upon themselves to activate the formation, resolutely refusing to let the 2 enter the camp. This was tantamount to an admission of guilt. Seeing this, Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping quickly sent a Foundation establishment cultivator who had accompanied them to request reinforcements, while simultaneously keeping watch on the camp to prevent the enemy from escaping. The Black Dragon Protector, who was in seclusion healing, could no longer hide and hurriedly gathered his men to prepare for a breakout. He knew that after this breakout, he could no longer stay in Lanzhou, and his mission would essentially be over. Therefore, before the breakout, he directly issued the order to disperse and break out separately, regrouping at the Black Dragon branch of the Dragon Transformation Sect in Yunzhou. Outside the camp, Zhou Ming, with a serious expression, said to Wang Guangping, Fellow Taoist Wang, if the bandits try to break through, you and I will hold off the Black Dragon Protector, while the rest can be dealt with by my spirit pet. We'll split the credit equally. What do you say? Good, as fellow Taoist Zhou suggests. Wang Guangping nodded, readily accepting the suggestion. Not long after, the Black Dragon Protector rushed out of the camp. He showed no visible injuries, but his aura was noticeably weaker than when Zhou Ming had seen him at Bian Mountain. Clearly, his injuries hadn't healed. Upon seeing Zhou Ming, the Black Dragon Protector angrily shouted, "It's you again. It seems your Zhou family really thinks you're too old for this world," Zhou Ming coldly replied. "Whether the Zhou family is long-lived or not is another matter, but your life is probably in danger today." With that, he and Wang Guangping unleashed their magical weapons and began attacking the Black Dragon Protector. "How dare you!" the Black Dragon Protector roared, simultaneously unleashing his magical weapon to fight the two, while reaching into his storage pouch and retrieving a foot-long, silver-white talisman. "Go!" He gripped the talisman, channeling his magic power into it, and it quickly transformed into a gleaming silver longsword, slashing towards Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping. "It's the Yu family's Silver Frost Sword talisman." Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing the silver longsword. As far as they knew, the Black Dragon Protector was injured first by a secret treasure, the Thunder Pearl, and then struck by this talisman. With the death of the Yu family patriarch, the talisman had fallen into the Black Dragon Protector's hands. However, having known this beforehand, they were naturally prepared. Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping both raised their sleeves, retrieving their own talismans. The Zhou and Wang families were both long-established and powerful clans, while talismans were rare, neither lacked them. Immediately, Zhou Ming summoned a Cyan Mirror Talisman. The cyan light emitted by the mirror froze the silver longsword talisman in midair. Wang Guangping, on the other hand, summoned a longsword talisman radiating cyan purple true fire, slashing directly at the Black Dragon Protector. The power of talismans originates from the magic weapons of golden core cultivators. Although their power is not as great as magic weapons, their essence is extremely high. Although the Black Dragon Protector's body defense was equivalent to a third-tier defensive magic weapon, after using the Dragon Transformation secret technique, he dared not let the talisman hit him. He waved the dragon flag in his hand, and the black dragon on the blue flag seemed to come alive, suddenly bursting out from the flag and transforming into a 10-zang-long black dragon that pounced on the flaming longsword. The black dragon was formed from pure water elemental power. Although its quality was not as good as the cyan purple true fire fueled by the talisman, it had the advantage of being powerful and continuous. A dragon and a sword clashed fiercely in the air, resulting in a stalemate for a short time, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Wang Guangping possessed more than just talismans, she also had her own magical artifacts. After using her talismans to defend against the Black Dragon Guardian signature artifact, she then propelled a dark blue hairpin artifact towards the Black Dragon Guardian. The hairpin artifact appeared small, yet it was exceptionally sharp and faster than a flying sword. The Black Dragon Guardian immediately recognized its power and hurriedly summoned a dragon scale shield artifact to protect himself, blocking the attack. But then Zhou Ming raised his hand, and a crimson jade tablet artifact appeared in his hand. Under his magical power, the tiger pattern carved on the front of the jade tablet suddenly roared, and a ball of fire leaped out, transforming into a blazing tiger that pounced on the Black Dragon Guardian. At the same time, the fire god Jackal, under its master's command, opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of blazing fire that slammed into the Black Dragon Guardian. The Black Dragon Guardian, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attacks, was immediately struck. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, the flames turning half the sky crimson. Then, the Black Dragon Guardian, clad in black scales, burst forth from the flames and fled swiftly towards a nearby river. He had originally intended to hold off Zhou Ming and his companion to buy time for his men to escape. But now he realized he had no chance against the well-prepared Zhou Ming and his companion. Therefore, he abandoned his men without hesitation, wanting only to escape and save his own life. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhou Ming had witnessed the Black Dragon Guardian's ability to escape by water firsthand, and seeing the direction he fled, he understood his intentions. He immediately activated the Azure Mirror Talisman, redirecting it to shine a beam of azure light towards the Black Dragon Protector. The azure light pierced the air and instantly landed on the Black Dragon Protector. Instantly, the Black Dragon Protector felt his body sink, and the flow of his internal mana decreased by dozens of times. Mobilizing his mana became incredibly difficult, even maintaining airborne status was extremely challenging. Damn it! A flash of shock and anger crossed his eyes as he hurriedly channeled his mana, attempting to refine and dispel the azure light. However, the azure light was generated by the talisman's power, of extremely high quality, and not something he could easily dispel or refine. And as soon as he was restrained, Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping's other attacks immediately followed. This situation caused the Black Dragon Protector to panic. Recalling Zhou Mingde's earlier words, he felt that if he relied on ordinary methods, he might not escape unscathed this time. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, his eyes hardened, and he immediately used his divine sense to retrieve an item from his storage bag. It was a talisman about 7 inches long, its surface covered with tiny, dark red runes, like grains of rice, which crookedly formed a dark red dragon pattern. This was the Dragon Spirit Possession Talisman, a secret talisman of the Dragon Transformation Sect, extremely precious and rare. It was a special gift from the Golden Core Elder of the Dragon Transformation Sect, given to the Black Dragon Protector as a reward for his mission of harassing enemy lines behind enemy lines. Originally, he didn't want to use this precious secret talisman in Lanzhou, but rather intended to use it as a trump card for self-defense. However, the situation was critical, and even though he was unwilling, he could only prioritize survival. He chanted a special incantation and quickly activated the talisman in his hand. Immediately, the talisman emitted a burst of blood-red light, and the entire talisman transformed into a blood-red dragon that plunged into the Black Dragon Protector's body. Instantly, extreme pain appeared on the Black Dragon Protector's face, and a blood-red light formed around him, protecting him within. Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping's attacks landed on the crimson light barrier, but for a moment they couldn't break through it. Roar! Suddenly, a roar filled with pain resounded from midair. Immediately afterward, the crimson light barrier contracted inward, quickly transforming into countless crimson runes that imprinted themselves on the black dragon scales on the Black Dragon Protector's body, giving the originally rough and primitive scales a more exquisite and mysterious appearance. At this moment, the Black Dragon Protector's eyes were also filled with bloodlust, as if its mind had been affected. This, looking at the Black Dragon Protector's aura surging and its form drastically changing, Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping were both greatly shocked, sensing something was wrong. It wasn't that they were ignorant. The Dragon Spirit Possession Talisman was something only protectors could access in the Dragon Transformation Sect. Moreover, all relevant materials about the Dragon Transformation Sect had been destroyed and sealed. And the information they currently had was limited. Roar! Die, all of you! Bloodlust surged in his eyes, and the Black Dragon Protector finally regained his senses, roaring as he launched a counterattack. Yes, a counterattack. The Black Dragon Protector had forgotten that he had originally intended to break through and escape. Or rather, he didn't forget, he believed he didn't need to escape at all and could try to kill his opponents. With a flick of his wrists, a black water dragon surged forth, lunging towards Zhou Mingde. Then, he raised his claws and used their sharp claws to deflect the incoming dark blue hairpin, sending it flying. After being empowered by the Dragon Spirit Possession Talisman, both his magical power and physical strength had been enhanced. Calling him a humanoid dragon wouldn't be an exaggeration. Considering that a dragon could fight multiple cultivators of the same level, his attempt to kill Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping didn't seem wrong. Don't fight him head-on. Wait until he's exhausted the power of that secret talisman before settling things with him, Zhou Mingde shouted in a deep voice, instantly becoming alert and daring not to be careless. While continuing to activate the Cyan Mirror to release its radiant light to slow down the Black Dragon Guardian's body and prevent him from using his physical advantage to rush to his side for close combat, he also summoned the Fire God Jackal, which had been left behind to hunt down the Dragon Transformation cult members. After trying once, Wang Guangping also abandoned the idea of fighting head-on, focusing only on controlling her flaming longsword talisman to counter the opponent's talisman, and then using other magical artifacts and spells to wear down the Black Dragon Guardian's power. Chapter 131 Pseudo-Magic Treasure, Ascension Token. Faster, faster, high above the clouds, Taoist Mingjin and Taoist Mingxia, two purple mansion cultivators from the Qinglian Temple, raced through the air, each exerting their utmost strength. Yet, they still felt they were too slow, pushing themselves to the limit and striving to increase their speed. Since receiving the message that Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping had discovered the Hulong Sect group, they had rushed to the scene at top speed. However, They were already 700 or 800 miles away, and some time had passed since receiving the message. This made them worry that when they arrived, they would find nothing, like before, without even a glimpse of the enemy. That would be incredibly frustrating. Therefore, they were traveling as fast as they could, using the strength of someone fleeing for their lives. There's a saying, sometimes you never know how powerful you are until you push yourself. Since opening his purple mansion, Taoist Ming Jian had never pushed himself to this extent. He had never realized he could be so fast. The journey of 700 or 800 li was completed in just over an hour. When the two arrived at the scene, they saw Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping struggling against a black dragon protector. Phew, finally made it. Seeing the enemy still there, the two breathed a sigh of relief. Without needing Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping's prompting, they quickly charged towards the battlefield. The black dragon protector, upon seeing the two purple mansion cultivators from the Azure Lotus Temple, felt his heart sink and his expression change drastically. Even if the power of the dragon spirit possession talisman was nearly exhausted, even if everything were intact, a real dragon wouldn't be able to defeat 4 cultivators of the same level. Damn it. I'll remember this grudge. You'll regret this someday. He glared at Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping with resentment, letting out a low growl filled with hatred. Then, he turned and fled towards the river below. After repeated activations, the power of Zhou Mingde's Azure Mirror Talisman had been largely depleted. The azure light it emitted, falling on the Black Dragon Protector, could no longer capture its form. The Dragon Spirit Possession Talisman was still providing the Black Dragon Protector with its enhancement, greatly increasing its resistance to the talisman's power. His and Wang Guangping's other attacks were also useless against the Black Dragon Protector, who was determined to escape, and they couldn't stop it at all. Just as Zhou Mingde was about to give up, a white, cold light suddenly pierced through the air from afar, accurately striking the Black Dragon Protector's back. To Zhou Mingde's astonishment, the Black Dragon Protector's scales, which even third-tier magic weapons couldn't penetrate, were now torn apart like paper. Then, a burst of white frost erupted from within, instantly freezing the Black Dragon Protector's body into a solid block of white ice, which crashed to the ground. Bang! A deafening crash resounded as the white ice slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. The ice, which should have been brittle, remained completely undamaged. This scene stunned not only Zhou Mingde but also Wang Guangping. The two instinctively turned to look in the direction from which the white, cold light had come. There, they saw Taoist Mingxia, holding a gleaming white ice bow, flying towards them alongside Taoist Ming Jian. What is that? A magic weapon. Zhou Mingde stared intently at the white ice bow in Taoist Mingxia's hand, his eyes filled with disbelief as he muttered to himself. Although his voice wasn't loud, Wang Guangping heard him. She immediately exclaimed in surprise, "No, that's not a magic weapon, it's a pseudo-magic weapon." The moment the word pseudo-magic weapon left his lips, Zhou Mingde realized the truth. He hurriedly nodded in agreement. That's right, magic treasures can only be activated by cultivators at the Golden Core stage. They can only be pseudo-magic treasures. The so-called pseudo-magic treasures are actually treasures that have degenerated from true magic treasures. True magic treasures cannot be activated by anyone other than a Golden Core stage cultivator. Therefore, after a Golden Core stage cultivator passes away, even if the magic treasure they leave behind is incredibly powerful, their descendants cannot inherit or use it without Golden Core stage cultivation. Such a magic treasure, if unusable, is of little use to future generations, and may even become a source of trouble. Therefore, some Golden Core stage cultivators, before their death, in order to leave powerful defensive and life-saving items for their descendants, will erase the spiritual essence of their magic treasures and place them in a special spiritual liquid to dissolve their power, causing them to drop in rank. Magic treasures that have had part of their power forcibly dissipated no longer possess the true power of a magic treasure, but they can still be activated without Golden Core stage cultivation. Because its essence is still a magic weapon, its power far surpasses that of a talisman, hence it is called a pseudo-magic weapon by cultivators. These pseudo-magic weapons are far rarer than genuine magic weapons, making them extremely rare. Furthermore, unlike talisman weapons that can be activated immediately upon acquisition, some pseudo-magic weapons require not only cultivators who have mastered specific techniques to activate them, but also special incantations for refinement. There are even some extremely special pseudo-magic weapons that can only be activated and controlled by those possessing a certain bloodline. Therefore, many cultivators are completely unaware of their existence. Even those who do see them are easily mistaken for something else, just like Zhou Ming did earlier. The fact that Taoist Mingxia possesses a pseudo-magic weapon forces Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping to reassess his status within the Qinglian Temple. With a pseudo-magic weapon in hand, even a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator has the strength to challenge a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. This is a truly precious treasure that can instantly elevate a person's combat power by a small realm. At this moment, the Black Dragon Protector was shot down by an arrow and was severely injured on the spot. By the time he finally managed to break free and shatter the white ice that had sealed him, Taoist Mingjian and Taoist Mingxia had already arrived nearby. When he saw the pseudo-magic weapon in Taoist Mingxia's hand, his face turned pale, and despair instantly appeared in his eyes. Not to mention that he was already severely injured. Even if he went back to when he had just used the Dragon Spirit Possession Talisman, he would not have been able to withstand the attack of the pseudo-magic weapon. At most he would only have a chance to escape. I heard that the deeper one cultivates the Dragon Transformation Sect's Dragon Transformation secret technique, the less control one has over one's life and death. Therefore, in the past, even if a high-ranking member of the Dragon Transformation Sect was captured, he would be cursed to death from a distance, and nothing could be extracted from him. So, are you going to end it yourself, or should I do it myself? In mid-air, Taoist Mingxia held a white ice bow, her jade hand tightly gripping the bowstring, her face as cold as frost as she looked down at the Black Dragon Protector, her tone as indifferent as ice. Hearing her words, Mingjian Taoist, Zhou Ming, and Wang Guangping all turned their gazes to the Black Dragon Protector, their eyes equally cold. It was already proven that the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation Sect were not worth capturing alive. Therefore, although the Black Dragon Protector was injured and surrounded, none of them had any intention of capturing him alive. In his current state, he didn't even have the strength to struggle in his death throes. The Black Dragon Protector only had two paths before him, either commit suicide, leaving himself some dignity, or be shot dead by Mingxia Taoist's arrow. Being watched like a lamb to the slaughter, the Black Dragon Protector felt his heart turn to ice, experiencing true despair. He remained silent for a moment, his mind still searching for a way to escape. But before he could think of a possible solution, spiritual light gathered on the ice bow in Mingxia Taoist's hand, gradually condensing into a long, frost-covered arrow. This made him close his eyes briefly, then open them again, his face filled with desolation as he said, "The victor is king, the loser is villain. I admit defeat." He then glared, his eyes filled with resentment, and roared, "But don't be so smug. My Dragon Transformation Sect has been lying low for 800 years, and when we emerge again, we will surely reclaim what we have lost." Whoosh! Almost as soon as his roar ended, Taoist Mingxia released his grip on the bowstring. A flash of cold light pierced the air, instantly striking the Black Dragon Protector's head. "Just a bunch of stray dogs. I was able to drive you out of Jin Kingdom back then, and now I can break your outstretched claws." Looking at the broken, headless corpse on the ground, Taoist Mingxia responded disdainfully to the Black Dragon Protector's words, then casually put the white ice bow back into his storage bag. A true magic weapon can be refined and stored within a golden core cultivator's body. However, a pseudo-magic weapon has lost that ability. After easily killing the Black Dragon Protector, Taoist Mingxia turned to Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping and said, "You two have made a great contribution in slaying this fiend. Each of you may choose one of the magical artifacts from its body. Furthermore, I will report your merits to the sect. When the sect rewards you, you will naturally receive some benefits." She knew that although she had killed the Black Dragon Protector, Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping had also contributed greatly. Therefore, the spoils should definitely be divided between them. As for Zhou Ming and Wang Guangping, they had almost exhausted the power of one of their magical artifacts to hold off the Black Dragon Protector, a considerable loss. Therefore, when Taoist Mingxia spoke, they didn't hesitate. They immediately exchanged a glance and replied in unison, "Then we thank fellow Taoist Mingxia in advance." After searching and examining the magical artifacts on the Black Dragon Protector's body, Zhou Ming took the most valuable artifact, the Dragon Pattern Banner. This could be seen as Wang Guangping's way of returning the favor for sharing the credit for the Fire God Jackal's killing of the Dragon Transformation Sect's missionary. In this battle, the Dragon Transformation Sect lost 1 Black Dragon Protector, 5 missionaries, and 23 ordinary members, a considerable loss. After this battle, the turbulent cultivation world of Lanzhou finally found peace. Because she didn't want to reveal that she possessed a fake magical artifact, Taoist Mingxia specifically instructed Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping not to disclose the matter. Therefore, when announcing the results, the account of killing the Black Dragon Protector was limited to the simple statement that Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping discovered and held him back, and then Taoist Mingxia arrived and killed him. The exact cause of the Black Dragon Protector's death was known only to the 4 people present and the Golden Core Elders of the Qinglian Temple. Zhou Mingde and Wang Guangping, who had contributed significantly to the battle, earned the gratitude and respect of many cultivators in Lanzhou following the announcement of the victory. The names of the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley and the Zhou family of Nine Peaks Ridge became unparalleled in Lanzhou, enjoying immense prestige. Perhaps to inspire other families in Lanzhou and create a positive example, the Qinglian Temple announced rewards for the Zhou and Wang families 7 days after the Black Dragon Protector's death, recognizing their contributions in eliminating the Dragon Transformation Sect's accomplices. The rewards were quite generous. The Zhou family received a Foundation Establishment Pill and an Ascension Token, while the Wang family received only a Foundation Establishment Pill. Furthermore, both families would be exempt from 1 future conscription. Additionally, their shop rents in Honggaya Market would be waived for 30 years. The Foundation Establishment Pill is easy enough, it's something we deserve. But this Ascension Token is truly unexpected. It must be thanks to fellow Taoist Mingxia, inside this Hongping Hall, after seeing off the Qinglian Temple disciples who came to distribute the rewards, Zhou Mingde, Zhou Chun, and the others returned to the hall and began discussing the rewards. The focus of their discussion was undoubtedly the silver-white token in Zhou Mingde's hand. One side of the token was engraved with the words Ascension, while the other side was engraved with a blue lotus pattern. This Ascension Token was a precious treasure used by large sects like the Qinglian Temple to reward their affiliated cultivation families. Anyone who possessed this Ascension Token, regardless of cultivation level, aptitude, or age, could use it to join the Qinglian Temple and, after reaching the 12th level of the key refining stage, would have the right to take a Foundation Establishment Pill to establish their foundation. It could be said that the importance of this item was even greater than a Foundation Establishment Pill. If the Zhou family wanted, they could easily use this Ascension Token to send a member of their clan at the 12th level of the key refining stage to the Qinglian Temple, where he could take a Foundation Establishment Pill to establish his foundation. If successful, the Zhou family would then have a Foundation Establishment inner disciple at the Qinglian Temple. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the Qinglian Temple would rather reward him with a Foundation Establishment Pill than this Ascension Token. That's why Zhou Mingde believed that Taoist Mingxia had put in the effort to get the Qinglian Temple to accept such a treasure. After playing with the token in his hand for a while, Zhou Mingde put it away and said in a deep voice, "I'll keep this for now. We'll discuss how to use it after Daoai returns." He was a supreme elder, and he had earned this entirely through his own abilities, so no one else dared to object. As for this Foundation Establishment Pill, Zhou Mingde's gaze shifted and fell on Zhou Chun. Chapter 132 Zhou Chun's Thoughts. Zhou Daoai, the patriarch of the Zhou family, had once said that the most important task for the Zhou family now was to help Zhou Chun successfully establish his foundation. The Foundation Establishment Pills obtained by the Zhou family would also be given to Zhou Chun first. Therefore, in order to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pills, as the patriarch, he personally led the charge to the front lines in Yunzhou after issuing the conscription order at Qinglian Temple. However, before any clear news had even arrived from his side, Zhou Mingde, who remained at the family headquarters, had already obtained the Foundation Establishment Pills by killing members of the Hulong sect. Now, holding the Foundation Establishment Pill in his hand, Zhou Mingde looked at Zhou Chun and pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "This Foundation Establishment Pill is for you, Zhou Chun. When your cultivation reaches the required level, you can come directly to me to collect it." Hearing this, Zhou Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It concerned the crucial matter of foundation establishment, and he had been quite worried, fearing something might go wrong. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Zhou Mingde was still mindful of the overall situation. At this moment, he quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder. I will definitely cultivate diligently and live up to your expectations." "I hope so." Zhou Mingde nodded slightly, gave a few more instructions, and then returned to his cave. Since the detachment sent by the Dragon Transformation Sect to Lanzhou had been wiped out, Zhou Chun and several Zhou family elders discussed the matter and decided to abandon their previous conservative measures, restoring everything to its original state. However, After this incident, the family's internal surveillance was indeed strengthened, and the control over those entering and leaving the mountain gate became much stricter. This wasn't just the case for the Zhou family, other cultivation families in Lanzhou followed suit. After all, the lesson of the past was right before their eyes. That rogue cultivator camp had been infiltrated by the dragon transformation sect due to lax supervision. They then controlled the cultivator's guard in the formation, allowing the Black Dragon Protector, a purple mansion cultivator, to enter the camp. Ultimately, several Foundation establishment stage rogue cultivators inside became the prisoners. Although the loose cultivation camp's lax supervision of outsiders played a part in this incident, it was undeniable that the mishap was caused by inadequate oversight. With this negative example, if various cultivation families still don't strengthen their supervision of entry and exit, they deserve to be wiped out. Meanwhile, spurred by the prospect of obtaining the Foundation establishment pill, Zhou Chun became even more diligent in his cultivation. No matter how busy he was, he never neglected his daily meditation and cultivation time. He now fully realized that without becoming a Foundation establishment cultivator, no matter how well he excelled in other areas, he would never gain significant power or rise to the top ranks of the Zhou family. Therefore, whether for greater strength, a longer lifespan, or higher power, successfully establishing his foundation had become his most important priority. At this time, he asked the fourth elder, Zhou Jiaru, to buy 2 bottles of golden sprout pills from Li's pharmacy while delivering goods to the market, hoping to use the pills to quickly open the remaining acupoints in his body. Time passed slowly, and the Hulong sect seemed to have little reaction to the Black Dragon Protector's defeat in Lanzhou. Meanwhile, in Yunzhou, after several fierce battles, the situation gradually calmed down, devolving into a guerrilla war of wits and courage between the cultivators of both sides. This indicated that the Hulong sect was still not ready for a large-scale invasion of Yunzhou, and seemed to be using it merely for training. The various factions in Jingguo, for reasons unknown, also seemed to have no intention of launching a distant expedition to the Hulong sect's headquarters. Zhou Chun's information was limited, and he didn't know the thoughts and plans of the Qinglian Temple and other sects above. He only hoped that the war could be kept within Yunzhao's territory and not drag Lanzhou into it. For the time being, it seemed that the Qinglian Temple shared this view, consistently preventing the Hulong sect from expanding the battlefield further. That day, it was the end of the month again, and Zhou Chun began writing summaries of the various clan affairs handled that month, for the elders to review. He was quite adept at this task, having previously served as the clan leader's secretary. However, doing it now as the acting clan leader felt somewhat unsatisfying. It was beneath the dignity of the clan leader to do such work like a lowly clerk. Thus, he couldn't help but consider hiring a scribe. Actually, this kind of paperwork doesn't necessarily have to be done by clan cultivators. We can select some quick-witted mortals from the clan to fill the roles, as long as they aren't allowed to easily leave the mountain gate or communicate with other clan members. 2 people can also be stationed outside the hall for guard duty and communication, so people don't have to knock on the door like they were just visiting someone's home. Even in the Beast Garden and 100 Herbs Peak, we can train and recruit mortals to do some animal husbandry and planting work, so the clan members there don't have to spend so much time on these tasks. From this idea of hiring a scribe, Zhou Chun quickly thought of many more things. He had extensive experience at the grassroots level. When the mountain gate was first established, he traveled with many Zhou family cultivators to various peaks, building roads and bridges, raising beasts and feeding wolves. He did everything. Therefore, he clearly understood that some tasks didn't necessarily have to be done by cultivators. Mortals could do them too, as long as they were willing to put in the effort. However, most of the Zhou family's mortal members hadn't migrated there at the time. The mortals who did migrate were closely connected to the family's higher-ups, so naturally, they weren't assigned such tiring and potentially dangerous tasks. Another issue is the cultivator's mindset. Many cultivators held the traditional view that mortals were weak and short-lived. Sometimes even a minor cold or flu could be fatal. A single roar from a demonic beast could scare several people to death. With this mindset, they naturally didn't think mortals could be of much help to cultivators. At most, they'd assign mortals tasks like cooking and laundry, which were completely risk-free. This mindset wasn't necessarily wrong, after all. If there were enough people, cultivators could certainly do the same things much better than mortals. However, given the current number of cultivators in the Zhou family, they clearly weren't extravagant enough to assign the patriarch several secretaries and 2 guards. Zhou Chun felt he needed these people to assist him in his work. Using mortals as a compromise was a very good solution. In fact, using mortals wouldn't even require sacrificing family merit, making the cost almost negligible. However, while he considered it, using mortals in family affairs wasn't something Zhou Chun could do right now. Firstly, the family elders might not agree. Secondly, finding suitable mortals would take time. Therefore, Zhou Chun planned to secretly have the Zhou family cultivators stationed in the mortal town find suitable candidates and provide them with targeted initial training. Once he successfully established his foundation and firmly secured his position as vice patriarch, gaining real authority, he could then bring up the matter without any problems. Just as Zhou Chun was secretly plotting this, Mu Yunshan, a foundation establishment cultivator from the Mu family of Bian Mountain, who had previously joined the Qinglian Temple, came to visit the Zhou family. This Mu Yunshan was originally an inner disciple of the Qinglian Temple, and a cousin of Mu Yunshan, the former patriarch of the Mu family. His cultivation level was also at the late foundation establishment stage. Originally, the Mu family was prepared to fully support him in his attempt to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. However, now that the Mu family had suffered a calamity, he not only could no longer obtain assistance from his family, but also had to step forward to take on the main responsibility of helping the Mu family rebuild. It could be said that he was simply unlucky. At this time, after arriving at the Zhou family, this person directly requested to see Zhou Ming, the supreme elder of the Zhou family. Seeing this, Zhou Chun had no choice but to ask the second elder, Zhou Chongshan, to inform him and invited him to rest in a side hall next to this Hongping Hall. Soon after, Zhou Ming brought Zhou Chongshan to the side hall. Upon seeing Zhou Ming, Mu Yunshan, still dressed as a Taoist priest, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed deeply, saying, "When my Mu family suffered a calamity, among all the families we were on good terms with, Senior Zhou was the first to come to our rescue. For this kindness, all the surviving cultivators of my Mu family are deeply grateful. Now, with the permission of the sect, I have returned to Lanzhou to rebuild my family. Therefore, I have come today to pay my respects to Senior Zhou, hoping that, out of consideration for our two families' friendship, you would grace us with your presence at Bian Mountain in half a month to attend the Mu family's reconstruction celebration." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Mu, you are too kind. The Zhou family and the Mu family are allied families. When the Mu family was in trouble and sent out a signal for help, how could my Zhou family remain indifferent? It's just a pity that I was a little too slow that day and was unable to save the fellow Taoists of the Mu family." Saying this, he personally stepped forward and helped Mu Yunshan up. Then, continuing to look at the other party, he said, "However, I have some doubts about what fellow Taoist Mu just said. Since you said that your return to rebuild the Mu family was with the sect's permission, will you continue to cultivate in the Qinglian Temple afterward?" Hearing this, Mu Yunshan immediately replied respectfully, "To be honest, Senior Zhou, my return to rebuild the Mu family this time was also a special favor from the sect, allowing me to reside in the Mu family as a disciple until a foundation establishment cultivator is cultivated from the current generation of the Mu family." "I see, I understand now." Zhou Ming nodded slightly, understanding his meaning. Then, after a moment's thought, he gently shook his head and said, "In that case, it would be inappropriate for me to go. Let the acting patriarch of the Zhou family and one of the Zhou family elders go instead." After he finished speaking, a look of sadness and disappointment clearly appeared in Mu Yunshan's eyes. However, he also knew that since Zhou Ming had said so, it was impossible to change his mind. He could only reply, "Yes, since Senior has no intention of attending, this junior naturally dares not insist. Then this junior will await the arrival of all fellow Taoists from the Zhou family at Bian Mountain." Then, disappointed, he left the Zhou family under Zhou Chun's escort. After Zhou Chun saw Mu Yunshan off and returned to the top of Pagoda Peak, Zhou Ming looked at him and several Zhou family elders and suddenly asked, "What do you think of Mu Yunshan's permanent residence at the Mu family as a disciple of the Qinglian Temple?" Upon hearing this, the group was slightly taken aback, then lowered their heads to ponder his intentions. However, perhaps unsure of Zhou Ming's intentions, after thinking for a long time, none of them dared to speak first. This made Zhou Ming raise an eyebrow, and he suddenly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Since none of the elders are willing to speak first, then you, Junior, should speak first." Having been called upon, Zhou Chun could no longer remain silent and could only reply, "Yes, Then I will make a fool of myself. He then looked up and said, I believe that even if some high-ranking members of a major sect like King Lian Temple pity the Mu family's plight, it's unlikely they would proactively help the Mu family rebuild in this way. Therefore, it's highly probable that Mu Yunshin himself made this request to the sect, and the sect's higher-ups, either out of pity for the Mu family's plight or for other reasons, agreed to let him rebuild the Mu family in this way. He paused slightly, lowered his voice a little, and continued, as for whether Mu Yunshin's actions are intended to use his status as an inner disciple of King Lian Temple to intimidate other forces with designs on the Mu family, or whether he's unwilling to relinquish that status, I dare not presume to say. Excellent, well said, and very insightful. Zhou Ming looked at Zhou Chun with a slight surprise, then nodded repeatedly, quite satisfied with his answer. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the other elders and asked, and you? Do you have anything to add? This junior feels that Mu Yunshin lacks sincerity. He thanked the Supreme Elder for saving the Mu family, but his gratitude was only verbal. He didn't even bring a decent gift, Zhou Jiaru said in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Chongshin immediately shook his head and said, it can't be said that way. Perhaps he doesn't think ordinary gifts can repay this kindness, so he doesn't give gifts easily. Besides, the Mu family's reconstruction will require considerable expenses in all aspects. If he were a smart man, he would use every valuable item he owns for the family's reconstruction. Hearing this, Zhou Jiaru opened his mouth, but held back his argument, finally saying in a low voice, that might be true. Seeing this, Zhou Ming also shook his head slightly and waved his hand, saying, alright, that's enough analysis. We'll find out what kind of person Mu Yunshin is in the future. He then instructed, when you and Jiru go to the Mu family later, Zhangjin, pick out some things that will help with the Mu family's reconstruction as gifts. Don't let anyone gossip about our Zhou family. Yes, we obey. Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiru responded in unison. After Zhou Ming left, the two discussed the specific gift-giving arrangements with the other elders. After this discussion, a suitable gift list was drawn up, and the gifts were prepared accordingly. Half a month later, Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiru, carrying the prepared gifts, went together to the Mu family in Bein Mountain to keep their appointment. Chapter 133. An old friend from back then, in seclusion to build his foundation. Bein Mountain. Zhou Chun was probably more familiar with the original Bein Mountain than most of the Zhou family cultivators. After all, he had been sent here to teach the Mu family cultivators the art of beast-taming, and had stayed here for over a year. But now, upon returning, he found the scene completely different from what he remembered. The once picturesque Bein Mountain was now largely scorched earth, and even the vegetation on the main peak showed signs of transplantation. Even the area protected by the Mu family's new purification array had shrunk by nearly half. Clearly, the Mu family couldn't find enough cultivators to maintain the purification array, so they had to set up a smaller array to create a cultivation space. Upon seeing Zhou Chun and Zhou Jiru arrive, Mu Yunshin immediately came to greet them personally. Welcome, fellow Taoist Zhou and young friend Zhou, to the Mu family. I have been waiting for you both for a long time, fellow Taoist Mu. You are too kind. Today, the Mu family has rebuilt its mountain gate. We too have come on the orders of the Supreme Elder to offer our congratulations and wish the Mu family a speedy recovery and restoration of its prestige, Zhou Jiru said, then took a storage bag from his waist and handed it forward, saying, this is just a small congratulatory gift, nothing special. I hope fellow Taoist Mu will accept it. You are too kind, you two are too kind, Mu Yunshin said with a smile. But he did not stand on ceremony and accepted the storage bag. However, after he took a moment to scan the contents of the storage bag with his divine sense, his expression changed in surprise. He then hurriedly bowed to Zhou Jiru and said, I and the Mu family will never forget the kindness of the Zhou family and Senior Zhou. We will definitely repay you in the future. He said this with firm resolve and a very resolute tone. Zhou Jiru, who initially didn't have a very good impression of him, felt much better after hearing this. After exchanging a few more polite words, he and Zhou Chun were invited to the main hall, where they sat down with the Foundation establishment cultivators from various other families who had already arrived. The Mu family, after all, had been rooted in Lanzhou for hundreds of years, and with the help of the King Lian Temple in this reconstruction, quite a few forces from Lanzhou had come to show their support. However, most forces simply sent representatives with token gifts. Few forces were willing to invest as much as the Zhou family in providing gifts and assistance, clearly indicating that they weren't very optimistic about Mu Yunshin's reconstruction of the Mu family. This was probably related to the current situation. With the dragon transformation sex disturbance, no one knew what the future held. Some more conservative families were trying to save money wherever possible, unwilling to spend money to gain favors. However, this only made the Zhou family's contributions even more valuable. Therefore, when the celebration began, Mu Yunshin changed his original plan and made the Zhou family the first to be thanked and toasted. He publicly toasted Zhou Jiaoru and Zhou Chun, expressing his gratitude to Zhou Ming and the Zhou family for their help to the Mu family. This attitude drew attention from many guests. However, considering that Zhou Ming's rescue of the Mu family that day was indeed remarkable, and that he had assisted Taoist Mingxia in slaying the Black Dragon Protector, which could be considered revenge for the Mu family, these people found a reason to accept this and were no longer surprised. After the banquet and Mu Yunshin's words about how to rebuild the Mu family, the perfunctory celebration came to an end. In fact, it was just a formality. The Mu family claimed to have been rebuilt, but the remnants of war inside the mountain gate had not even been cleaned up yet, so what kind of celebration could they really hold? Today's so-called reconstruction celebration was just a signal to the cultivation world of Laozhou. Although the Mu family of Bian Mountain had suffered a great calamity, their family lineage had not been broken, and they were capable of preserving their original businesses and maintaining their prestige. Of course, whether they could truly do so remained to be seen. In any case, the fact that various forces were willing to send representatives to attend this celebration indicated their willingness to maintain old relations with the Mu family and acknowledge this new Mu family. However, after the event ended, as Zhou Chun was preparing to leave, his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw a familiar face. He immediately greeted Zhou Jiaoru and Mu Yunshin, then left the group alone to approach the acquaintance. He strode forward and approached a purple-clad female cultivator who had come to tidy up her belongings in the hall. "You must be fellow Taoist Ziyang," he said. "Do you still remember me, Zhou?" Hearing this, the purple-clad female cultivator looked at him with a complex expression and said, "Of course I haven't forgotten you, fellow Taoist Zhou. I heard you've become the acting patriarch of the Zhou family. Congratulations." This purple-clad female cultivator was none other than Mu Ziyang, whom Zhou Chun had once taught beast-taming techniques to the Mu family. The two families had even tried to arrange a marriage between them. However, Zhou Chun had no intention of marrying at the time and firmly rejected Mu Ziyang's advances. When Zhou Chun had previously visited the Mu family, Mu Ziyang had actually seen him. However, knowing the vast difference in their cultivation levels and status, and that the family that had once provided her with support had suffered a great calamity, Mu Ziyang hadn't dared to approach him and acknowledge him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chun had come to greet her upon seeing her. This only complicated her feelings, and various thoughts began to stir within her. So much so that her words sounded strange, tinged with bitterness. However, her mind was racing with conflicting thoughts, and she didn't even realize the inappropriateness of her own words. Fortunately, Zhou Chun noticed her shifty gaze and realized it was probably unintentional, so he didn't hold it against her. Instead, he felt a pang of pity. He immediately said gently, "When I heard about the attack on the Mu family, my first thought was of fellow Taoist Ziyang and the other Mu family members. Now that I see fellow Taoist Ziyang is alright, I am relieved. Perhaps a gentle voice can indeed comfort." Hearing his words, Mu Ziyang's mind calmed down, and she finally regained her composure. She said with a look of relief, "Ziyang was lucky. I was staying at my husband's house at the time, otherwise I'm afraid I would have perished." "Oh, fellow Taoist Ziyang, are you married? May I ask whose son your husband is?" A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes as he looked at Mu Ziyang and pressed her for an answer. Only then did he notice that Mu Ziyang's hairstyle had indeed changed, and her face was indeed more radiant than before, possessing a mature and alluring beauty. However, his staring made Mu Ziyang somewhat uncomfortable. She lowered her head slightly and whispered, 5 years ago, Ziyang was arranged by the clan leader to marry into the He family of King Zhou Mountain. My husband's name is Yi Chengli, so he's a talented young man from the He family." Zhou Chun nodded, his curiosity satisfied. He also noticed Mu Ziyang's nervousness and realized his earlier rudeness. Coupled with the subtle gazes from Mu Yunshin and Zhou Jiaoru, he knew this was not the time to continue the conversation. After a moment's thought, he reached into his storage pouch, took out a pill bottle, and handed it to her. He said, Consider this bottle of pills my wedding gift to fellow Taoist Ziyang. If fellow Taoist Ziyang and your husband ever have time to visit the Zhou family, please feel free to come and see me. I will certainly do my best to be a good host." Hearing this, Mu Ziyang repeatedly shook her head, declining. "No, I can't accept this." Before she could finish speaking, Zhou Chun had already placed a bottle on the table beside him and turned to leave gracefully. This left her stunned, staring blankly at the bottle on the table. After leaving, Zhou Chun didn't explain anything to Mu Yunshan and quickly left Bian Mountain with Zhou Jiaru. "Zhangjin, do you know that Mu family girl? I think your relationship seems quite special." On the way back to Jilfang Ridge with Zhou Chun, Zhou Jiaru couldn't help but inquire about the relationship between Zhou Chun and Mu Ziyang. He didn't believe that Zhou Chun had taken a liking to Mu Ziyang. Leaving aside the fact that Mu Ziyang was clearly no longer a unyielding, her cultivation at the 5th level of key refining was simply not enough to catch Zhou Chun's eye. But if it wasn't that kind of relationship, why would Zhou Chun give her pills? Upon hearing Zhou Jiaru's words, Zhou Chun knew that the other party must have misunderstood. He immediately said irritably, "11th uncle, please don't misunderstand. The reason I know fellow Taoist Ziyang is because I once taught her the art of beast taming at the Mu family. That bottle of pills was also a wedding gift for her and fellow Taoist He Chengli." "Oh, so that girl is still a daughter-in-law of the He family?" Zhou Jiaru nodded thoughtfully, and indeed stopped making wild guesses. But he quickly looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Even if it has nothing to do with that girl, Zheng Chun, you're not getting any younger. After you successfully establish your foundation, you can start thinking about settling down. Our Zhou family is now a powerful clan in Lanzhou, with considerable strength and reputation. If you want to find a Taoist partner, there will definitely be many eligible female cultivators from various families willing to marry into the Zhou family." He wasn't the first to say this to Zhou Chun. Not to mention Zhou Zhengyang's previous advice, even the clan head Zhou Daoyi and other familiar Zhou family elders had spoken to Zhou Chun on this matter. However, Zhou Chun himself didn't have a strong desire to get married, and he didn't want to settle for just any female cultivator, so he politely declined. This time, he said the same thing. "I understand what Uncle 11 means. Let's talk about this after I successfully establish my foundation." He'd put it off for now. After all, these elders, being cultivators, wouldn't urge him every day like those old men and women. Upon returning to the Zhou family, Zhou Chun quickly put the Mu family's affairs behind him and focused on cultivation and handling family matters. Sometime later, the second elder, Zhou Chongshan, suddenly approached Zhou Chun. "Zhangjin, I've thoroughly studied the array formation you gave me, and I've also compiled the relevant setup and usage techniques. You should study it when you have time." Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Chongshan patted his storage pouch at his waist, handing Zhou Chun a set of array setting tools he had almost forgotten and a jade slip. As he handed them to Zhou Chun, he exclaimed, "It's all thanks to those array formation books you offered. If I hadn't learned so much from them, I wouldn't have been able to figure out how to use this array formation so quickly. Is that so?" "Thank you so much, Elder." Zhou Chun accepted the items and thanked him profusely. After seeing the second elder Zhou Chongshan off, he finally checked the jade slip he had left him. Besides the incantation for setting up and controlling the formation, the jade slip also contained an introduction to the formation's uses. It turned out that this set of formation setting tools could create a formation called the 8 Gates Mystic Water Formation, a killing formation capable of trapping and killing foundation establishment cultivators. However, setting up this 8 Gates Mystic Water Formation was quite complex and time-consuming, and required a cultivator to operate it to be effective. Therefore, when Zhou Chun killed the Black Dragon envoy of the Dragon Transformation Sect, the severely injured enemy hadn't set up this formation. Now that Zhou Chun had obtained the method for setting up and controlling this formation, he could either sell it or keep it as a trump card, essentially gaining an extra treasure out of thin air. Time flew by, and another 6 months passed quickly. At this time, 105 of the 108 acupoints in Zhou Chun's body had been opened. Only the last 3 acupoints needed to be opened before he could take the Foundation Establishment pill to begin Foundation Establishment. It was also at this time that a great battle broke out in Yunzhou, allowing Zhou Daoyi to successfully kill 2 missionaries of the Dragon Transformation Sect, for which he received a Foundation Establishment pill as a reward. Having received another Foundation Establishment pill, Zhou Daoyi, for his own safety and to avoid retaliation from the Dragon Transformation Sect, did not remain on the Yunzhao front lines, but instead sent the fourth elder, Zhou Jiru, to replace him. Now, Zhangjin, you only have one thing to do, and that is to go into seclusion and cultivate until you can take a foundation establishment pill before emerging. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Daoai, returning from the battlefield with the foundation establishment pill, looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression and directly gave him the order to go into seclusion and cultivate. Chapter 134 Foundation Building. During Zhou Daoai's absence from Lanzhou, many things had happened. Upon hearing the news of the Mu family's annihilation, he, in Yunzhao, was deeply shocked. If it weren't for Zhou Mingde, the pillar of the Zhou family, he probably would have had someone replace him. The fierce battles he witnessed in Yunzhao also instilled in him a profound sense of crisis regarding the current situation. He knew that the Zhou family needed a significant boost in overall strength to stabilize itself and plan for future development in the complex environment ahead. Therefore, upon returning with the foundation establishment pills, his first order of business was to have Zhou Chun enter seclusion to focus on improving his cultivation and preparing for foundation establishment. Now that the Zhou family had 2 foundation establishment pills, as long as Zhou Chun's luck wasn't extremely bad, successfully establishing his foundation shouldn't be a problem. If he was lucky and succeeded with just 1 pill, then the extra pill could potentially create another foundation establishment cultivator for the Zhou family. Although Zhou Chun didn't understand why Zhou Daoai was so eager for him to reach foundation establishment, since it was the clan leader's order and it was beneficial to him, he naturally wouldn't object. So, after handing over clan affairs with Zhou Daoai, he returned to his residence to focus on cultivation. Of course, Zhou Chun couldn't spend all his time cultivating. Cultivation only occupied a portion of his time. The rest of the time, he pondered the path after foundation establishment. While Zhou Daoai had him go into seclusion to establish his foundation, he also had him bring a book from the library, a detailed explanation of foundation establishment, specially compiled by senior cultivators of the Zhou family for newly established foundation cultivators. The book detailed the development path of a cultivator after foundation establishment, including the choice of cultivation techniques, optional skills, key secret techniques, and methods for self-improvement. While it's impossible to say that a detailed explanation of foundation establishment covers everything a foundation establishing cultivator should encounter, it will certainly help those who rate it avoid many detours and mistakes, giving them a greater chance to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Therefore, although this book wasn't a cultivation technique or secret manual, it wasn't something that cultivators below the foundation establishment stage in the Zhou family could read. Originally, Zhou Chun should have waited until he successfully established his foundation before reading it. However, the clan leader, Zhou Daoai, was certain he would succeed and allowed him to read it ahead of time, so he could make a choice quickly afterward. To be honest, reading this book broadened Zhou Chun's horizons and gave him a lot of useful knowledge. But soon he also faced decision-making difficulties. There were many things he had to choose from. And once a choice was made, it was basically a one-way street. Changing course was extremely difficult. This made Zhou Chun spend many idle days staring blankly at the sky. Besides the various choices he needed to make after establishing his foundation, Zhou Chun also had something to worry about: the advancement of the rock earth turtle and the silver lightning python to the 2nd tier. The silver lightning python was a mid-level demon beast, and there were no bottlenecks in its advancement to the 2nd tier. However, if it were allowed to grow normally, the time it took to go from a high-grade 1st-tier demon beast to a 2nd-tier demon beast would be very long. To help them advance to the 2nd-tier demon beast quickly, it's necessary to prepare some precious pills and spiritual items to accelerate their growth. The rock turtle is only a low-level demon beast. Although it once used a Xianhuang stone to purify its bloodline, it still needs the help of special spiritual items to sublimate its bloodline and evolve into a mid-level demon beast. These special spiritual items are often expensive and extremely difficult to find. Despite Zhou Chun's current wealth, supporting these 2 spirit pets to advance to the 2nd tier would likely consume most of his fortune. This is only because after successfully establishing his foundation, he doesn't need to spend money on cultivation techniques and magical artifacts. Otherwise, if he were just a rogue cultivator, even if he accumulated tens of thousands of taels of silver before establishing his foundation, he would quickly spend it all afterward. Earning more and spending more is a very normal phenomenon after establishing one's foundation. So it all comes down to money. If I can earn 10 times more money than other cultivators of the same level after successfully establishing my foundation, I'll have many more choices and won't have to struggle so much with what to choose. If I can earn dozens of times more money than other cultivators of the same level, then even if I arrogantly say I want it all, I'll have enough confidence to back it up. In the courtyard, Zhou Chun looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. He had seen through the surface and grasped the true meaning. Money is certainly not everything in the cultivation world. Money certainly cannot allow cultivators to do whatever they want. But for cultivators below the golden core stage, the spiritual coins they have are enough to solve most of the problems and troubles they encounter. Whether it's magic weapons, pills, magic talismans, or cultivation techniques and secret arts, these things can all be bought with spiritual coins. A certain high-level cultivator once said that even a pig could be raised into a third-tier demon beast if one was willing to spend no money on it. That statement was somewhat exaggerated. However, this largely reflects the truth. But becoming wealthy is easier said than done. As Zhou Chun himself said, someone whose earning ability is 10 times stronger than that of other cultivators at the same level is extremely rare in the cultivation world. Perhaps only 1 in 1,000 could be found, truly 1 in 1,000. And someone dozens of times stronger would be 1 in 10,000. Because of this immense need for wealth, cultivators, after reaching foundation establishment, will begin to cultivate 1 or 2 cultivation techniques to earn extra income. After all, raw materials are cheap, and low-level materials are not difficult for foundation establishment cultivators to obtain. If they can achieve self-sufficiency, that's quite good. However, cultivation techniques also require talent and comprehension, and consume a considerable amount of a cultivator's time and energy, so not everyone can learn them well. But if one truly has the talent to cultivate any of the 4 techniques, alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman formation, etc., to a high level, then their earning ability can indeed exceed that of ordinary cultivators at the same level by 10 times. Like the Li family of alchemists, a single alchemy master can earn half of the family's annual income in spirit coins. Calling them human money-making machines wouldn't be an exaggeration. I have a purification stone jar. Once I successfully establish my foundation and master the method of purifying the turbid energy within spiritual objects, I can use it as a cover to try and sell large quantities of purified spiritual herbs to profit from the price difference. Moreover, with this treasure in hand, as long as my strength allows, I can go alone to uninhabited wildernesses abroad to hunt demons and gather herbs, staying there for extended periods without worrying about endurance. Furthermore, thanks to the ease with which I can purify turbid energy, I can obtain more practice materials at the lowest cost when cultivating alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman array techniques. I also have the support of my family. As long as I hold a high position within the family, they can use the family's savings to help me purchase important items when necessary. Zhou Chun calculated his ways to make money, feeling that he had a significant advantage over other cultivators. In that case, broadening his options wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, one should always have dreams. With that in mind, he picked up the detailed explanation of foundation establishment and began studying it again. 5 months later, with the help of the golden sprout pill, Zhou Chun finally opened up the last 3 acupoints in one go, completing the opening of all 108 acupoints in his body. At this point, his magical power cultivation had reached the limit that a key refining stage cultivator could achieve, and he could no longer make any progress. To further improve his magical power cultivation, he could only succeed in foundation establishment. And just after he completed his cultivation and went to meet the clan leader Zhou Daoai, Zhou Daoai only asked him a few questions before immediately taking out 2 bottles containing foundation establishment pills and handing them to him. These 2 foundation establishment pills are for you. You can go into seclusion to establish your foundation without any worries. Yes, this junior will certainly live up to the clan leader's expectations. Zhou Chun took a deep breath, accepted the 2 foundation establishment pills without hesitation, and put them into his storage bag, his tone very solemn. Then, with Zhou Daoai personally escorting him, he entered the secret chamber on Pagoda Peak specifically used by clansmen for foundation establishment. The secret chamber for foundation establishment was in an excellent location, right on the main vein of the 9 Peaks Ridge spiritual vein, where the spiritual energy was extremely rich. Moreover, the place was very quiet, and a separate isolation array was set up outside the secret chamber. Once inside the secret chamber, As long as the array was activated, even if there were people fighting outside, not a sound could be heard inside. After Zhou Chun entered the secret chamber, he closed the thick stone door and locked it from the inside. Then he took out a piece of sunlight stone and placed it on the indoor lampstand, illuminating the stone chamber, which was about 30 or 40 square meters. Inside the stone chamber was a disc and a bookshelf, on which were placed some foundation building insights left by predecessors. There was also a cold jade couch. Cold jade is a kind of spiritual jade. If made into a jade bed, it would have a calming effect on a cultivator when sitting cross-legged. For the first half-month in the secret chamber, Zhou Chun simply meditated daily to regulate his own magical energy and read the foundation building insights of those predecessors. When he was hungry, he would take a fasting pill. When he was thirsty, he would use magic to gather clear water, and when he was sleepy, he would lie down on the cold jade couch. After half a month of this, he felt that his condition had been adjusted to its best. So he sat cross-legged on the cold jade couch, took out a foundation building pill, put it in his mouth, and slowly dissolved it with his saliva. The matter of foundation building, though mysterious, is actually quite simple. Aside from unforeseen factors, there are three main obstacles to cultivator's successful foundation establishment: spiritual root aptitude, the cultivator's temperament and willpower, and physical condition. The better the spiritual root aptitude, the easier it is for a cultivator to succeed in foundation establishment. For a high-grade spiritual root aptitude, a single foundation establishment pill can increase the success rate to over 50–60%. Conversely, for a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude, the success rate after taking a foundation establishment pill is only between 30 and 40%, rarely exceeding 50%. As for a low-grade spiritual root aptitude, the success rate is even lower. The reason is not complicated. Because cultivators with better spiritual root aptitude have fewer impurities in their bodies, and a major purpose of foundation establishment pills is to help cultivators remove these impurities. It is said that above high-grade spiritual roots, there is a heavenly spiritual root aptitude. Cultivators with it aptitude can easily succeed in foundation establishment without even needing a foundation establishment pill. However, even a major sect like the Azure Lotus Temple only produces one such cultivator in 100 years. The Zhou family has a history of over 1,700 years, yet they have never produced a cultivator with such a spiritual root, highlighting its rarity. Compared to the importance of spiritual root aptitude, a cultivator's mental fortitude and willpower have a smaller impact on the success of foundation establishment. Once a cultivator at the 12th level of key refining begins their attempt to establish the foundation, numerous illusions arise in their mind, confusing their consciousness. If the cultivator cannot break through these illusions and transcend them, they will ultimately exhaust their spirit and perish amidst the boundless illusions. The stronger one's mental fortitude and willpower, the faster they can break through the illusions, thus avoiding the depletion of their spirit and the wasted medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill. As for the physical condition, as long as the cultivator is not in their 70s or 80s, their physical blood and ki are declining, their meridians are atrophying, or they have suffered some incurable internal injury, it doesn't have a significant impact. Zhou Chun's spiritual root aptitude is mid-grade, not very good. But not bad either. Not long after taking the foundation establishment pill, he felt the effects of the medicine on his body. A tingling, itchy sensation seemed to originate from his bones, making him extremely uncomfortable. This situation was well documented in the foundation building manuals of his predecessors, so he remained completely calm. He simply circulated his cultivation technique, absorbing the cool, refreshing energy emanating from the jade couch beneath him. With the help of this cool energy, the tingling and itching sensation was suppressed to a more tolerable level. At this moment, a grayish-white substance was faintly visible seeping from the surface of Zhou Chun's skin, which had already removed all his clothing. This substance was the impurities within a cultivator's body, something that hinders a cultivator's longevity and transcendence. The ancient texts didn't describe this substance in detail, only stating that it was a kind of congenital impurity. The process of removing these impurities was extremely slow, taking a full 7 days and 7 nights before the impurities ceased to seep from Zhou Chun's body. This didn't mean that the impurities within his body had been completely removed, but rather that the foundation establishment pill's medicinal power could only remove them to this point. Generally speaking, when the foundation establishment pill's medicinal power no longer removes impurities from a cultivator's body, it means that the cultivator is ready to establish their foundation. Thus, Zhou Chun quickly calmed his mind and entered the next stage, the true foundation building stage. Boom. As if touching some taboo, Zhou Chun's mind went black. When he awoke, he found himself completely naked and bound to a pillar, while another self coldly stared at him, holding a barbed iron whip. Outsider, you never expected this, did you? After traveling the cultivation world under my identity for over a decade, you'll fall into my hands again today. Tell me, how should I deal with you to quell my hatred? A voice filled with hatred emanated from that self, and the iron whip lashed out, striking Zhou Chun hard. Ah! The intense pain caused Zhou Chun to scream in agony, feeling as if he had never endured such agony before. Painful? That's right. Feel this pain. Ho-ha-ho-ha! The maniacal laughter and Zhou Chun's screams echoed together. Under the extreme pain, Zhou Chun felt as if his consciousness was being torn apart. He was terrified, not understanding how the self that had been whipping him had come back to life. Could it be that his remnant soul hasn't dissipated, but has remained hidden in his sea of consciousness? Zhou Chun thought in horror, then received another severe lash from the whip, letting out another piercing scream of pain. This thought, once it arose, led him further down the line, a chilling realization creeping into his heart, his fear deepening. At the same time, the pain from the iron whip intensified, making it difficult for Zhou Chun to think any further. Wait! Can you stop and let me explain? He struggled to shout, hoping to stop the whip. But what greeted him was the rapidly enlarging iron whip, striking straight at his face. No explanation was needed, it seemed only to vent its hatred. No matter how much Zhou Chun screamed, the whip continued to lash him. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally realized something was wrong. How could he have been beaten for so long? Only feeling pain and weakness, with no apparent damage to his soul? I understand. You're not some lingering remnant soul at all, just a deluded, impure thought. A joyful shout escaped Zhou Chun's lips. He ignored the lashing iron whip, no longer feeling fear, and faced it head-on. Instantly, as if a gentle breeze had caressed his face, the iron whip and darkness before him quickly dissipated, and Zhou Chun's consciousness returned to his secluded cultivation chamber. Damn it! Much of the Foundation Establishment Pale's potency has been lost. Upon regaining his senses, Zhou Chun examined himself internally, and his heart sank. He sensed something was wrong. The Foundation Establishment Pale had already consumed a significant amount of its potency in removing the impurities from his body. And the mental exhaustion he had suffered while trapped in that illusion, constantly replenished by the Foundation Establishment Pale, was now almost gone. Even so, Zhou Chun could only grit his teeth and continue. He used his divine sense to control wisps of misty magical power, channeling them into his Danshan energy center, forcibly fusing them into a larger wisp of power, attempting to form a vortex. Even after consuming the soul heart fruit, which significantly enhanced his divine sense compared to ordinary key refining stage 12 cultivators, achieving this was no easy feat. Each time the vortex failed to form, the forcibly fused magical power scattered and collided within the Danshan, causing considerable impact on the acupoint. Only the Foundation Establishment Pale's medicinal power, forming a protective film within the acupoint, allowed him to continue trying. Once Zhou Chun successfully formed the vortex, and through its rotation, attracted magical power from his meridians and other acupoints, the vortex grew larger and larger. Then, a truly miraculous scene unfolded. The Danshan, which had initially seemed small, gradually expanded with a rotation of the vortex, as if something had been blown away. Almost there. Sensing this, Zhou Chun realized it was time for the final, and most dangerous, step. He focused his consciousness on the vortex of energy within his Danshan, which suddenly condensed into an invisible pillar. He tried to reverse the vortex by stirring it in the opposite direction. However, the vortex quickly became unstable under his stirring, causing him to hastily slow down. After the vortex stabilized, he continued stirring in the opposite direction. But after trying this more than 10 times, due to a mistake, the vortex suddenly exploded with a bang, scattering into countless wisps of mist in all directions. Instantly, a sharp pain erupted from Zhou Chun's abdomen, almost causing him to faint on the spot. When the pain subsided, he realized with dismay that his initial attempt at Foundation establishment had completely failed. The protective membrane formed by the power of the Foundation Establishment Pill within his body had been shattered during the recent surge of magical energy. Fortunately, that protective membrane had protected him, otherwise, he would likely have had his Danshan shattered and his cultivation completely destroyed. Chapter 135 Zhou Chun's Choice of Foundation Establishment Technique. After his initial failure to establish his foundation, Zhou Chun recuperated for about 10 days. This primarily involved calming the shock to his key acupoint and summarizing his lessons learned. Failure is the mother of success. Only through failure can one better understand how to find success. Zhou Chun concluded that his previous failure was mainly due to taking too long to break through the illusion, thus consuming a significant amount of the Foundation Establishment Pale's potency. Otherwise, the impact of his key vortex dissipation might not have been enough to break through the protective barrier formed by the Foundation Establishment Pale's potency in one go. Another reason was his mishandling of the final step, reversing the key vortex of his magical energy, and his failure to maintain proper rhythm. These 2 points remained challenges he needed to overcome in his next attempt. However, with the experience of his first failure, and knowing that the second Foundation Establishment Pale wouldn't waste potency on removing impurities, Zhou Chun remained confident in his success. Therefore, after his body recovered, he took a second Foundation Establishment Pale and began his second attempt at establishing his foundation. As expected, after taking the Foundation Establishment Pale this time, almost no impurities appeared on Zhou Chun's skin. He quickly resumed his attempt to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Unlike last time, this time Zhou Chun faced an illusion where he had failed after taking 2 Foundation Establishment Pales, and was subsequently rejected and disliked by the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming. He harbored suspicions and worries about the lack of closeness between himself and the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming. In this illusion, his suspicions and worries were amplified. In the illusion, after his failure and emergence from seclusion, the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming not only disregarded the Patriarch Zhou Daoi's pleas and rejected the suggestion to obtain more Foundation Establishment Pales for a third attempt, but also demanded that he offer up all his possessions to compensate for the 2 lost Pales. When the other clansmen learned that he had failed to establish his foundation after taking 2 Foundation Establishment Pales, they were filled with jealousy and strongly supported the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming's decision. Those clansmen who had once been on good terms with him now looked at him with disappointment and disgust. Compared to the previous illusion, this one was far more lifelike, perfectly depicting the evil in human nature. However, Zhou Chun didn't linger in the illusion for long this time, quickly breaking free and regaining his senses. He wasn't a proponent of the inherent evil belief, and he always believed in sincerity begetting sincerity. The immense contributions he, Zhou Chun, had made to the Zhou family were more than enough. Even 3 or 5 Foundation Establishment Pales would suffice. Moreover, his management and combat abilities were among the best of the younger generation in the Zhou family. Furthermore, both Clan Chief Zhou Daoi and the third Elder Zhou Daoquan had received soul heart fruits from him. Therefore, he absolutely refused to believe that he would be so heartlessly abandoned simply because he failed to establish his foundation. Even after Zhou Jiachang failed to establish his foundation using the Foundation Establishment Pale, Clan Chief Zhou Daoi hadn't blamed him. How could Zhou Chun possibly be abandoned? So, with his sincere heart, Zhou Chun easily broke free from the illusion and regained his senses. And this time, after regaining his senses, he discovered that less than 20% of the Foundation Establishment Pale's potency had been used. This relieved him and boosted his confidence. He then tried to condense his magical energy vortex again, and thanks to the experience of his previous failure, he succeeded on his second try. When he began to reverse the magical energy vortex, Zhou Chun calmed his mind and tried slowly. Although he failed once more, the protective layer of the Foundation Establishment Pale easily withstood the impact of the failed attempt. On his third attempt, Zhou Chun finally successfully reversed the magical energy vortex drip. Suddenly, a clear sound of dripping water rang out from within Zhou Chun's body. Below the reversed vortex, a drop of magical essence radiating golden, azure, and cyan light dripped down like spring dew, falling into the previously empty sea of ki. Then, drop after drop of magical essence dripped down like water from a faucet, gradually accumulating into a small pond within Zhou Chun's sea of ki. After the last drop of true mana essence fell, Zhou Chun could no longer see any misty mana within his Danshin, only a pool of true mana essence shimmering with 3-colored spiritual light. Success. Looking at the pool of true mana essence that had appeared in his Danshin, Zhou Chun finally felt a sense of relief. He then circulated his cultivation technique, guiding the true mana essence out of his Danshin and directing it to other meridians and acupoints. This guidance revealed that the 5 key facing the sun scripture he had previously cultivated was far less effective at guiding true mana essence than the misty mana essence he had previously cultivated. The time required to complete one cycle of the technique was several times longer than before. This meant that if he continued to cultivate using this technique, his speed would be several times slower than before. With such a significant difference, it was no wonder that the first priority for cultivators after foundation establishment was to quickly switch cultivation techniques. As the true mana essence circulated in his meridians and acupoints, nourishing the surrounding flesh and bones, Zhou Chun quickly noticed that his body was gradually changing. He knew that this was the beginning of his magical energy refining and nourishing his body, gradually making his physical form transcend the ordinary. This process was slow and lengthy, generally taking more than half a year to complete. Only then could he truly be considered a foundation establishment cultivator from the inside out. Not only his physical body, but also his spiritual sense. Zhou Chun felt that although his spiritual sense had increased considerably, it was still not at the level of a foundation establishment cultivator who could easily reach hundreds of feet. However, every time his magical energy flowed through acupoints such as the Yintang and Shenting, it would nourish his soul and strengthen his spiritual sense. Over time, his spiritual sense would eventually grow to a level much stronger than that of an ordinary early foundation establishment cultivator. So, in the following time, Zhou Chun peacefully meditated in the secret chamber, circulating his magical energy to nourish his body. Although the 5-key rising sun scripture was no longer usable, compared to the time spent switching to a new cultivation method, it was obviously more worthwhile to continue using this method to circulate magical energy to refine his body. Moreover, Zhou Chun's still developing body might not be able to adapt to the new cultivation method. So, after nearly 3 months of seclusion for foundation establishment, Zhou Chun finally emerged. At this time, Zhou Chun's body was not yet fully transformed, and his spiritual sense had not yet reached its growth limit. However, he had already mastered the abilities that foundation establishment cultivators could possess, such as key manipulation and flight. After emerging from seclusion, just like Zhou Jiaoru before him, he couldn't wait to try his hand at key manipulation and experience the thrill of flight. With a slight raise of his hands and a thought, his body moved as lightly as the wind, gliding back and forth in the sky, rising and falling at will. As long as his magical power remained, he could maintain this state. This feeling of free and unrestrained flight was far superior to that of using a flying artifact. Zhou Chun's actions quickly attracted the attention of the clan leader, Zhou Daoai. Soon, his joyful laughter echoed across Pagoda Peak. Ha ha ha, Zheng Chun, you finally succeeded in your seclusion. A flash of azure light appeared, and Zhou Daoai's figure quickly materialized in midair. His face was full of joy, looking even happier than Zhou Chun who had just emerged from seclusion. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was deeply moved and quickly descended, bowing to him and saying, "Clan leader, I have not failed you." He then added with a hint of regret, "It's a pity that my abilities are slightly lacking. I couldn't save the clan of foundation establishment pill." Hearing this, Zhou Daoai waved his hand without fading his smile and said, "As long as you've successfully established your foundation, that's enough. Those external resources are gone, but we can find a way to obtain them later." With that, he moved and descended to the ground, saying, "Come, follow me into the hall, and we'll discuss this in detail." After entering this honking hall, Zhou Daoai only casually asked Zhou Chun a few questions about his experience after establishing his foundation before quickly getting to the point. "Now that you have successfully established your foundation, it's time to fulfill some of the promises I made to you on behalf of the family. Here's what we'll do. 3 months from now, the family will hold a foundation establishment celebration for you. I will invite cultivators from other families to attend, and then the Supreme Elder will publicly announce your appointment as Vice Clan Leader. As for the promise the Supreme Elder made to personally gift you a magical artifact, whether it still counts or not, I'll have to consult with him again. Don't worry, originally, it was said that Zhou Chun would only need one foundation establishment pill to successfully establish his foundation, immediately becoming Vice Clan Leader and receiving many superior privileges. However, Zhou Chun actually took 2 foundation establishment pills to succeed. Taking an extra pill naturally meant that much of his previous contributions to the family would be consumed. Therefore, Zhou Daoai wasn't sure what the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde was really thinking. While Zhou Chun also wanted what Zhou Daoai mentioned, it wasn't absolutely necessary. After all, he already possessed 2 second-tier magic artifacts. So he immediately replied, "This junior understands, clan leader. Rest assured, whatever the clan decides, this junior will have no complaints." It's good that you have this mindset. Zhou Daowei nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Zhou Chun's answer. Then, looking at Zhou Chun again, he asked, "Have you thought about your choice of cultivation method?" Hearing this question, Zhou Chun immediately answered without hesitation, "This junior has already decided. I want to cultivate a method that will grant me powerful supernatural abilities and spells, and also allow me to rapidly improve my magical power." "Oh, are you really sure? This is a major matter concerning your future path in cultivation. You must be cautious." Zhou Daowei looked at Zhou Chun with a serious expression, seemingly surprised by his answer. Zhou Chun said resolutely, "This junior is certain, and is willing to bear all the consequences." Seeing his resolute answer, Zhou Daowei knew he had truly made up his mind. So, without offering any further persuasion, he simply nodded and said, "All right, since you've made up your mind, come find me after you've completely stabilized your cultivation. I'll take you to choose a cultivation method that suits your needs." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Chun replied and returned to his residence to continue stabilizing his cultivation. Soon, the news of Zhou Chun's successful foundation establishment spread like wildfire throughout the Zhou family. Following the successive successes of Zhou Jiaru and Zhou Jia, two cultivators of the Jia generation, the first foundation establishment cultivator of the Zhang generation in the Zhou family had finally been born. When this news spread, many Zhou family cultivators felt both happy and complicated. They were happy because the family had gained another foundation establishment cultivator, further strengthening its foundation. However, the success of Zhou Chun, the 13th member of the Zhang generation, left some elders and peers feeling rather uneasy. Some of them were more than twice Zhou Chun's age, and some had once been at the same cultivation level as him. But now Zhou Chun has successfully established his foundation, while they may never have the chance to do so in their lifetime. This huge sense of loss is naturally disheartening. I didn't expect him to reach this point so quickly. On Baozi Peak, 5th Elder Zhou Jia was both surprised and delighted upon hearing the news, marveling at Zhou Chun's rapid success in establishing his foundation. "I originally thought I would establish my foundation before him, making it much easier to repay his favor, but I didn't expect him to be ahead of me now." Zhou Jiapeng was also filled with emotion and amazement upon hearing the news of Zhou Chun's successful foundation establishment. "Sure enough, I knew this 13th brother would have a bright future. A foundation establishment cultivator at 36 years old, tisk tisk tisk." Zhou Zhangyu, Zhou Chun's cousin who had accompanied him to Yunzhou to investigate the dragon's intelligence, could only marvel upon hearing the news. Zhou Zhentao, another cousin who had previously made sarcastic remarks about Zhou Chun during the capture of the 8-cornered water deer, was dumbfounded upon hearing the news. After standing there stunned for a long while, he finally sighed softly. "It's true what they say, comparison is the thief of joy." Leaving aside the reactions of the other Zhou family cultivators upon hearing the news of Zhou Chun's successful foundation establishment, Zhou Chun, upon returning to his residence, couldn't help but recall his earlier conversation with the clan leader, Zhou Daowei. It turns out that after foundation establishment, cultivators generally choose one of 3 types of cultivation methods. One type grants the cultivator powerful supernatural abilities to defeat enemies. Successfully cultivating this type of method grants powerful spells and special characteristics, greatly enhancing the cultivator's combat abilities, even allowing them to fight beyond their level. However, the drawback of this type of method is also obvious. The rate of mana advancement is usually very slow, and it can take 50 or 60 years to break through a minor realm. Cultivators who have practiced this type of method can basically forget about opening their purple mansion. The second type of cultivation method is the opposite. After cultivation, not only does it result in astonishingly rapid advancement in magical power and ease of success, but the chances of encountering cultivation bottlenecks are also far lower than with the first type. However, this type of method also has obvious drawbacks. It offers almost no self-defense capabilities, and the accompanying supernatural powers are pitifully weak, providing no boost to combat strength. If cultivation levels are equal, a cultivator using the second type is almost certainly no match for a cultivator using the first type, and may even be defeated by someone of a higher level. Even so, many cultivators still choose the second type to break through realms and gain longer lifespans. After all, the pursuit of immortality is the true purpose of many embarking on the path of cultivation. Besides the first 2 types, There is another type of cultivation method, which is the one Zhou Chun chose. This third type of cultivation method combines the advantages of the first two. It can significantly enhance a cultivator's combat abilities, grant powerful supernatural powers for defeating enemies, and also provides very rapid advancement in magical power. However, this type of cultivation method also has its drawbacks. Not only are there many restrictions during practice, but the process is also extremely dangerous, often threatening life. A single misstep could lead to death during cultivation. Generally, only cultivators with exceptional talent and abilities beyond the reach of ordinary people would choose to cultivate this third type of method. Furthermore, compared to the previous two types, the third type is extremely rare and precious, difficult to obtain easily. Currently, the Zhou family does not have a single cultivator willing to cultivate this third type of method. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Promotion to Vice Clan Chief, the Zhou family's unknown secrets. For 3 consecutive months, Zhou Chun remained in his residence, consolidating his cultivation. After these 3 months of practice, his physical body and soul, tempered and strengthened by the Foundation Establishment True Essence, finally underwent a complete transformation. At this moment, his skin was incredibly tough, difficult to cut with ordinary iron swords, and he possessed the strength of 1,000 jin with a single hand, enough to lift an ox. Such a robust body naturally prevented him from contracting any illnesses and was unharmed by wind, frost, rain, or snow. Even if injured, his recovery speed was much faster than ordinary people, and he could withstand pain that ordinary people could not bear. He could even, like some demonic beasts and wild animals, go without food for 100 days after a full meal, sustaining his body solely on dew and wind. Even his appearance had returned to that of a 23 or 24-year-old, handsome and elegant. This nascently transcendent physical body was the fundamental guarantee for a Foundation Establishment cultivator's lifespan of over 200 years. Compared to this extraordinary change in his physical body, the transformation of his soul, though invisible, had indeed occurred. At this moment, Zhou Chun's divine sense extended outwards, covering a maximum distance of over 860 zang. In contrast, early Foundation Establishment cultivators like Zhou Jia and Zhou Jia only had a divine sense range of 500 to 600 zang. Furthermore, not only was the range of his divine sense enhanced, but its strength itself also increased, greatly increasing its penetration ability underwater and underground. Before Foundation Establishment, Zhou Chun's divine sense could extend over 120 zang on land, but less than 20 zang underwater at a depth of 100 zang. His effective detection depth underground was less than 3 chi. But now, even underwater, his divine sense could extend over 100 zang. Depending on the geological structure, the depth of his underground detection ranged from 7 chi to 3 zang. Under such circumstances, even some spiritual herbs and minerals buried deep underground would not escape his divine sense detection. Another benefit of the transformation of his soul and physical body was a significant improvement in Zhou Chun's ability to learn and cast first-tier spells. He seemed to have become a spell cultivation genius. A first-tier high-grade spell he had never practiced before could now be learned and cast in just a few days. Spells that used to be frequently used are now easily cast instantly. Spells that were previously difficult to learn now seem to have vanished without a trace. Even more remarkably, spells that previously required complex incantations can now be easily uttered, those syllables that were difficult to master. To verify this, Zhou Chun even tried learning some animal language. He found that even learning animal language was much faster than before. His comprehension and imitation abilities had increased dramatically. This feeling was very strange. It seemed as if he had become smarter, but in reality, it was not that simple. The principle is roughly the same as a 3-year-old child struggling to lift a 10-pound object, while a 6-year-old can lift it relatively easily. In the terms of cultivators, he had taken another step on the path, getting closer to the Great Dao. And the Great Dao encompasses everything, contains everything. Those closer to the Great Dao naturally understand it more easily and more deeply than others. After 3 months of quiet cultivation, the Foundation Establishment ceremony held by the Zhou family for Zhou Chun began. Because the invitations hinted at an important announcement, the various friendly families and forces invited to this Foundation Establishment celebration sent as many as 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators. All the Zhou family members who weren't on duty also attended, including the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming. This was the first Foundation Establishment celebration of such caliber since the Zhou family established themselves in Nine Peaks Ridge. Many astute Zhou family cultivators, upon seeing this lineup, immediately realized that something significant was about to happen, likely related to the protagonist of the day, Zhou Chun. Sure enough, halfway through the celebration, Supreme Elder Zhou Ming suddenly stood up, raising his hands to silence the crowd. Then, in a deep, resonant voice, he said, "Distinguished guests and clansmen, please be quiet. I have an important announcement to make." As he spoke, his gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Zhou Chun. He spoke in a deep voice. "Zhou Zhengzhen, a descendant of the Zhou family, has rendered outstanding service to the family since the family established itself in Jilfang Ridge. He has made numerous contributions and demonstrated exceptional talent in managing family affairs, offering advice and suggestions to the family on many occasions, assisting the patriarch in leading the family to prosperity. Based on his contributions to the family and his talent in family management, after several tests, the patriarch and I have decided to promote him to vice patriarch of the Zhou family and make him the successor to the patriarch. Now, please, distinguished guests and clansmen, congratulate our new vice patriarch." After speaking, he stepped aside. Then, Patriarch Zhou Daowei stepped forward and led the way in congratulating Zhou Zhengzhen. Next came several Zhou family elders, followed by the cultivators from outside the clan who had come to witness the event. As for the other Zhou family cultivators below the Foundation Establishment stage, they all bowed respectfully to Zhou Chun at that moment, saying, "We pay our respects to the vice clan chief." Zhou Chun quickly returned the bow, saying, "My fellow clansmen, you are too kind. I hope you will all cooperate with me in the future. If I have done anything wrong, please feel free to point it out, elders and brothers." He then added sincerely, "I believe that as long as our family is united, no difficulty can stop the Zhou family, and no obstacle can be insurmountable." Well said. As soon as Zhou Chun finished speaking, Zhou Daowei led the applause. Then the other Zhou family members followed suit, applauding Zhou Chun's words. Whether they listened to his words or not, applauding was the right thing to do. Zhou Chun's Foundation Establishment celebration gradually came to an end amidst this lively applause. After the celebration, the other cultivators dispersed, and Zhou Chun returned to this Hongping Hall with Clan Chief Zhou Daowei. "Now you are the rightful vice patriarch of the Zhou family. From now on, as long as I am not working here, you can handle all matters, large and small, of the Zhou family. Just report back to me afterwards. I have great confidence in your abilities." Inside this Hongping Hall, Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun sat facing each other, and he spoke softly about the division of responsibilities. Given their relationship, a power struggle between the patriarch and vice patriarch was naturally impossible. In fact, as long as Zhou Chun didn't make any major mistakes, he could continue to delegate authority to him. For him, who now had a promising future, the responsibility of patriarch was actually a burden. Faced with his trust, Zhou Chun replied solemnly, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly not let down the patriarch's trust." This confident answer pleased Zhou Daowei greatly. After a moment's thought, Zhou Daowei looked at him solemnly and said, "Now that you, Zhengchun, have taken office as the vice patriarch, I will no longer hide many things from you. In fact, my Azure Cloud Python has already advanced to a second-tier high-grade demon beast, and the opportunity for it to transform into a dragon has been found. Once my cultivation reaches the late Foundation Establishment stage, I will do my utmost to help it transform. If it successfully transforms into a dragon, not only will the Zhou family have an additional third-tier dragon, but I will also be able to use its power to seek opportunities in the Purple Mansion realm. Therefore, although you are currently only the vice patriarch, from now on, the responsibilities of the Zhou family patriarch have fallen on your shoulders. My duty is to teach and assist you on how to be a good patriarch." "What? There's such a thing?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Daowei in shock, stunned by this sudden revelation. This was something he hadn't expected at all. And with his intelligence, he quickly realized what the opportunity for transformation into a dragon Zhou Daowei was referring to was. "Clan Chief, the opportunity you spoke of transforming into a dragon, could it be the Azure Dragon from Yun's Hao back then?" Zhou Chun blurted out, his face filled with shock. Although he didn't finish this sentence, the meaning was clear. Zhou Daoi nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's similar to what you think. I did indeed obtain some of the Azure Dragon's remains in its inner core. He then shook his head, saying, however, this matter involves another secret, which is not convenient to reveal to you for the time being. Don't ask any more questions. I see, I understand. Zhou Chun nodded slightly and indeed didn't ask any more questions. But the shock and envy in his heart lingered for a long time. He never would have imagined that after so many Purple Mansion stage cultivators had worked in vain, the Azure Dragon's inner core would actually be obtained by Clan Chief Zhou Daoi, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, it seemed that the news was kept very well secret, and no outsiders knew about it until now. What exactly happened back then, and how did Zhou Daoi obtain the Azure Dragon's inner core? Zhou Chun was naturally very curious. However, he also knew that since Zhou Daoi was so secretive and unwilling to tell him, he wouldn't know no matter how much he asked. He could only silently envy him. Just as Zhou Chun was secretly envying Zhou Daoi's good fortune, Zhou Daoi looked at him again and said, regarding the other benefits after your successful foundation establishment, the Supreme Elder has indicated that he will still give you the 2 magic artifacts, but the opportunity to help you once will be gone. After you choose your cultivation method, come with me to pay respects to the Supreme Elder and receive your magic artifacts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, this junior understands. Then please, Clan Chief, lead this junior to choose a cultivation method, then come with me. With that, Zhou Daoi got up and left Zhongping Hall, heading towards a mysterious place on Pagoda Peak. After walking with him for a while on the mountain, Zhou Chun arrived at a moss-covered mountain wall. Then he saw Clan Chief Zhou Daoi take out a small yellow flag, wave it, and stick it into the mountain wall, then form a hand seal and cast a spell. Instantly, a flash of light appeared on the mountain wall, and a stone door materialized out of thin air. It turned out that the moss they had seen earlier was all a conjuration of an array. Zhou Daoi then took out a specially made key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it several times to the left. The thick stone door, about half a zang in diameter, slowly opened. As the two entered, Zhou Daoi retrieved the small yellow flag he had previously thrown out, and the open stone door was once again concealed by the array's illusion. When Zhou Chun followed him into the stone chamber behind the door, they saw a spacious room filled with square stone platforms, each about half a zang high. Many of these platforms were protected by a shield shimmering with multicolored spiritual light, safeguarding the contents within. The items collected here are the truly precious cultivation techniques and secret arts of my Zhou family. Each one was painstakingly collected by our ancestors, representing the true foundation of our Zhou family. The top-tier cultivation techniques you wish to cultivate, our Zhou family possesses 7 in total, but only 2 are truly suitable for your spiritual root aptitude. I will now take them out and show them to you. As Zhou Daoi spoke, he immediately formed a hand seal, and 2 streams of azure light flew from his hands, landing on the protective shields above 2 stone platforms. Instantly, the shields on the 2 stone platforms dissipated, revealing the contents. On the 2 stone platforms were a golden ancient cauldron and a green bamboo scroll. Zhou Chun stared intently. The golden ancient cauldron's inner and outer walls were engraved with strange and unusual characters, presumably the cultivation techniques Zhou Daoi had mentioned. The bamboo scroll was also covered with tiny, rice grain-sized characters, none of which Zhou Chun could understand. These are artifacts that carry the Dao. Our predecessors inscribed their cultivation techniques on these special materials, ensuring they wouldn't be eroded or destroyed by wind, frost, rain, or snow even after thousands of years. So don't underestimate these 2 simple items. Even a foundation establishment cultivator at full strength would find it difficult to destroy them. Zhou Daoi explained the origins of the 2 items to Zhou Chun, while smiling slightly at him. Let me tell you another secret. All the cultivation techniques and secret arts collected here are originals from my Zhou family's previous collection. The things Yu Jinghe left at the Spirit Beast Manor are his own replicas, so don't think that just because we didn't bring anything good when the family split up, we would give up nothing on these things that truly concern the core inheritance of the family. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed slightly, his heart filled with surprise. It wasn't surprising that the Zhou family cultivators were very dissatisfied with Yu Jinghe's actions in splitting the Zhou family and addressed him by his name in private. But judging from the tone of Patriarch Zhou Daoi's words just now, It seemed as if the Zhou family still held some trump card, capable of rivaling Yu Jinghe. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the Zhou family likely had many secrets he didn't know. However, now was not the time to inquire about those things. Since Zhou Daoyi hadn't told him, it meant he wasn't yet qualified to access those secrets. So he quickly suppressed his curiosity and looked at the two objects on the stone platform with a puzzled expression, saying, "But I don't recognize the writing on these two things. How then can I cultivate the techniques recorded on them?" Chapter 137 The Final Choice, Zhou Chun's Ambition. If you can't even understand the text, how can you cultivate techniques? Faced with Zhou Chun's question, Zhou Daoyi smiled lightly and said, "It doesn't matter if you can't understand these texts now. The Zhou family has translations of them. You can cultivate according to the translations. I brought you here today mainly to let you see these two artifacts that carry the Dao, so you can understand how truly precious inheritances are usually protected and passed down." At this point, his expression changed again, and he looked at Zhou Chun solemnly, earnestly admonishing him, "Moreover, I also want to take this opportunity to warn you of something. In the future, whatever you obtain outside, whether it's a cultivation technique or a secret art, don't easily start cultivating it. You should know that many cultivators deliberately abridge and compile precious top-level cultivation techniques or secret arts into a book and carry it with them. That way, if they unfortunately die at the hands of an enemy, they can use it to harm their enemies. When trading or buying such items, you must personally replicate them from the Dao-carrying artifacts and secret foils they possess, and carefully check beforehand whether the Dao-carrying artifacts are complete, whether they are ancient, and whether the Dao inscriptions on them show signs of patchwork. You should know that some unscrupulous cultivators will deliberately repair damaged Dao-carrying artifacts or counterfeit them to sell for profit. Zhou Chun had actually read about this in the detailed explanation of Foundation establishment before. However, that kind of superficial knowledge was not as memorable as witnessing two Dao-carrying artifacts with his own eyes and hearing the clan leader Zhou Daoyi's admonition. Hearing the admonition, Zhou Chun's heart tightened, and he nodded solemnly, saying, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly remember the patriarch's teachings today." Seeing that he understood, Zhou Daoyi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Well, now you can take these two Dao-carrying artifacts and examine them carefully. I will also explain the advantages and disadvantages of these two top-tier cultivation methods to you, so you can choose for yourself." He then began to explain the cultivation methods recorded on the two Dao-carrying artifacts to Zhou Chun. The cultivation method recorded on the Golden Ancient Cauldron was called the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique, consisting of 8 chapters, divided into 4 inner chapters and 4 outer chapters. The 4 inner chapters were cultivation methods, corresponding to the 4 major cultivation realms: Foundation Establishment, Purple Mansion, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. The 4 outer chapters were methods for protecting oneself and defending the Dao, recording methods for cultivating supernatural powers and spells to defeat enemies. This cultivation method did not have particularly high requirements for the cultivator's aptitude and talent. As long as the spiritual root attribute contained the metal element, it was sufficient. However, this did not mean that this cultivation method was easy to cultivate. To cultivate the Golden Cauldron Profound Technique, one must first absorb a large amount of pure golden energy to forge a Dao cauldron within the Danshan using both magical power and true essence. Future cultivation will be based on this Dao cauldron. The process of forging the Dao cauldron is extremely dangerous, easily damaging the Danshan and meridians. Many cultivators who coveted the power of this technique have lost their lives due to excessive practice. Even after the Dao cauldron is forged, it requires frequent absorption of golden energy to refine it during cultivation, with increasingly higher requirements for the quality of the golden energy. Furthermore, after each breakthrough to a higher realm, the Dao cauldron must be shattered and reforged. If the reforging fails, not only will all cultivation be reduced to ashes, but the cultivator's soul will also be scattered. Therefore, cultivating this technique means that the cultivator must not only endure the severe consequences of failing to break through to a higher realm each time, but even after a successful breakthrough, they will still have to undergo the life or death ordeal of shattering and reforging the cauldron. Of course, the dangers and rewards are commensurate. Leaving aside the self-defense techniques recorded in the 4 outer chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, the benefits of mastering the art itself are immense. The magical power gained from cultivating the Golden Cauldron Profound Art contains a rich element of metal. This power tempers the physical body, making it far stronger than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level, even capable of withstanding attacks from low-level magical artifacts. Simultaneously, this magical power is extremely penetrating and destructive. Even its mere intrusion into another's body is enough to inflict excruciating pain, difficult to refine and remove. Furthermore, metal-based spells and magical artifacts forged from spiritual metal, powered by this magical power, can have their power increased exponentially. Moreover, once the first chapter of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art is mastered and a Deo Cauldron is forged, it will possess a highly practical supernatural power called Golden Cauldron Profound Light, which is extremely powerful and will continuously increase in power as cultivation progresses, providing lifelong benefits. Finally, the Golden Cauldron Profound technique also greatly accelerates the advancement of magical power. A cultivator's progress will absolutely not be hindered by practicing this technique. The technique recorded on the emerald bamboo slip is called the 10,000 Woods True Technique, divided into 12 levels, with each 3 levels corresponding to a cultivation realm. It also records several methods for self-defense and protection. This technique doesn't have high requirements for the cultivator's aptitude, as long as their spiritual root contains the wood attribute, it's sufficient. However, this technique is extremely resource-intensive. The first level of cultivation requires finding 30 different types of spiritual wood, collecting their essence and integrating it into magical power to condense a Deo wood within the key C. Future cultivation will be based on this Deo wood. The process of condensing the Deo wood is equally perilous, potentially damaging the Danshan and meridians, and even risking the body becoming wooden. Many cultivators who coveted the power of this technique have been severely injured or killed due to forceful practice. Even after the Deo wood is condensed, it will require frequent collection of the essence of all trees to refine it during future cultivation, with increasingly higher requirements for the quality of the spiritual wood. Each time this cultivation method breaks through a minor realm, the cultivator needs to collect a varying amount of spiritual wood essence of higher age, just as they did when first entering the practice, to integrate it into the Deo wood. Without this, it will be difficult to advance to the next level. Even if a cultivator forcibly breaks through a realm using elixirs or spiritual objects, the power of the cultivation method will not increase, and it may even cause the Deo wood to collapse, resulting in the loss of all cultivation. However, the true art of myriad trees also brings considerable benefits to the cultivator. First, after mastering this method, the cultivation speed will be extremely fast. Even a cultivator with a mid-grade spiritual root aptitude can match the cultivation speed of a high-grade spiritual root aptitude cultivator practicing other ordinary cultivation methods. Second, after practicing this method, the magical power contains pure wood attribute life force, which nourishes the physical body, prolonging life and preserving youth. Furthermore, the recovery speed after injury will be many times faster than that of ordinary cultivators of the same level, and even limb regeneration will be possible. When using the magical power cultivated in this way to activate wood-based spells and magical artifacts made of spirit wood, the power of the spells and artifacts can be greatly enhanced. Finally, even if only the first level of this technique is successfully cultivated, it will also come with 2 powerful divine abilities, 10,000 wood prison and 10,000 wood spirit armor. After explaining the basics of both techniques to Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoyi concluded, of these 2 techniques, the Golden Cauldron Profound Art has a higher purpose, greater power, and a longer history. Very few people should know about it. While the 10,000 Woods True Art is not as powerful as the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, it has lower cultivation requirements, faster cultivation speed, and is much less dangerous. Looking at Zhou Chun, who is listening intently, he hesitated for a moment before advising, "If I were you, I would definitely choose the 10,000 Woods True Art rather than the Golden Cauldron Profound Art." Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. However, he didn't rush to make a decision but instead said to Zhou Daoyi, "Could the clan leader bring me the translations of both techniques so I can see them?" "Of course, the translations are actually here." Zhou Daoyi then proceeded to open the protective barrier on a stone platform, just as he had done. On the stone platform sat several jade books, essentially large jade slips. Zhou Daoyi raised his hand and took 2 of them, handing them to Zhou Chun. "Take a look yourself," he said, then sat down cross-legged, awaiting Zhou Chun's choice. Zhou Chun held the jade books and first read the cultivation method of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art. Compared to what Zhou Daoyi had said, This method described the various hardships and dangers encountered during cultivation in greater detail, including many subtle difficulties that Zhou had not elaborated on. Of course, the descriptions of the power of the technique and various methods of self-defense were also more intuitive and detailed, truly captivating. Next, Zhou Chun read the cultivation method of the 10,000 wood true art. Sure enough, the Jade book recording the cultivation method of the 10,000 wood true art also contained many details that Zhou had not mentioned. One of the most important details was the 10,000 wood true art's requirements regarding the quantity and age of spiritual wood essence required to be incorporated after each breakthrough. According to the above explanation, the first level of cultivation only requires finding 30 ordinary trees of different types and properties to lay the foundation. However, when breaking through to the mid-foundation establishment stage and cultivating the second level, 50 trees rich in wood spirit essence are needed to strengthen the technique, and it's best if the types and properties of these trees are all different. This is because the more types of trees the 10,000 trees true technique incorporates, the greater its strengthening effect on the technique. 2 cultivators cultivating the second level, 1 incorporating 50 unique and suitable trees, will have a much faster cultivation speed and greater technique power than the cultivator who incorporates a large number of the same type of trees. Furthermore, the 10,000 trees true technique becomes increasingly demanding in terms of the quality and type of trees to be incorporated. At the golden core stage, it may even require incorporating hundreds of trees, and these must be rare trees that are enough to forge a third-tier magic weapon. When Zhou Chun read this, his brows furrow deeply. Frankly, the beginning of the 10,000 trees true technique is truly captivating. Not only is the cultivation difficulty much lower than that of the Golden Cauldron profound art, but the various benefits after cultivation are also far more enticing than the Golden Cauldron profound art, which only enhances the individual strength of cultivators. However, upon seeing the later stages, the 10,000 woods true art's requirement for an enormous quantity of spiritual wood becomes truly terrifying. Hundreds of spiritual woods, enough to forge third-tier magic weapons, are required. This requirement is simply astonishing. Even a major sect like the Azure Lotus Temple, mobilizing the entire sect's resources, would likely require an immense expenditure of money and time to collect so many rare spiritual woods. And the number of spiritual woods required for the later nascent soul stage is almost too much to bear. It's practically an impossible task. It's likely that even searching the entire world wouldn't yield that many spiritual woods of such high quality. Therefore, when Zhou Chun saw this, his expression immediately became much more serious. At this moment, Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged to the side, suddenly spoke up. Actually, we cultivators, although we say we seek longevity and freedom, everyone knows that there are probably not a single immortals in this world who can truly live forever. A rogue cultivator who can successfully establish their foundation is considered to have achieved fulfillment in this life. Family cultivators like us usually only dare to dream of opening the Purple Mansion. Even inner disciples of major sects like the Azure Lotus Temple basically only aim to form a golden core in this life. So, regarding the requirements after the golden core stage in the 10,000 woods true technique, just take it with a grain of salt. There's no need to take it too seriously. If you choose this technique, with the strength of our Zhou family, finding those spiritual woods for you before the Purple Mansion stage shouldn't be too difficult, and if you can successfully open your Purple Mansion and become a pillar of the family, then we'll have the chance to mobilize the entire family's resources to find the spiritual woods needed for cultivation later on. His meaning was clear at this point. Since their greatest ambition was only to form a golden core and live for 1,000 years. Therefore, the 10,000 woods true skill, which is safer and faster to cultivate in the early stages, is undoubtedly much more practical than the Golden Cauldron profound skill. However, can merely living for 1,000 years truly satisfy Zhou Chun? He came to this world, a world where one can cultivate immortality and seek longevity, just to live a few hundred years longer than ordinary mortals? In this world where there are no nascent soul stage monsters who can live for at least 3,000 years, can living for only 1,000 years satisfy a transmigrator like him? No. Absolutely not. A sudden cry rang out in Zhou Chun's heart, absolutely unwilling to set his life's goal solely at the golden core stage. Then he straightened up, the heavy look in his eyes vanishing, and looked resolutely at the clan leader, Zhou, saying, "This junior has made his decision. I have decided to cultivate the Golden Cauldron profound art." Hearing this, Zhou Daoi's expression changed, and he frowned, looking at him and asking, "Why? Can you tell me why?" Zhou Chun replied firmly, "Because of hope. This junior doesn't want to walk a dead end with no hope. Even if it seems wide, flat, and easy to traverse." Hearing this, Zhou Daoi retorted, "But if you choose the Golden Cauldron profound art, you might fall off a cliff and die before you even set foot on the path." Zhou Chun shook his head, saying, "A dead end without hope will cause immense suffering, but a path full of hope, no matter how rugged and steep, will be walked with hope." At this point, he raised his head high, his voice filled with fervor, and said, "This junior is willing to be that person full of hope, even if it means death." The cultivation techniques will be a major selling point later in this book. In the desert, the descriptions of the techniques are somewhat vague. I, a useless cultivator, would like to describe them clearly, but Alice. In short, this book will combine the advantages of the previous 3 books, and will provide more detailed descriptions and explanations of all aspects. For example, the Dragon Transformation Sect has the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, so what kind of sect protecting methods will the Green Lotus Sect and the Moon Wheel Sect have? Chapter 138 Stealing and Scoundrels, Elder bestows treasure. "Even if I die, I will not regret it." Hearing Zhou Chun utter these 4 words, Zhou Daoi was deeply shocked by his resolute expression. A cultivator who had just successfully established his foundation, a young cultivator who had achieved this at the age of 36, actually had the courage to utter such words. He could disregard his remaining 200 years of lifespan and make such a selfless decision to pursue the Dao. This was truly astonishing. It deeply shocked Zhou Daoi. Perhaps I now understand why I didn't dare choose to cultivate these top-tier techniques back then. As the ancients said, if I hear the Dao in the morning, I can die content in the evening. Those who lack a true determination to sacrifice themselves for the Dao are indeed unworthy of cultivating these top-tier techniques that lead to immortality, he muttered to himself, a feeling of shame involuntarily rising within him. Yes, when they were scheming and calculating, only thinking about choosing a technique that would be safe for them, allowing them to cultivate to the Purple Mansion or Golden Core stages and live for hundreds more years, they had already lost their heart for the Dao. Those ordinary cultivation techniques, whether the first type that grants immense power and supernatural abilities or the second type that rapidly improves magical power, almost never lead to the nascent soul stage. Their existence is merely a result of later generations, aware of the difficulty of cultivation, modifying and abridged the top-tier techniques left by their predecessors, resulting in 2 types of flawed products. These flawed products seem better, lacking the risk of death after cultivation. However, they actually predetermined the fate of those who cultivated them from the outset. They were nothing more than a group of petty, hopeless individuals with no hope of achieving the great Dao. Nothing more than a group of petty, greedy people who could only live a few hundred years longer than humans. Indeed, in the current cultivation world, the number of cultivators far surpasses that of ancient times. Humanity's current status is largely thanks to these 2 flawed techniques that created a large number of Foundation Establishment, Purple Mansion, and Golden Core cultivators. However, in terms of truly top-tier power, the current cultivation world is far inferior to that of ancient times. After all, in ancient times, every cultivator practiced top-tier techniques like the Golden Cauldron profound art, and every one of them possessed a heart set on pursuing immortality. Although many perished on this path, none of them regretted embarking on it. Compared to these seekers who dared to face the perils of the Great Dao and the threat of death, most cultivators today are indeed lacking in their resolve to seek the Dao. Alright, since you are so determined and your resolve is so firm, I will not try to persuade you any further. As long as you don't regret it. Zhou Daoi finally nodded to Zhou Chun with a complex expression, no longer attempting to change his mind. "Thank you for your support, clan chief. I will never regret it," Zhou Chun replied firmly. Then Zhou Daoi instructed him to carefully put away the translated Jade Book of the Golden Cauldron profound art, return the other items to their original places, and recast the protective shield on the stone platform. He then left the stone chamber with Zhou Chun and returned to this Hongping Hall. The translated version of the Golden Cauldron profound technique will be kept with you for your convenience in studying it at any time. However, if you leave the family, remember not to take it with you. This technique is extremely difficult to master, and the resources required for initial cultivation are considerable. Study it carefully first, and if you have any needs later, let the family know, and the family will provide assistance as appropriate. In short, Don't rush into cultivation immediately. Prepare thoroughly before attempting it. You are now a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Time is not an issue. Inside this haunting hall, Zhou, having returned, once again gave Zhou Chun a series of earnest admonitions, urging him to be extremely careful. Aside from these, Zhou couldn't say anything else now, nor could he offer any cultivation advice. Few members of the Zhou family dared to choose to cultivate these top-tier techniques in the past, let alone now. The last cultivator to cultivate a top-tier technique and achieve considerable success was Yu Jinghua, the Golden Core cultivator now deeply hated by the Zhou family. After giving his earnest instructions, Zhou pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Now that you have chosen your cultivation method, choose a day to accompany me to visit the Supreme Elder and receive the magical artifact bestowed upon you by him." "Yes, I understand," Zhou Chun replied, and immediately took his leave. For the next few days, Zhou Chun did nothing but study the Jade Book. After carefully studying the cultivation method of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art and the 4 outer chapters on self-defense, Zhou Chun discovered that, with sufficient preparation, the Golden Cauldron Profound Art was not as dangerous as he had initially thought. While the first forging of the Dao Cauldron was indeed extremely dangerous, the subsequent reforging, though always life-threatening, had a high success rate if one followed the effective methods summarized by senior cultivators and made adequate preparations. Even for the first forging of the Dao Cauldron, there were methods to help cultivators minimize the risk of their Qi and meridian shattering. Of course, none of those methods are easy to implement. Otherwise, the Zhou family wouldn't have only had one person successfully cultivate the Golden Cauldron Profound technique since it was obtained over 900 years ago, and that person ultimately died during the first attempt to reforge the cauldron. Protective meridian pills, nourishing meridian pills, and golden spirit key regulating powder, as long as these 3 items are prepared, allowing the main meridians to adapt to the impact of the golden energy beforehand, the chances of successfully forging the cauldron will greatly increase. Since the senior cultivator in the Zhou family was able to successfully cultivate the Golden Cauldron Profound technique using this method, then I certainly can too. Inside the room, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and boundless confidence surged within him. When he cultivated the Xinjin sword key, he had already experienced the pain of golden energy entering his body. But he also knew that while the entry of golden energy into the body was dangerous, it was not insurmountable. And the power of the Xinjin sword key was entirely commensurate with the suffering he had endured. Although the Golden Cauldron Profound technique is extremely difficult to master, Zhou Chun believed that once he successfully entered the basics, he would be virtually invincible among his peers, unless he encountered another cultivator practicing a top-tier technique. With this plan in mind, Zhou Chun went to see the clan leader, Zhou, and then proceeded to the cave dwelling of the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming atop Pagoda Peak. Zhou Chun had always been curious about the cave dwellings of Purple Mansion stage cultivators. Entering the cave dwelling of Supreme Elder Zhou Ming with the clan leader Zhou satisfied his curiosity. Zhou Ming's cave dwelling was located about 50 zang below the summit of Pagoda Peak, a typical embedded cave dwelling. An embedded cave dwelling is created when a cultivator uses great magical power to carve open the mountain, excavating a vast space within and dividing it into stone chambers for different purposes. The advantages of this type of cave dwelling are numerous. First, it offers security and seclusion. Located deep within the mountain, it is reinforced by multiple arrays, making it difficult for outsiders to discover. To threaten the cultivators inside, one would have to shatter the mountain and split the earth. Second, it facilitates the absorption of spiritual energy from the spiritual veins. After all, spiritual veins are usually underground, and many points where spiritual energy converge are also underground. Third, it provides excellent privacy. The thick mountain walls and heavy stone doors isolate the cave, making it difficult even for a golden core cultivator outside to penetrate the walls and doors with their divine sense to see inside. Zhou Ming's cave dwelling's stone doors are 3 zang thick and made of a hard stone called Chongsun stone. Entering through the main gate, there is a corridor leading to several stone chambers for different purposes, each also protected by thick stone doors. This arrangement is somewhat reminiscent of the secret underground bases in science fiction movies Zhou Chun had seen in his previous life. The lighting inside the cave wasn't provided by sunlight stones, but by much more advanced sunbeam pearls, a special magical artifact capable of absorbing free spiritual energy to create light. Zhou Chun also noticed that the air inside the cave was very smooth, proving that there were ventilation shafts in places he couldn't see, leading directly to the outside and circulating outside air inside. After walking a distance along the cave corridor with the clan leader Zhou Chun entered a stone chamber with its doors wide open. Inside the stone chamber, there were various tables, chairs, and even some green potted plants, suggesting it was a reception room. The Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde was sitting in the head chair. Upon seeing this, Zhou and Zhou Chun immediately bowed and said, "Junior greets the Supreme Elder, no need for formalities, please take your seats." Zhou Mingde waved his hand, gesturing for the two to sit down. Upon seeing this, the two thanked him again, saying, "Thank you for the seats, Supreme Elder." Then they sat down together in the guest seats. After sitting down, Zhou bowed to Zhou Mingde and said, "Reporting to the Supreme Elder, Zhang has now chosen his main cultivation method. I brought him here to pay his respects to the Supreme Elder in the hope that he will listen to your teachings." This was, of course, just polite talk. After all, they couldn't very well say they were here to ask for something. Zhou Mingde was well aware of this. However, he wasn't in a hurry to give Zhou Chun the item, but instead looked at Zhou Chun and said, "I told you a few days ago about your choice to cultivate the Golden Cauldron Profound technique. I must say, you have considerable ambition and great courage." Zhou Chun's brow twitched slightly upon hearing this, but he remained silent. Zhou Mingde was merely stating his opinion of him, not asking anything, and a reply wasn't necessary. Seeing his silence, Zhou Mingde seemed to understand his meaning. He immediately nodded and said, "Of course, don't worry. Since you've made your choice and are willing to bear the consequences, no one will stop you from following your own path." Then, he added in a deep voice, "However, I still suggest you study the cultivation insights left by that senior cultivator in the family, and gather the large amount of golden energy needed to forge the cauldron. Even if it takes 10 or 8 years, it's worth it. This way, during this preparation time, you can take over Dao Yi's responsibilities, allowing Dao Yi to focus on cultivating and breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage." So this was the condition for bestowing 2 second-tier magic artifacts upon him? Hearing Zhou Mingde's words, Zhou Chun quickly understood their deeper meaning. Clearly, given the considerable chance of failure and death in cultivating the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, Zhou Mingde was worried that if he failed and died, it would cause a great loss to the Zhou family. That loss would not only come from losing a foundation establishment cultivator, but also be a major obstacle to the patriarch Zhou Daoyi's breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage. If Zhou Chun, the carefully nurtured deputy clan leader, were to die prematurely, Zhou Daoyi would have no choice but to continue as clan leader, focusing his energy on managing clan affairs. This would naturally pose a significant obstacle to Zhou Chun's ascension to the Purple Mansion realm. Compared to Zhou Daoyi, whose lifespan wasn't particularly long and couldn't withstand many more years of delay, Zhou Chun, at only 36, was still young even if the delay lasted another 10 or 8 years, and it wouldn't have a major impact on his future path. To be honest, if it were for someone else, Zhou Chun would definitely be extremely unwilling at this moment, even preferring to forego those 2 second-tier magic artifacts. However, clan leader Zhou Daoyi had shown him great kindness, a kindness that no one in the Zhou family could match. For the sake of clan leader Zhou Daoyi's path, Zhou Chun was willing to delay his own path for 10 or 8 years, and therefore wasn't so resistant. Therefore, after glancing at the clan leader Zhou Daoyi beside him, he replied in a low voice, "Yes, this junior will certainly follow the teachings of the Supreme Elder and will manage the clan affairs diligently." "Very good, with your words, I am relieved." Zhou Mingde nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with Zhou Chun's answer. Then he reached out and patted his storage bag, from which 2 beams of spiritual light flew out and landed in mid-air in front of him. The 2 items were a long nail gleaming with golden spiritual light and a token gleaming with yellow spiritual light. Exactly 2 second-tier low-grade magic weapons, one for offense and one for defense. These 2 magic weapons are spoils of war that I obtained from killing enemies before. Their power is quite good, so I bestow them upon you as a means of self-defense, Zhou Mingde said, waving his sleeve and pushing them in front of Zhou Chun. "Yes, this junior thanks the Supreme Elder for bestowing these treasures," Zhou Chun respectfully replied, and readily accepted the 2 magical artifacts into his pocket. After listening to a few words of encouragement from Zhou Mingde, he left the cave with the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi. Oops, I got yesterday's chapter title wrong, it should have been chapter 136. 2 chapters have been completed today, and I'm writing the 3rd now. If it's finished before 11 p.m. tonight, I'll consider it a bonus chapter. Chapter 139 Reforming the Family, Cultivating the Secret Technique of Beast-Taming. After returning from Elder Zhou Ming's cave, Zhou Chun had a heart-to-heart talk with Clan Chief Zhou Daoai. Following this, Clan Chief Zhou Daoai officially retired to the background, focusing on his cultivation. Zhou Chun, on the other hand, began to exercise the clan chief's power as deputy clan chief. He first did three things. First, he ordered the spirit beast shop in the market to place an order with Xianbao Pavilion for 2 magical artifacts capable of collecting and containing golden energy. Second, he posted a task for collecting golden energy within the clan, instructing key refining cultivators to use their previously used gourd magical artifacts to collect it. Finally, he used his connections within the clan to procure 2 types of elixirs, the Pulse Protection Pill and the Pulse Nourishing Pill, as well as the materials for refining the golden spirit key regulating powder. Having made arrangements for his own cultivation, Zhou Chun then began reforming the Zhou family's administration. He first invited several elders and clan chief Zhou Daoai to this Hongping Hall for a high-level elders meeting, where they approved a plan to appoint mortal clan members to work on the mountain. Then, he had a group of ordinary people he had secretly gathered and trained brought to the mountain. After 3 migrations, the Zhou family had now brought nearly 50,000 ordinary people from Fen Kingdom, the vast majority of whom were young and strong men and women. Those Zhou family members still remaining in Fen Kingdom were mostly old and weak, unable to adapt to large-scale long-distance migrations, and therefore no longer capable of such migrations. So, unless they had the willpower to travel thousands of miles to Jing Kingdom to reunite, the Zhou family would not be able to migrate any more ordinary people. With these 50,000 ordinary people as their base, the Zhou family could multiply to hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in Jing Kingdom within a century. The group of ordinary people Zhou Chun brought to the mountain were carefully selected from these 50,000. There were 70 of them, the vast majority of whom were energetic young men. 6 of the mortals were left on Pagoda Peak by Zhou Chun, with 4 skilled in arithmetic and statistics serving as scribes to record the daily affairs handled by him, the clan leader. 2 burly men were assigned as guards at the palace gates, responsible for relaying messages. The remaining 12 mortals, quite familiar with medicinal herbs, were sent to 100 Herbs Peak to assist in tending the mountain's spiritual herbs and perform various chores. 36 were sent to the Beast Garden to help feed the demonic beasts and do various tasks. Another 16 were sent to the other 8 peaks to assist their peak masters in compiling various statistical data. This was the initial arrangement for the mortals going up the mountain. However, Zhou Chun's reforms for the Zhou family did not stop there. In his envisioned plan, the Zhou family would establish multiple branches, each corresponding to a specific area of affairs, with the peak masters becoming merely honorary figures. However, to realize this plan, he not only needed to persuade the peak masters but also needed to find suitable leaders and personnel for each branch. Therefore, after these mortals had taken their positions, he did several other things. First, he had the peak masters record the cultivation changes of each family cultivator, reporting monthly. Second, he compiled statistics on each cultivator's specialties, their spirit pets, and the family missions they had performed. On the other hand, he personally took time to summon each family member to this Hongping Hall to inquire if they were interested in any particular area or had any intention of serving the family in any way. Next, Zhou Chun asked the family members to recommend trustworthy rogue cultivators, and his information on these rogue cultivators was also registered and compiled into a book for future reference. Finally, Zhou Chun proposed establishing a list called the Family Contribution List. This list would compile a list of the top 10 family members who made the greatest contributions to the family each year, awarding them extra rewards. It would also list the 5 family members who made the lowest contributions each year. This list would be posted outside the Zhou family ancestral hall, and all family members could check it at any time. Because these measures and reforms didn't touch the bottom line of the clan members much, at most they only wasted some of their time on some statistical surveys, so they were all successfully implemented. As for the clan contribution ranking list, since it was newly established and the first year's results hadn't been officially posted, it also hadn't attracted much attention from the Zhou family members. While many Zhou family cultivators were busy with Zhou Chun's orders, he went to Flying Stone Peak. The peak master of Flying Stone Peak, Zhou Daoquan, was currently in seclusion breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage, and no news had come out. Fortunately, the guardian of the library, the Azure Wood Spirit Ape, was still dutifully guarding the place. Upon arriving, Zhou Chun immediately reached into his storage bag and took out several spirit fruits and a jar of spirit fruit wine. Then, smiling slightly at the already eager-looking giant ape, he said, "Elder Ape, these few spirit pears and this jar of 100 fruit wine were specially collected and purchased from the market by my people. Would you like to try them?" Hearing this, the giant ape immediately cried out, "Good lad, it seems you haven't been a useless deputy clan leader. Let this old ape have a taste." Although it spoke in ape language, Zhou Chun, who is already quite familiar with ape language, understood its meaning. He immediately placed a drop of the contents in the ape's hand, nodded, and said, "Then Elder Ape, please enjoy them slowly. I'll go upstairs to choose a secret technique." Clan leader Zhou Daowei had promised Zhou Chun that after he reached Foundation Establishment, he could choose and practice all the Zhou family's cultivation techniques and secret arts. He had come to the library today to choose a secret technique. Since he couldn't learn the Golden Cauldron profound art for the time being and his cultivation level couldn't be improved, Zhou Chun planned to use his original meditation time to practice several other secret techniques. Of course, with his current cultivation level, he certainly wouldn't cultivate the ordinary secret techniques on the second floor, but rather secret techniques that would be of great use even to Foundation Establishment cultivators. After Zhou Chun became the vice clan leader, Zhou Daowei taught him the activation techniques for the restrictions in places like the library. He had learned and mastered them all these days. Now, he opened the restriction on the second floor of the library, and all the secret techniques and cultivation methods collected inside appeared in his sight. Looking at the bookshelf labeled cultivation methods, a strange light flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he immediately walked over. Although he had come to select secret techniques, there was no harm in looking at these cultivation methods. He casually picked up a cultivation method called Stone Dragon Technique and opened it to read. This Stone Dragon Technique was the kind of cultivation method that could grant the user powerful divine abilities after cultivation. As long as the first level was successfully cultivated, it would come with two powerful divine abilities, Spirit Transformation Stone Dragon and Stone Dragon Battle Armor. Judging from the descriptions above, the power of these two supernatural abilities is likely no less than that of the two supernatural abilities attached to the 10,000 Wood True Technique. Similarly, to successfully cultivate the Stone Dragon Technique, one needs the assistance of valuable spiritual materials such as Earth Elemental Stone and Earth Spirit Jade, though there's no record of any danger in its cultivation. However, the cultivation speed of the Stone Dragon Technique is extremely slow. There are examples left by senior cultivators of the Zhou family, even a cultivator with superior spiritual root aptitude, without consuming any pills to enhance their mana cultivation, would take almost 100 years to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Based on this calculation, the time required to break through from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage will only be much longer. Even if one could cultivate this technique to the Purple Mansion stage using pills, the slow cultivation speed would make further advancement incredibly difficult. After all, the higher the level, the fewer mana-enhancing pills suitable for high-level cultivators become. When Zhou Chun was in the key refining stage, he could buy pills to improve his magical power cultivation as long as he had spiritual coins. However, pills that could improve the magical power cultivation of Foundation Establishment cultivators were in short supply and difficult to find in ordinary market shops. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun shook his head and put the pill back. He then took out a cultivation manual called Condensing Yuan Technique from the lower level and began to read it. Compared to the previous Stone Dragon Technique, this Condensing Yuan Technique was completely different. Cultivating Condensing Yuan Technique did not require any spiritual materials, and any cultivator who had just successfully established their Foundation Establishment could cultivate it. However, after successfully cultivating this technique, one would only gain a Spirit Gathering Technique, a supernatural ability without any combat capabilities, which could accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy and speed up cultivation. Even a cultivator with a mid-grade spiritual root could cultivate to the mid-foundation establishment stage within 50 years with this Spirit Gathering Technique and without consuming any pills to improve their magical power cultivation. Even from the mid-foundation establishment stage to the late foundation establishment stage would not take more than 80 years, and there would be very few bottlenecks in between. In other words, ideally, if a cultivator with a mid-grade spiritual root successfully establishes their foundation at 60 and chooses to cultivate the Condensing Yuan Technique, They will likely reach the late stage of foundation establishment before the age of 200, with a chance to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. It seems quite good. However, unless you are a descendant of a high-level cultivator who can cultivate within the sect without ever having to go out and fight, you will inevitably have to go out and fight other cultivators and demonic beasts. If you are a rogue cultivator who has just established your foundation and doesn't even have a second-tier magic weapon, after cultivating the condensing yuan technique, you'll likely only be able to bully first-tier demonic beasts. You'll have to run away at the first second-tier one you encounter. Even if you are a family cultivator with a second-tier magic weapon provided by your family, you can only fight weaker second-tier demonic beasts. You'll still be no match for stronger ones. Furthermore, if one encounters a foundation establishment cultivator who also possesses a second-tier magic weapon, and whose cultivation technique includes powerful offensive divine abilities, then even escape might be difficult. Like the foundation establishment rogue cultivator Shen Han that Zhou Chun fought, it seemed that Shen Han never used any powerful divine abilities to attack him, relying solely on magic weapons and spells. He was most likely a foundation establishment cultivator who prioritized rapid cultivation speed and practiced a technique similar to the condensing yuan technique. Of course, techniques like the condensing yuan technique, which extremely emphasize cultivation speed, are not the absolute mainstream. Many second-tier techniques, while also pursuing cultivation speed, often also consider self-defense and protection. For example, the cultivation techniques practiced by the Zhou family's foundation establishment cultivators achieve about 70% of the speed of the condensing yuan technique, and their accompanying divine abilities are mostly defensive and escape techniques, making their survival ability in dangerous situations much stronger. In short, after reading the introductions to these cultivation techniques, Zhou Chun felt even more fortunate about his decision to cultivate top-tier techniques, and his resolve became even stronger. He quickly left the cultivation technique area and went to the area where secret techniques were stored. The Zhou family had collected quite a few secret techniques suitable for foundation establishment cultivators, but many of them had rather demanding cultivation conditions. Zhou Chun was already struggling to cultivate just the Golden Cauldron Profound technique, so he had no energy left to spare for those overly complex secret techniques. Therefore, his purpose this time was very clear: to cultivate the beast-taming secret techniques that the Zhou family relied on for its inheritance. Speaking of which, although the Zhou family was a beast-taming family, apart from most of the clansmen taming demonic beasts and spirit pets and possessing some skills in taming spirit beasts, they never seemed to have displayed any powerful beast-taming secret techniques. This gave people the impression that they were not living up to their reputation. In fact, that was all an illusion. Since the Zhou family regarded beast-taming techniques as a family inheritance, they naturally had beast-taming secret techniques to match it. Leaving aside Zhou Chun's previous use of the soul control blood array and other contractual techniques, the Zhou family's truly powerful beast-taming secret techniques all require foundation establishment cultivation to cultivate, and many also have requirements regarding the strength of the demonic beasts or spirit pets. For example, the beast-taming secret technique Zhou Daoi used could activate the dragon bloodline within the Azure Cloud Python, allowing it to transform into a dragon and wreak havoc. Zhou Chun's main purpose in coming to the library this time was also for this kind of secret technique. After searching the bookshelves, he quickly found the jade slip recording this secret technique, Ancestral Revival. When used on demonic beasts containing top-tier demonic beast bloodlines, it can activate the ancestral blood within them, allowing them to briefly enter an ancestral state and master some of the ancestral supernatural abilities at that level. The demonic beast receiving the technique must have a minimum cultivation level of 2nd rank, must have a contractual relationship with the spellcaster, and must not resist the spellcaster's power. Simultaneously, the concentration of ancestral bloodline within its body must also reach a certain level. The higher the bloodline concentration, the stronger the amplification after receiving the technique. That's right, the secret technique Zhou Daoi used wasn't the one Zhou Chun originally thought specifically designed for the dragon race. It was a technique effective against many powerful and potentially potent types of demonic beasts. However, while every foundation establishment cultivator in the Zhou family could cultivate this technique, very few possessed demonic beasts that met the requirements, so not everyone could master it. Besides the ancestral revival beast-taming technique, Zhou Chun also chose another, beast spirit armor. When used on a demonic beast, beast spirit armor could stimulate its own magical power, condensing a powerful spiritual armor to protect it. The strength of the armor depended on both the beasts and the user's cultivation levels. Actually, the Zhou family had several other beast-taming techniques, but Zhou Chun knew that trying to learn too much at once was counterproductive. He decided to master these two first before moving on to the others. Phew, extra chapter done. There are only 2 hours left, and I haven't even showered yet. I won't be able to finish writing a chapter. I'll update tomorrow morning's chapter at noon. Chapter 140 Zheng Yang's Transformation, a Millennium Plan. 9 Peaks Ridge. The Zhou family estate at 9 Peaks Ridge was bustling with activity on this day. Many Zhou family cultivators gathered near the mountain gate entrance, ready to welcome back their returning warriors. Indeed, today was the day the Zhou family cultivators who had been sent on a campaign to Yunzhao returned. After being stationed in Yunzhao for over a year, the Zhou family cultivators who had been conscripted were finally able to return home. This wasn't because the war between Yunzhao and the Dragon Transformation Sect had ended, but rather because, after coordination and discussion between the Qinglian Temple and other factions of the Jing Kingdom, reinforcements from other factions and states of the Jing Kingdom had arrived on the Yunzhao battlefield. With the addition of these fresh troops, the number of Jing Kingdom cultivators in Yunzhao was quite abundant. Therefore, the Qinglian Temple allowed the cultivators from Lanzhou, Lingshao, and Lianshao who had been urgently conscripted to fight to return home to recuperate. Of the 14 key refining stage cultivators who had gone there initially, only 7 had returned alive, 2 of whom were crippled, missing arms and eyes. At this moment, led by Zhou Jiaru, the 4th elder of the Zhou family, a group of Zhou family cultivators slowly walked into the mountain gate that had been opened for them. They then saw Zhou Chun, Zhou Jiak, and as many as 60 or 70 other Zhou family cultivators of varying ranks standing before them. Even Zhou Jiaru, who was unaware of the situation, was stunned by this lineup. He had never expected so many family members to be there to welcome them. Facing the astonished faces of the group, Zhou Chun opened his arms and said with a broad smile, "Welcome back, brave warriors who have been out on campaign. You are all heroes of the family, and the family is proud to have such fearless members like you. On behalf of all the cultivators of the family, I sincerely thank you for your sacrifices and contributions to the family." He then bowed deeply to the group. Looking at them with sincere eyes, he said, welcome home, welcome home." Behind Zhou Chun, Zhou Jia and the other Zhou family cultivators echoed in unison, their faces also filled with smiles. This scene made Zhou Jiaru and the others, who were already in a good mood because they were finally able to return home, feel extremely comfortable and satisfied. Their faces were filled with happy and excited smiles. "You kid, you always manage to come up with something new." Zhou Jiaru stepped forward with a smile and patted Zhou Chun's shoulder heavily, clearly very satisfied with the show Zhou Chun had put on. Although everyone knew that these family cultivators who had been conscripted were actually cannon fodder and unlucky victims, no one could deny that their expedition had solved a problem for the family and provided other clansmen with a stable opportunity to cultivate. Calling them heroes of the family was not unreasonable. And these Zhou family cultivators, who had initially felt abandoned, now saw the vice-patriarch and elders welcoming them with so many clansmen. That feeling of abandonment was undoubtedly greatly reduced. If they had really been abandoned, why would they have put on such a grand welcome? So, people's hearts are fickle. For some people who know how to manipulate people's hearts, there are always many ways to make those who have changed their minds turn back to them. Zhou Chun wasn't exactly a master manipulator, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so old and still single in his previous life. But even if he hadn't eaten pork, he'd seen pigs walk. While he wasn't a master manipulator, he knew some ways to win people over and influence their hearts. When these methods were combined with the power and influence he now possessed, the effect was naturally excellent. Can the joy an ordinary person derives from doing a good deed and being praised by another ordinary person compare to the joy of being praised by the ruler of a nation? Can it compare to being praised by the entire nation? This is a simple and easy to understand truth. Of course, Zhou Chun also knew that mere verbal praise could only bring temporary happiness. Once the initial excitement wore off, a sense of emptiness was more likely to erode their hearts. Therefore, he prepared tangible benefits for all the returning Zhou family cultivators. These included substantial rewards for good deeds, spirit coins, and exemption from all family duties for 3 years. Even fallen cultivators received these benefits, which would be inherited by their immediate family members if they had any direct relatives among them. With both face and substance secured, the returning Zhou family cultivators naturally had no more complaints. Even the battlefield experiences that had previously terrified and pained them now became bragging rights, even more effective in arguments. When a real argument broke out, they would simply lift their clothes, revealing the scars from their wounds, and excitedly proclaim, "I shed blood for the Zhou family. I rendered meritorious service to the Zhou family. I took bullets for you." Even senior Zhou family cultivators without such experiences would likely be speechless, their momentum immediately weakened. "I never imagined so much would happen in the family while I was only gone for a little over a year. 13th brother, you not only successfully established your foundation, but you also became the family's vice patriarch, fully in charge of family affairs." On Baozi Peak, in his own living room, the returned Zhou Zhengyang looked at his cousin with a face full of emotion and amazement. Although he had gained something from his year-long campaign, breaking through to the 10th level of the key refining stage. However, compared to Zhou Chun's successful foundation establishment, it was clearly nothing. Zhou Chun, hearing his sigh, simply smiled and said nothing. Many people had already said similar things. He gently picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip of tea, and then looked at Zhou Zhengyang with a slight look of surprise, saying, "Brother Yang, you seem to have gained quite a bit too. Not only has your cultivation improved, but your spirit and temperament are also very different from before. It seems you've experienced quite a lot in the past year." Hearing this, Zhou Zhengyang's gaze sharpened, and then, as if remembering something, he sighed softly with a slightly dazed expression. "Yes, I have indeed experienced a lot. Then may I tell you about it?" Zhou Chun asked curiously. Zhou Zhengyang hesitated for a moment, but then nodded slightly, saying, "Then I'll tell you, 13th brother. It turned out that after arriving in Yunzhou, he had experienced 20 or 30 battles, large and small, in just over a year. These battles included skirmishes and offensive and defensive battles. The enemy included both official members of the Dragon Transformation Sect and rogue cultivators who had defected under its influence. The battle that truly impacted Zhou Zhengyang the most was the attack on the Dragon Transformation Sect's stronghold. In that battle, 2 Zhou family cultivators perished and 1 was crippled. What was initially thought to be an easy victory turned into a Pyrrhic one, achieved only through betrayal. Ironically, the traitor was Zhou Zhengyang's comrade-in-arms, with whom he had developed a good relationship over the past 6 months. In this battle, Zhou Zhengyang not only lost 2 clansmen and a friend, but he and his spirit pet, the crimson-tailed monkey, were also severely injured, requiring 2 to 3 months of recovery. As Zhou Zhengyang spoke, he murmured softly, "After that battle, while I was recovering from my injuries, I often saw strange looks from everyone, wondering if they had also been bribed by the Dragon Transformation Sect. Even my own clansmen couldn't fully trust me anymore." Hearing this, Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow and pressed, "And then what happened?" "After I recovered, I was transferred to the front lines and participated in the battle again, where I was saved by a teammate I had only recently formed. That's when I realized that this is war. This is what the cultivation world is really like." Zhou Zhengyang paused, looking intently at Zhou Chun, and said, "Once on the battlefield, we should always be vigilant. Even with comrades we've shared life and death with, but we should also maintain trust in our comrades, even those we've only recently met. Once we've chosen to team up, we should believe they will come to our aid in times of danger." He then waved his hand, saying, "This is my experience and understanding. I hope it won't disappoint you, 13th brother." "Of course not." Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Zhengyang with admiration in his eyes, saying, "Brother Yang, your experience has indeed tested humanity and tempered the heart. Judging from your experience and your own insights, you are clearly much stronger now than you were before going to Yunzhou." Indeed, Zhou Chun could see that Zhou Zhengyang's actual combat ability and mental resilience were far superior to before. Since ancient times, war has been the fastest way for men to grow. Men who have experienced the baptism of brutal war become stronger both physically and mentally. Even cultivators are no exception. In Zhou Chun's eyes, the former Zhou Zhengyang was merely a cultivator with some talent and beast breeding skills, capable of being a good beast farm manager. His loyal and righteous character could be used to confidently place him in important management positions. But now, he felt that Zhou Zhengyang's potential had increased, and he possessed the value to support his foundation establishment, allowing him to play a greater role within the family in the future. Moreover, compared to many cultivators in the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengyang possesses an even more significant value. He has a wife and children, both of whom are cultivators. From the family's perspective, a clansman with descendants is undoubtedly more important than a clansman without descendants of similar abilities. Even disregarding his personal relationship with Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun, now the vice patriarch of the Zhou family, has reason to treat him differently because of this. At this moment, Zhou Chun seemed to have noticed something and suddenly said to Zhou Chun with a serious expression, "I know you, 13th brother, have great ambitions and aspirations. Now that you have become the vice patriarch and are in charge of all family affairs, it's time for you to realize your ambitions. I dare not say anything else, but if the family needs my help in any way, I will absolutely not hesitate." For a key refining cultivator to say such things to a foundation establishment cultivator would be unbelievable to outsiders. Even within cultivation families, few key refining cultivators dare to say such things. But he had the courage to say it now. Zhou Chun understood that this was both because he had gained great courage after his life or death experience, and because of Zhou Chun's deep affection for him, treating him like family. So he immediately nodded formally and said, "I will. I'm sure I'll need your help sometime, Brother Yang, then I'll be ready to await your orders." Zhou Chun grinned, seemingly very satisfied with Zhou Chun's answer. After chatting for a while longer, Zhou Chun didn't take up any more of Zhou Chun's time and quickly took his leave, allowing him to confide in his wife and children. It seemed like double happiness. Not long after Zhou Chun and his fellow cultivators returned to their family, Zhou Daoquan, the third elder of the Zhou family, who had been in seclusion for several years, successfully broke through to the late foundation establishment stage and emerged from seclusion. Thus, the Zhou family now had two late foundation establishment cultivators. And since Zhou Daoquan was only a little over 170 years old, he also had the potential to break through to the Purple Mansion stage in the future. It was just that he was a little unlucky. Zhou Daoquan had obtained the opportunity to transform into a dragon due to his spirit pet and was also preparing to break through to the Purple Mansion stage. Given the Zhou family's current strength, simultaneously supporting two foundation establishment cultivators to break through to the Purple Mansion realm is somewhat unrealistic. Perhaps one of them will have to find their own breakthrough opportunity later. But that's a matter for the future. At least for now, because Zhou Daoquan successfully broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, all the cultivators in the Zhou family are in high spirits. This is what a vibrant family should look like, what a thriving family should look like. I didn't expect so many things to happen during my years of seclusion. The Mu family was destroyed and rebuilt, and a dragon transformation sect protector died in the siege of the Supreme Elder and his group. And you, kid, not only did you successfully establish your foundation establishment, but you also became the family's vice patriarch, officially assuming the patriarch's duties. On Flying Stone Peak, when Zhou Chun came alone to congratulate Zhou Daoquan, who had just emerged from seclusion, this Zhou family elder looked at the young junior who was now at the same level as him, and thinking about the various news he had just learned, he was filled with emotion. Hearing his lament, Zhou Chun's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but smile. "Elder, you have indeed missed many things. If you regret not participating in these matters, how about helping me with a comprehensive reform of the family? I can assure you, this comprehensive reform will be a momentous event that will impact the Zhou family for 1,000 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a millennium-long plan." His tone became extremely solemn at the end. This change in tone made Zhou Daoquan narrow his eyes, looking at him with surprise. Then, he said gravely, "Judging from your tone, this reform must be quite extraordinary." He then asked, "Does the Supreme Elder know about your comprehensive family reform?" "Has he agreed?" "I plan to obtain the consent of all the elders first, and then invite the Supreme Elder to make the final decision." Zhou Chun calmly uttered the words that made Zhou Daoquan's expression change. First update of the day, one more tonight. Chapter 141. Borrowing is unacceptable, an unwelcome guest arrives. Fishy Peak. After seeing Zhou Chun off, Zhou Daoquan's feelings were very complicated. He knew Zhou Chun was courageous and resourceful, but he hadn't expected him to be this bold. Whether it was choosing to cultivate the Golden Cauldron profound art, which hadn't been practiced for over 200 years, or wanting to carry out a major reform of the family's power structure shortly after becoming vice patriarch, these were things that ordinary people wouldn't dare to do, or even think about. They say a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. It seems that in some things, young people are indeed more determined and energetic than us old guys, he muttered to himself, a hint of anticipation appearing in his eyes. He wanted to see if the reforms Zhou Chun spoke of could be as good as he claimed. He also wanted to see if Zhou Chun could become the second Zhou family cultivator in 1,000 years to successfully cultivate the Golden Cauldron profound art. On the other side, after obtaining the support of the third elder Zhou Daoquan, Zhou Chun took his plan to see the returned fourth elder Zhou Jiaru, seeking his support. Unlike Zhou Daoquan, fourth elder Zhou Jiaru was less willing to express his opinion, only saying he would act according to the circumstances. Fifth elder Zhou Jiaru, on the other hand, needed no further explanation. Having received great kindness from Zhou Chun during his foundation establishment stage, he naturally supported Zhou Chun's reform plan. Besides these elders, second elder Zhou Chongshan was also a key figure Zhou Chun was trying to persuade. This highly respected Zhou family elder, in terms of seniority, cultivation, and status as the Zhou family's strongest array master, was effectively second only to Zhou Chun. If he could persuade him, his reform plan would be much more feasible. Not long after, he appeared on Array Profound Peak, where the second elder resided, and showed him his plan. After waiting for the other party to look at the plan for a while, he observed their expression and estimated that they should have finished reading it, so he spoke first. This junior knows that second elder, you most hope that the Zhou family can develop steadily. Just like an array, only when it operates stably can it play its best role. However, the way of arrays also has the concept of change. An array that cannot be changed is just a dead array. No matter how high its grade or how strong its power, it can be easily found to have flaws and broken. If you regard the family as an array, you should also know that if the array master can stably control the array, and then adapt to the situation and make various beneficial changes, then the power and mystery of the array can be better brought out. In his previous life, Zhou Chun had also worked in sales for a period of time, so he knew a little about how to persuade others. And catering to their interests was undoubtedly a very good method. Zhou Chongshan, the second elder of the Zhou family, was conservative in nature and not very interested in anything other than arrays. He had never even contracted a demon beast. So before trying to persuade the other party, he did some research, reading some annotations on the principles of formations by formation masters. Now, he was putting his newfound knowledge to use the concepts of stability and change from the principles of formations to apply to family governance. He hoped that the other party would understand his good intentions and agree to support him. After listening to his words, Zhou Chongshan raised his head slightly, looking at him with deep eyes, and said, "But how can you be sure that these changes you are about to make will definitely benefit the family? Although I am not very clever, I can see that many of these reforms you are implementing are manipulating people's hearts. But people's hearts are fickle. Today, they may be motivated by your actions to strive for the family and themselves, but tomorrow they may become despondent due to criticism, or even betray the family." At this point, his tone changed again, becoming heavy, and most importantly, our cultivation family values unity above all else. A major reason for this unity is that we are all of the same blood, naturally close to each other, and easily help one another. High-ranking cultivators within the family will not easily bully lower-ranking cultivators. If we use the incentive and elimination systems you mentioned, while it might indeed unleash the potential of some clansmen and bring in more elite and core members with stronger cultivation, it will also hurt the feelings of some lagging clansmen, causing them to completely lose their sense of belonging to the clan and disrupting clan unity. Have you considered this serious consequence? His tone was now heavily accusatory. Zhou Chun, after hearing this, fell silent, his expression slightly changing. In fact, Zhou Chun's reform plan was largely based on the corporate and national structures of his previous life, with some rules and regulations directly copied or slightly modified. Because countless companies and countries in his previous life used this structure, it proved to be very effective. This was why he was so confident that this reform could improve the overall strength of the Zhou family and make it even stronger. But now, after Zhou Chongshan's explanation, he suddenly realized that sometimes reforms that seem good for the collective aren't necessarily so good. They might even be undermining the very foundation of the collective. As Zhou Chongshan said, the Zhou family is a cultivation family. The natural kinship stemming from shared blood makes family cultivators inherently more united and reliable than those from sects. If someone betrays their sect for profit, half of 10 unrelated cultivators might despise that behavior. But if someone betrays even their parents and children for profit, 9 out of 10 unrelated cultivators would likely condemn them. What wouldn't someone who can betray their blood relatives betray? If the Zhou family adopts Zhou Chun's current reform plan, it might significantly boost the family's strength, but it will inevitably sow discord among the cultivators, creating barriers between the strong and the weak, making the previous intimacy impossible. In the long run, even if the family becomes stronger, what was once a large family might be reduced to countless smaller families, each member only close to and caring for their closest blood relatives. If the family faces a major crisis, it will be virtually impossible to unite these smaller families to face it together. At that time, the Zhou family was practically defunct. Thinking of this, Zhou Chun broke out in a cold sweat. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Chongxian, his forehead drenched in sweat, and hurriedly lowered his head, saying, "Second Elder's reprimand is correct." This junior misjudged the situation and failed to consider everything thoroughly. Then, after a pause, he raised his head again with a firm expression and said, "This junior will go back and revise the reform plan. The new reform plan will focus on family unity, ensuring that it truly benefits the family as a whole and every individual. Then you can go back now. I want to see just how much you can produce." Zhou Chongxian waved his hand, speaking non-committally. At this point, Zhou Chun was too embarrassed to make any boastful claims. He immediately retrieved the plan and slunk back to Pagoda Peak. Unexpectedly, he had only been back at Pagoda Peak for a short time when he was summoned by the clan head, Zhou Daoai. The two met at Zhou Daoai's residence, and Zhou Daoai smiled faintly at him, saying, "How was it? Got a scolding from the second elder, didn't you, clan chief? How did you know?" Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Daoai with astonishment, surprised that he knew what had happened. But he quickly recovered, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Yes, even the second elder could see it. How could you not?" He then looked at Zhou Daoai with a puzzled expression and asked, "Then why didn't you give me some pointers before?" After completing his reform plan, the first thing he showed it to clan chief Zhou Daoai was the one who promised to fully support his efforts in promoting the clan's reforms. Now, thinking back, Zhou Daoai's words had a hidden meaning. Faced with his question, Zhou Daoai calmly replied with an unchanging smile, "Because I also want to see how much you hold in the hearts of the elders, and I also want to see what insights they have regarding the family reforms." He then looked intently at Zhou Chun and said, "Even if the second elder doesn't reprimand you, when you finally come to me, I will remind you that it's impossible to truly implement the reforms according to your plan." "I see, I understand." Zhou Chun nodded, a slight bitterness in his heart, feeling somewhat hurt. He had never experienced such a setback before, having always had a smooth life, so his mood was naturally difficult to improve. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Zhou Daoai comforted him, saying, "Actually, we elders and I know of your good intentions. I've been considering reforming the family, however, with so many people in the family, each with different needs and abilities, satisfying their demands, developing their abilities, and without damaging their sense of belonging to the family is indeed a very difficult balance to strike. If you truly want to reform the family, then spend more time and effort carefully understanding the thoughts of each family member, understanding where their bottom line lies." He added leisurely, "Remember, haste makes waste. We cultivators have plenty of time. The family isn't in a situation where it will perish without reform." Hearing this comforting reassurance, Zhou Chun's mood improved somewhat. He also realized that he had indeed been somewhat too hasty. He immediately replied calmly, "This junior understands. This junior will certainly remember the clan leader's words today and continue to do a good job in the reform." It's good that you understand." Zhou Daoai nodded slightly before letting him leave. After that, Zhou Chun indeed stopped mentioning the reform and focused on diligently cultivating his secret techniques and handling clan affairs. He also, as instructed by clan leader Zhou Daoai, investigated each clan member's demands for the clan and their acceptable limits on reform. About half a year after Zhou Chun took over as deputy clan leader, the two magical artifacts he had ordered from the market that could collect and store golden energy arrived. These two artifacts were shaped like treasure bottles, and each artifact, when fully filled, was enough for him to replenish 4 strands of Xinjin sword ki. According to his estimation, the total amount of golden energy he needed to cultivate the golden cauldron profound technique for casting the cauldron would require about 10 such treasure bottles. However, storing golden energy didn't necessarily require such special artifacts. The collected golden energy could be stored in artificially created sealed chambers, restrained by arrays to prevent its dissipation. As long as it wasn't stored for a long time, its natural dissipation would be very slow, almost negligible. Therefore, 2 such special magical artifacts were sufficient for Zhou Chun's needs. He had paid a hefty price of 1,800 spirit coins for this. Once the artifacts were in place, Zhou Chun offered a high reward, offering a task to family cultivators to collect the golden energy for him. He even spread the news to the Wang, Sun, and He families, allowing their cultivators to also accept the task. Of course, if cultivators from other families outside the Zhou family accepted the task, they needed a guarantee from their family head. Otherwise, Zhou Chun would genuinely worry about someone embezzling his artifacts. While it was rare to have cultivators from friendly families accept tasks, it wasn't unusual. It was usually done when there was an urgent need for something. The Zhou family had previously helped other families find things, purely out of mutual benefit. It was at this time that good news also arrived from the Yunzhao battlefield. After receiving reinforcements from other forces in the Jing Kingdom, the Hulong sect's forces invading Yunzhao suffered a complete defeat, with many being wiped out and even 2 of their protectors killed. Having witnessed the Jing Kingdom's determination and power, the Hulong sect seemed to have lost heart and withdrew its main forces. Now, only a few scattered Hulong sect members remain in Yunzhao, looking for opportunities to cause trouble. After this great victory, the various forces in the Jing Kingdom seemed to have no intention of pursuing further, only establishing several large cultivator gathering places in Yunzhao as garrisons. From an overall perspective, the Hulong sect undoubtedly lost this battle, a complete and utter defeat. However, they also partially achieved their strategic objectives. Not only did they single-handedly incite the various factions in the Jing Kingdom to unite against them, probing the current relationships between these factions, but they also smuggled thousands of cultivators and millions of ordinary people away from Yunzhao. After this battle, the Hulong sect's name has once again spread throughout the Jing Kingdom, and the centuries-long ban imposed on other factions has become a mere shell of its former self. Furthermore, no one knows whether this disturbance in Jingguo was merely a preliminary probe by the Dragon Transformation Sect. Whether the Dragon Transformation Sect will launch even more ferocious attacks is something even the nascent soul stage elders of the various sects in Jingguo are unaware of. With the temporary end of the Yunzhao War, the various cultivation families in Lanzhou, who had been on edge for over a year, have completely lifted their restrictions, restoring everything to the state it was at the beginning of the Yunzhao War. In the Zhou family, Zhou Jiapeng and another Jia generation cultivator who obtained the ascension fruit also took this opportunity to begin their foundation establishment cultivation in seclusion. But just as the Zhou family, like other families, was completely unsealed due to the end of the Yunzhao War, an uninvited guest arrived outside Jilfang Ridge. The Zhou family of Jilfang Ridge, this must be it, in a forest outside the Zhou family's mountain gate, a strikingly beautiful woman in red was craning her neck, gazing intently at the distant Zhou family mountain gate. Second update delivered. Chapter 142 Madam, please have some self-respect, heartless man. At the entrance to the Zhou family's mountain gate at Jilfang Ridge, when the beautiful woman in red, who had been gazing at the gate for a long time, arrived and prepared to enter, a Zhou family cultivator responsible for registering those entering and exiting stared at her with slight surprise for a moment before saying, "This fellow Taoist seems unfamiliar. Have you never been to our Zhou family before? May I ask where you cultivated before?" Faced with this question, the beautiful woman in red smiled gracefully and replied, "That's right, this is indeed my first time visiting the Zhou family. I previously cultivated at the Mu family's place on Betrayal Mountain." Upon hearing her smile, the middle-aged Zhou family cultivator's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a sudden surge of attraction. He involuntarily said, "So you cultivated at the Mu family's place? No wonder you've come to our Zhou family now." It turned out that after the Mu family of Betrayal Mountain was destroyed, although it had been rebuilt, the small mountain gate of the Mu family was clearly unable to accommodate too many independent cultivators. Moreover, many independent cultivators felt that the place was unlucky and no longer wanted to cultivate there. Among them, the Zhou family, due to the good reputation they gained from the annihilation of the Mu family, became the preferred destination for rogue cultivators. In the past year or so, quite a few rogue cultivators had come to the Zhou family to cultivate. Their arrival directly increased the Zhou family's income significantly. Therefore, upon hearing the words of the beautiful woman in red, the Zhou family cultivator, already captivated, quickly registered her and led her into the mountain gate. After watching the beautiful woman in red's departing figure for a while until she disappeared from sight, he murmured, "Is her name Lin Huangyu? When she comes again, I must ask for leave to get to know her." Meanwhile, the beautiful woman in red, following the directions, arrived at the cultivation area the Zhou family had set up for rogue cultivators, obediently opening a grade B cultivation room and entering to cultivate. In reality, she had only been inside for a short while when she used magic to pass through the wall and swaggered away right under the noses of the Zhou family cultivators guarding the outside. No one noticed a thing. After leaving the cultivation area reserved for independent cultivators, she floated in the air and briefly surveyed the 9 peaks before quickly identifying her target and heading straight for Pagoda Peak. But just as she reached the foot of Pagoda Peak, preparing to climb it, her heart skipped a beat. She felt as if she were being watched. She had been discovered. Her expression changed. She had realized what was happening. Sure enough, she soon saw a streak of fire descend from the top of Pagoda Peak, landing near her in the blink of an eye and revealing its true form. "So it's you, you beast." Looking at the fiery jackal coldly staring at her from the sky, the red-clad beauty's face turned cold, and she couldn't help but mutter a curse. At that moment, Zhou Ming's voice softly rang in her ear. "Honored guest, why not come to the mountaintop for a chat? Zhou, have prepared tea and refreshments, and the couch is ready to welcome you." Upon hearing this, the red-clad beauty's expression changed again, a hint of embarrassment and anger flashing in her eyes. She knew that since Zhou Ming and the fire god Jackal hadn't attacked her after discovering her, they had most likely recognized her. And Zhou Ming must also know about that incident from before. This made her feel as if her shameful secret had been exposed. She immediately snorted coldly, "HMPH, since you dare to invite me, why would I be afraid of you?" Then she directly followed the fire god Jackal to the mountain top. At this moment, Zhou Chun, who was working in this honking hall, was also startled by the fire god Jackal's actions and couldn't help but leave the hall to look up at the sky. But in the end, he only saw red-clad female cultivator's figure following the fire god Jackal to the mountain top. Because the other party was brought by the fire god Jackal, Zhou Chun knew that she must be Zhou Ming's honored guest, so although he was curious about who she was, he didn't dare to use his divine sense to investigate. In the end, she could only return to the hall, filled with doubt. Meanwhile, in a stone pavilion atop the mountain, Zhou Ming had indeed prepared spiritual tea, awaiting the arrival of the beautiful woman in red. Seeing her arrive with the fire god Jackal, he immediately raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please sit. Dao Yu already knows the news and will be here soon." Hearing him mention her name directly, Lin Hongayu's face darkened, and she said resentfully, "He told you everything?" Hearing her tone, Zhou Ming realized why she was angry and immediately shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Fellow Taoist Lin, why be angry? Such a serious matter, as the head of the Zhou family, how could Dao Yu not explain it to me clearly?" Hearing this, Lin Hongyu calmed down considerably. Then, she sat down and carefully examined Zhou Ming, coldly saying, "You do have some skill. I heard that Wu Jingming fought you twice but couldn't win, and was eventually killed by the arriving Mingxia Taoist of King Lian Temple. Fellow Taoist Lin is referring to that black dragon protector, isn't he? Although I did fight him twice, even with my spirit pet, I could only barely hold my own against him before he revealed his trump cards." Zhou Ming shook his head slightly and sighed softly. If he had used the trump card he used in his battle before his demise at the Mu family's place, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been a match for him at all. The trump card you mentioned should be the Dragon Spirit Possession Talisman, right? That thing doesn't belong to Wu Jingming, it's a treasure from the sect that he obtained while carrying out a mission. How could he dare to use it lightly unless it was a matter of life and death? Lin Hongyu said, then coldly laughed again. Unfortunately, a piece of trash is still trash. Even with a treasure like the Dragon Spirit Possession Talisman, he was completely useless. He deserved to die. Hearing her somewhat gloating words, Zhou Ming was taken aback, not understanding why she could be so happy. He tentatively asked, "Does fellow Taoist Lin have a grudge against that black dragon protector?" "I just don't like that fellow, nothing more." Lin Hongyu waved her hand, then glanced at Zhou Ming and said, "You don't need to pry. I won't reveal anything about sect affairs to you. Knowing too much won't do you any good." Understood, understood, I was being rude. Zhou Ming smiled awkwardly, immediately picking up his teacup and taking a sip, as if punishing himself. At this moment, a figure arrived at the mountaintop. It was Zhou Daoyi. But from his gloomy face, it was clear he had come unwillingly. Yet, Lin Hongyu seemed quite satisfied and pleased to see him like this. She immediately spoke up, saying, "Oh, we meet again." Then, she looked Zhou Daoyi up and down, chuckling softly, It seems your cultivation has recovered quite well. You should have a chance to break through to the late foundation establishment stage in a few years." These pointed words immediately made Zhou Daoi's expression harden. He glared at her and said angrily, "You vixen, what do you want? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Only heaven knew how terrible he felt when he learned that Lin Hongyu had actually come to the Zhou family. His encounter in that deserted mountain forest years ago was a wound he had never wanted to revisit. To think that he, the dignified head of the Zhou family, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, would actually. In short, that incident was a disgrace he could never erase. Therefore, he not only didn't want to think about it himself, but he also didn't want to see any trace of Lin Hongyu, the person involved. But he never expected that, after agreeing to never have anything to do with each other again, Lin Hongyu would secretly come to the Zhou family. If it weren't for the fire god Jackal secretly guarding and monitoring Pagoda Peak, he would probably still be completely unaware when Lin Hongyu sneaked into his residence. He was already furious after learning about this, and now, after meeting her again and being deliberately provoked by Lin Hongyu, how could he possibly contain his anger? In his rage, he was nowhere to be seen as the wise and calm leader he usually was. His expression was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and its fur stood on end. Zhou Ming was stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen him like this. But Lin Hongyu, seeing his expression, seemed to find it amusing, and without the slightest anger, she smiled and said, "Why are you so angry? I didn't say anything bad about you, so why are you getting so worked up? Who's angry? I just don't want anything to do with you, you vixen. Please have some self-respect," Zhou Daoi glared, angrily shouting. Fortunately, Zhou Ming, sensing the danger, had already set up a soundproof barrier. Otherwise, the sound would likely be heard by most of the people on Pagoda Peak. Lin Hongyu finally stopped laughing, and coldly said with narrowed eyes, "If you continue to call me a witch, I'll make a scene in your Zhou family today, even if it means serious injury, so you'll know the consequences of offending me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoi were both startled. They then remembered that the other party was the Crimson Dragon Protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, and a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator. Zhou Ming immediately spoke up to persuade, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please don't misunderstand. Daoi didn't mean any harm, he was just a little agitated." He even gave Zhou Daoi a wink. Although Zhou Daoi was inwardly annoyed by Lin Hongyu's words, he could only mutter under pressure, "I lost my temper just now and misspoke. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Lin." Hypocritical, Lin Hongyu curled her lips, looking disgusted. But her expression did soften. Then, looking at Zhou Daoi, she slowly said, "What happened back then, although it wasn't consensual, since it's already happened. We can't just pretend it never happened. I've thought it through carefully. If you're willing to return to the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters with me, I can't guarantee anything else, but I'll take care of your breakthrough to the Purple Mansion stage. If you can open your Purple Mansion, even if you don't want to join the sect as a protector, you can still own a territory in the Dragon Kingdom as a vassal of the sect, guaranteed to be much larger than the small place your Zhou family currently occupies. Such a good deal?" Zhou Ming's first reaction upon hearing Lin Hongyu's words was this. Taking care of a foundation establishment cultivator's Purple Mansion opening was something no ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator dared to say or do. Just like an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator would never dare to tell a key refining cultivator that their foundation establishment was their responsibility. Zhou Ming believed that any late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, or even a typical family or sect cultivator, would be tempted by Lin Hongyu's words and might even take immediate action. Unfortunately, Lin Hongyu was facing Zhou Daoi, the patriarch of a cultivation family, who himself possessed considerable strength capable of breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Without a second thought, Zhou Daoi flatly rejected her, saying, "Impossible. Don't dream about it. How could I, the patriarch of the Zhou family, leave with you?" He then looked at Lin Hongyu and loudly declared, "I advise you to give up on that idea. We can't be together, and I have absolutely no feelings for you." Hearing his words and sensing his resolute determination, disappointment welled up in Lin Hongyu's eyes. Although she had been mentally prepared for this outcome before coming, seeing it actually happen still left her feeling disappointed and sad. She couldn't help but sigh softly. What a heartless man. Hearing her resentful words, Zhou Ming's brow furrowed, and he looked at Zhou Daoi. He saw that Zhou Daoi's face was icy cold, unmoved in the slightest. This filled him with both relief and a sense of helplessness. Zhou Daowei truly had no interest in women, otherwise, he wouldn't have remained a virgin for so many years and never sought a cultivation partner. Zhou Ming and some elders of the Zhou family had previously worried about this matter, but seeing his complete lack of interest, they stopped trying to persuade him. Frankly, if Lin Huangayu's identity weren't so special, Zhou Ming would definitely have tried harder to persuade Zhou Daowei to submit to her. That way, the Zhou family could concentrate resources to support the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, in his attempt to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. It would be a win-win situation. Seeing that Zhou Daowei truly had no feelings for her, Lin Hongayu's expression quickly turned cold. She coldly stared at Zhou Daowei and said, "Since you're unwilling to follow me, you shouldn't have received so much benefit without giving anything in return." "What do you mean? How did I not give anything?" Zhou Daowei's face flushed with anger, and he said somewhat embarrassedly, If it weren't for me back then, you would probably be dead long ago." The three people present understood the meaning behind his words. But Lin Hongyu coldly replied, "That's because you were greedy and fell for my secret technique. It's not that I owe you anything, you." Zhou Daowei glared at her, feeling incredibly ashamed and angry, yet unable to refute her. Seeing him rendered speechless by Lin Hongyu's outburst, Zhou Ming quickly stepped in, saying, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please just say what you want." Upon hearing this, Lin Hongyu immediately looked at the two of them and said, "Don't worry, my request isn't excessive. I won't ask you to join the Dragon Transformation Sect. I just want you to help me gather some rogue cultivators or ordinary mortals with decent spiritual roots and foundations, and provide them with opportunities to make contact. Moreover, I won't let you do this for free. For each person you provide, I will give you a certain reward based on their aptitude and cultivation, including precious items such as dragon-born demon beast eggs that your Zhou family should be interested in." First update of the day. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Zhou Ming's Scheme. Lin Hongyu left the Zhou family quickly. Judging from her expression as she left, she was clearly quite satisfied. However, after Lin Hongyu left, the two heads of the Zhou family sat in the stone pavilion on the mountaintop with gloomy faces, remaining motionless for a long time. After sitting quietly for a long time, Zhou Daowei finally sighed heavily. "We shouldn't have agreed to her. This is like dealing with a tiger for its skin. If this matter is leaked, our Zhou family will surely face annihilation." After he finished speaking, Zhou Ming opposite him also sighed softly. "I naturally know all this, but the situation is beyond our control. If we don't agree to her, whether she causes a scene in the mountain gate, or reveals that you obtained the Azure Dragon's inner core and had an affair with her, the trouble our Zhou family will face will be no less than if we had agreed to her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Daowei was speechless and could not refute her. He had personally witnessed Lin Hongyu's strength. In her unleashed secret technique state, even a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator from the Kinglian Temple had to avoid her. Her strength was far beyond Zhou Ming's reach. Moreover, since she dared to come to the Zhou family alone this time, she must have been well prepared. If she were to cause a scene at the Zhou family, even if the Zhou family could suppress her with the power of their protective mountain array, countless clansmen would die. The consequences would be no different from the destruction of the entire clan. However, recalling Lin Hongyu's previous conditions, Zhou Daowei's eyelids twitched again, and he couldn't help but say, "But if we really do as she says and gather ordinary people and rogue cultivators with spiritual roots for her, that would be truly aiding the enemy. Just based on that, once the matter is exposed, we'll never be able to clear our names." "How could I not know that?" Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow and said helplessly, "But for now, the only option is to feign compliance and stall for time." As he said this, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he added, "Besides, aiding the enemy depends on how it's defined. If we can find some breakthroughs from the Dragon Transformation Sect afterward and find a way to cause them a major loss, then that's not aiding the enemy, but rather to take. One must first give," he concluded. "In short, let's stall as much as possible. Stall until your Azure Cloud Python transforms into a Flood Dragon, then we'll have the confidence to turn against you, and then we'll find a way to eliminate this threat once and for all." But Zhou Daowei felt that his plan was too risky. With the Zhou family's power, If they were to attempt this kind of high-stakes treacherous task on their own, the slightest mistake would result in the destruction of their entire family and clan. So he said again, why don't we be honest with King Lian Temple? We can tell the higher-ups through Taoist Mingxia and see what they decide to do. If they ask about the Azure Dragon's inner core, we'll just say it's already been used. They can't just start attacking our Zhou family over that, can they? However, Zhou Ming shook his head repeatedly upon hearing this, saying, that won't work. Not only will King Lian Temple definitely have a way to verify the truth of what we say, but even if they don't pursue the matter of the Azure Dragon's inner core, handing over this handle to them is tantamount to entrusting the lives of our entire clan to them. Don't forget, the reason our Zhou family is helping King Lian Temple now is because our family's roots are within their sphere of influence, and we have no choice but to do so. It's not because our family has any connection with King Lian Temple, nor because we have any deep hatred for the Hulong sect. To be honest, King Lian Temple is the real culprit for our Zhou family's current predicament. These words left Zhou Daowei speechless. Indeed, to the Zhou family, King Lian Temple was no saint either. It was King Lian Temple that had initially torn apart the Three Absolutes sect, and to secure King Lian Temple's shelter for these foreign cultivators, nearly half of the Three Absolute sect's accumulated wealth had been forced to be paid as travel fees. With this rift in place, handing over leverage to King Lian Temple now was tantamount to placing their lives in their hands. Unless he was willing to give up the Azure Dragon's inner core as well. But considering the sacrifice he had made to obtain that core, and its importance to himself and the Zhou family, Zhou Daowei quickly dismissed the idea. Absolutely not. Alright, don't overthink it. Although this matter has serious repercussions, as long as we and Lin Hongyu are both careful, we might not be exposed, and the benefits will be considerable. The Dragon Transformation Sect has carved out such a large territory on the shores of Dragon Abyss, teeming with demonic beasts. They must possess a vast array of rare treasures. If we can obtain some of the things our Zhou family urgently needs through a trade with Lin Hongyu, it will significantly strengthen our family's power. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. Once our Zhou family is stronger and has the capital to make further moves, even if we completely side with the Dragon Transformation Sect or go elsewhere, it's not impossible. Zhou Ming waved his hand, saying, in short, things have reached this point. Either choice could lead to the downfall of our Zhou family, so naturally we must choose what will help our family develop faster. There are no free lunches in this world. Since Zhou Daowei was able to reap the benefits of obtaining the Azure Dragon's inner core but failed to silence him in time, he was destined to pay the price. Zhou Ming understood this very well. Therefore, he understood better than Zhou Daowei, an insider, that since the Zhou family was unwilling to give up the benefits, they would inevitably have to bear the risks involved. Besides, while dealing with a tiger for its skin was dangerous, the rewards were equally great. Just like when he led his men, risking a complete falling out with Yu Jinghe and even death, to rebuild the Zhou family, it was a great gamble, but the rewards upon success were equally substantial. Therefore, when faced with a choice that required taking risks, he was willing to act. After his repeated persuasion, Zhou Daowei no longer mentioned informing King Lian Temple. The two quickly began discussing how to safely and discreetly conduct the transaction with Lin Hongyu. However, after discussing for a while, Zhou Daowei suddenly said, currently, it's Zhang Chun who handles family affairs. If we're going to use the family's resources to do this, it's impossible to keep it from him. Why don't we call him over to discuss it too? This, Zhou Ming hesitated, showing a thoughtful expression, and didn't immediately agree. Zhou Daowei understood that he was worried that the more people knew, the greater the risk of leaks. But he still said seriously, if you don't trust him, how can you, elder, feel at ease letting him succeed as clan leader? Besides, he already knows that the Azure Dragon's inner core is in my hands. Alright then, let's go to this Hongping Hall to discuss this. Zhou Ming nodded, agreeing with his words. So the two immediately went to this Hongping Hall to discuss the matter with Zhou Chun. Of course, to save face for Zhou Daowei, neither of them mentioned his scandalous affair with Lin Hongyu, instead saying that Lin Hongyu, severely injured, could only escape with part of the Azure Dragon's remains, and that she had come for revenge. Even so, when Zhou Chun heard the deal the two had reached with Lin Hongyu, he was extremely shocked and speechless on the spot. I know you're shocked by this, but the Supreme Elder and I have already discussed it, and this is the best option for the Zhou family at the moment. So now I want to discuss with you how to keep the transaction as discreet as possible and prevent it from being exposed. Zhou Daowei looked at the shocked Zhou Chun and spoke in a low voice, revealing his intention. His meaning was that Zhou Chun should stop asking why they were doing something so risky and instead focus on minimizing the risk. Zhou Chun naturally understood this. His first thought after hearing Zhou Daowei's words was to outsource. As long as the Zhou family didn't personally use its resources to do this, even if it was exposed, it could be blamed on the outsourced party. However, he quickly realized that this wouldn't work in the cultivation world. Although the cultivation world also had rules and order, powerful forces wouldn't follow those rules and order when dealing with matters of such great importance. Moreover, even in his previous world, a company that dared to entrust such an important matter to an outsourced party wouldn't be a power like the Zhou family without a strong background. Therefore, outsourcing would only make the matter easier to leak and expose. In my opinion, to maintain secrecy, the transaction location should first be outside of Lanzhou. Secondly, we shouldn't use the Zhou family's name to recruit people. Ideally, we should find ordinary people with spiritual roots through the method of independent cultivators recruiting disciples, and send them over as many times as possible. Even if we must send independent cultivators, we should try to choose those from other states who are unaware of or familiar with our Zhou family. Furthermore, I believe the greatest possibility of this matter being exposed doesn't lie with our Zhou family. As long as we don't send there a large number of people, it's unlikely we'll be discovered. The most likely source of exposure for our Zhou family is the Hulong sect. If they don't maintain secrecy, our Zhou family will easily be exposed. Zhou Chun's mind raced, and he quickly offered several suggestions. Frankly, he felt that if this continued for too long, exposure was inevitable. After all, the Hulong sect didn't want the dead, but the living. Their purpose in wanting these living people was almost obvious. They wanted to use these cultivators and ordinary people capable of cultivation to expand their sect's power. After all, the dragon transformation sect was located in such a remote and desolate place, and it was extremely difficult to obtain enough cultivators with the necessary aptitude. Otherwise, why would they bother provoking the various factions of the Jing kingdom when they had already established their own kingdom there? And once these living people arrived at the dragon transformation sect, if they harbored any resentment towards those who had tricked them into going there, they could easily find a way to spread the news and attract the attention of the Jing kingdom. Zhou Ming and the others were certainly aware of this, so Zhou Chun didn't elaborate, only pointing out the risk of exposure. We've also considered the risk of exposure at the dragon transformation sect, so we agree that it's best to send mortals there. At least it takes more than 10 or 8 years for a mortal to grow to the point where they can work for the dragon transformation sect. Zhou Ming nodded slightly, agreeing with Zhou Chun's statement. But he quickly looked worried and said, "But Lin Huangyu has set a bottom line for us. Each transaction must involve at least 10 cultivators, and there must be at least 1 transaction per year." What? 1 transaction per year? Zhou Chun's expression changed, looking at Zhou Ming and the other man with surprise. Zhou Ming knew what surprised him and couldn't help but smile wryly. "There's nothing we can do. We also think these conditions are too harsh, but she won't budge an inch on this point, even willing to increase our compensation. Then this matter is really very difficult to handle." Zhou Chun muttered to himself, also feeling a headache coming on from this matter orchestrated by the 2 Zhou family leaders. With the Zhou family's power and strength, it wouldn't be difficult to quietly send 10 key refining stage rogue cultivators to the dragon transformation sect every year. The difficulty lies in the extremely high level of secrecy required. The real inside story can only be known by the 3 of them, but they can't be the ones to carry it out. But how can they ensure that the person who carries it out doesn't ask questions and has the ability to completely follow their demands in capturing people? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhou Chun, and he thought of a suitable candidate. He immediately turned to Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei and said, "Elder, clan chief, what do you think of Elder Ape, who guards the library? If Elder Ape were to arrest people, only those clansmen familiar with him would see him, and even those arrested would only see him. That, Azure Wood Spirit Ape. Good idea." Zhou Ming and Zhou Daowei's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Zhou Chun's meaning. The Azure Wood Spirit Ape almost never leaves Flying Stone Peak, so apart from the Zhou family cultivators, no outsiders could see it. Letting it go out to arrest people would ensure that the news wouldn't leak from the Zhou family. Zhou Ming immediately said, "Daoquan is also a trustworthy person. We can let him know about this and cover for us. If that's the case, then choosing the target is easy." Let's choose those rogue cultivators who have done all sorts of bad things. Sending such people to the Dragon Transformation Sect would be doing a good deed for the cultivation world of Jing Kingdom. Zhou Chun also quickly expressed his opinion. Let's settle on this for now. I'll think about the details after we all get back. Making sure everything goes perfectly, Zhou Ming made the decision on the spot, ending the conversation. After Zhou Ming left, Zhou Chun didn't leave immediately. Instead, he recounted his conversation with Zhou Ming to Zhou Chun, explaining the reasons for this risky decision. After hearing his retelling, Zhou Chun finally understood the reasons behind the actions of the two family leaders. He was no longer filled with doubts. So, in the following period, the Zhou family leaders met several times to discuss this matter of life and death for the family, and finally determined a feasible method. However, there was still a year before the next transaction, so Zhou Chun and the others were naturally in no hurry to act immediately. Just then, the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley suddenly sent Zhou Chun news about the protective pills he needed. I recommend a friend's new fantasy novel, starting by impersonating the son of a female billionaire. On the eve of the spiritual energy revival, Li Hongnan, a hopeless and aimless slacker, is forced to impersonate the son of a young and beautiful female billionaire. This leads him to encounter her real son, who is still alive and entangled with him. After defeating him, he awakens a martial arts skill point allocation cheat. Suddenly, his heart is filled with renewed vigor. Chapter 144 Dongling Market, Master Jiang. The Wang family has cultivated spiritual herbs for the Qinglian Temple for generations, and is renowned for its cultivation of various spiritual herbs. Therefore, many alchemists and powerful forces specializing in elixirs maintain good cooperative relationships with them. Naturally, through this network, they easily obtain information about various elixirs, and know where certain elixirs are sold. The information about the protective vein pill came from an alchemist. It is said that the alchemist's master was commissioned by a high-level cultivator to refine a batch of protective vein pills, and charged one pill as payment according to alchemy rules. While protective vein pills are precious, their uses are not very widespread, and they are less useful than nourishing vein pills. Therefore, the alchemist's master might be considering selling his protective vein pills. Of course, the Wang family only passed this information on to the Zhou family. Whether Zhou Chun can buy a protective vein pill from that alchemy master depends on his own abilities. Since it concerns his own cultivation path, Zhou Chun immediately explained the situation to the clan leader, Zhou Chun, after learning the news. I understand. I'll have the third elder accompany you. Zhou Chun pondered for a moment, then nodded to Zhou Chun and made the arrangements. After the handover, Zhou Chun and Zhou Chun, who had broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, left Nine Peaks Ridge. Once outside the mountain gate, Zhou Chun patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing his second-tier mid-grade demon beast, the Crimson Flame Crane. He then stepped onto the crane's back and beckoned to Zhou Chun, saying, "Come on up. My Crimson Flame Crane can easily carry two people, then this junior won't stand on ceremony with the elder." Zhou Chun cupped his hands in greeting and also leaped onto the crane's back. Once both were stable, the Crimson Flame Crane let out a cry, flapped its wings, and soared into the sky, quickly reaching a height of 1,000 feet. At this point, Zhou Chun was already a foundation establishment cultivator. Even at such a high altitude, he and Zhou Chun easily blocked the cold winds by slightly circulating their magic power to form a protective shield. This consumption of magic power was extremely negligible compared to that of foundation establishment cultivators. It wouldn't even deplete much of their magic power in a day. Their destination wasn't Lanzhou, but Lingzhou, which Zhou Chun hadn't yet visited. After taking off, Zhou Chun pointed out the flight direction to Zhu Yan and let him proceed on his own. Then, looking at Zhou Chun, he asked, "Speaking of which, now that you've successfully established your foundation, what are your plans for that silver lightning python? When will you be able to advance it to the second tier? This matter is also a bit of a worry for me." Zhou Chun's face flashed with worry, and he said rather helplessly, "The beast spirit pills, refined by the family, are no longer effective for its growth. To allow it to accumulate power and break through to the second tier, it will inevitably need to consume higher level demon spirit pills. However, the demon spirit pills that the first elder refined have all been used up by the clan leader, and now no one in the family can refine demon spirit pills. The pills consumed by demon beasts are very different from those consumed by cultivators. Most of the cultivation-enhancing pills consumed by cultivators have very poor effects on demon beasts. Therefore, only by consuming some pills specifically refined for demon beasts can their growth rate be accelerated. The Zhou family's Demon Spirit Pill, a secret elixir suitable for second-tier demonic beasts, can only be refined by highly skilled alchemists. However, none of the Zhou family's alchemists are currently capable of producing it. As a result, the family has the formula and materials, but no pills to use. Without the Demon Spirit Pill, it's indeed difficult to help it advance quickly. Zhou Daoquan frowned, equally at a loss. He could only say, if all else fails, you can buy more 100-year-old ginseng and other spiritual herbs for it. These herbs are quite effective for demonic beasts to consume directly. That's what I think too. Zhou Chun nodded, agreeing with his suggestion. Zhu Yan's flying speed wasn't slower than a Foundation establishment cultivator, but it relied on physical strength and was carrying 2 human cultivators. Therefore, after flying for more than 2 hours, it needed to rest for half a day to recover. Of course, if it used its magic power to fly, it could fly for a much longer time. However, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan weren't in a hurry, so there was no need for them to do that. It took them about 2 days before they arrived at the location of the alchemy master who possessed the protective meridian pill. This alchemy master was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who resided in Dongling Market in Lingzhou, where he ran a medicine shop. After entering Dongling Market, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan easily found the shop. The shop wasn't very large, smaller than the spirit beast shop that the Zhou family owned in Hongai Market. Upon entering, they saw a middle-aged man with late-stage key refining cultivation reading a book behind the counter. Hearing the noise, the shopkeeper hurriedly looked at the visitors. When he discovered that the visitors were 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, he was startled and quickly put down his book to greet them. Zhou Chun spoke first, saying, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need for such formalities. We've come specifically to visit Master Jiang. Please convey our greetings." Hearing this, the shopkeeper gave a wry smile and said, "That's unfortunate. Master Jiang just announced his seclusion the other day to refine a batch of pills. He's probably unable to receive you 2 seniors right now." Secluded to refine pills? Zhou Chun was slightly taken aback, then frowned and asked, "Then how long will Master Jiang be in seclusion this time?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before replying, "Judging from Master Jiang's past experience, if he doesn't specify the duration of his seclusion beforehand, he usually emerges within half a month." "I see, I understand." Zhou Chun nodded and secretly communicated with Zhou Daoquan beside him. After this exchange, he said to the shopkeeper, "Then please do me a small favor. After Master Jiang emerges from seclusion, please ask him not to leave. We will come every day for the next half-month." "Yes, Junior will certainly pass on the message," the shopkeeper replied and watched Zhou Chun and his companion leave. After leaving the pharmacy, Zhou Chun and his companion strolled around the market. This was the first time Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan had visited Lingzhou and Dongling Market. Compared to Hongai Market in Lanzhou, this place seemed rather small. This was because Dongling Market was not under the jurisdiction of King Lian Temple, but rather the property of Zhuanzhu Palace, a cultivation sect in Lingzhou. Although Zhuanzhu Palace currently did not have a nascent soul cultivator in charge, it had produced nascent soul cultivators in the past, and had a good relationship with the largest sect in Jingguo, the Moonwheel sect. Therefore, King Lian Temple could only allow it to continue to manage Dongling Market. But despite its small size, the goods in Dongling Market were quite good. After visiting several shops, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan discovered some unique items not found in the Red Cliff Market. For example, the Pearl and Jade Pavilion, a shop owned by the Zhuanzhu Palace, sold many precious beads, jade pendants, and magical artifacts. Even Zhou Chun's bright cloud pendant was considered ordinary among them. Upon seeing the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, the shopkeeper even recommended a second-tier magical artifact, a prized possession of the shop. However, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan had no shortage of magical artifacts and naturally didn't waste their spirit coins on it. Every place has its own specialties. The Zhuanzhu Palace has developed so many kinds of jade beads and pendants because there's a spirit jade mine near its mountain gate. It's a pity the current situation is unclear, otherwise, I should be traveling far and wide, experiencing the customs and cultures of the cultivation world, and seeking my own purple mansion opportunity. After leaving the Pearl and Jade Pavilion, Zhou Daoquan, recalling his observations, couldn't help but speak with emotion. discussing his future plans. He knew the Zhou family would prioritize supporting their patriarch, Zhou Daoyi, in establishing his Purple Mansion, and he had no objections. Therefore, if he wanted to break through to the Purple Mansion, he would have to travel and seek opportunities on his own. This was the approach taken by many family and sect cultivators who had reached his level. After all, family and sect resources were limited, and they would prioritize supporting those with greater value. Those with less value, if they didn't want their path to end there, would have to find opportunities on their own. Hearing his sentiments, Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's thought, he said, "If Elder wants to travel far, it shouldn't be long. Once the patriarch's cultivation breaks through to the late foundation establishment stage, that should be enough." "I hope so." Zhou Daoquan nodded but didn't say anything more. After strolling around the market, the two settled into an inn. In the following days, Zhou Chun would visit the pharmacy every day to see if Master Zhang had returned. On his return, he would also visit the market stalls to see if he could find anything. On the 9th day, when Zhou Chun went to the pharmacy again, the shopkeeper finally informed him that Master Zhang had returned and learned of their visit. After the shopkeeper's announcement, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, quickly met Master Zhang in the pharmacy's backyard. This alchemy master looked quite old. Judging from his full head of white hair, he was probably over 200 years old. However, his face was quite ruddy, and he seemed to be in good spirits, with bright and piercing eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, Master Zhang looked at Zhou Chun and his companion with curiosity and asked, "You two seem unfamiliar. Where do you come from? Why do you wish to see me?" Zhou Chun immediately replied truthfully, "We dare not deceive you, Master. We are from Lanzhou. We heard that you have a pulse-protecting pill for sale, so we have come specifically to visit you and wish to purchase it." Upon hearing this, Master Zhang's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Oh, where did you hear that I have a pulse-protecting pill?" "Well, please forgive us, Master. This matter involves the privacy of others, and we cannot say more." Zhou Chun shook his head, still not revealing the existence of the Wang family. Although the Wang family had not asked him to keep it a secret, keeping such matters confidential was an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. After all, from Master Jiang's perspective, he clearly did not want his every move to be known by outsiders. If the existence of the Wang family were exposed, it would inevitably cause him to take his anger out on others. However, upon hearing his reply, Master Jiang's face clearly showed displeasure. He immediately said, "Since it's inconvenient to say more, then let's leave it at that." After saying this, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued, "However, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have other uses for the Meridian Protection Pill and do not intend to sell it." This gesture of politely dismissing him left Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan speechless. Clearly, this was retaliation for his earlier concealment of the source of his information. But the Meridian Protection Pill was of great significance to Zhou Chun, and he could not easily give it up. He could only say, "Master Zhang, wouldn't you like to hear my conditions? I sincerely want to exchange the Meridian Protection Pill with you. If you're truly sincere, you wouldn't be unwilling to even reveal where you heard the news." Master Zhang replied coldly, his eyebrows twitching. Seeing that he had indeed seen his guest off because of this matter, Zhou Chun couldn't help but sigh. "Master, why bother? Knowing this only adds to your troubles. It's better not to know." Master Zhang, however, coldly replied without changing his expression, "I'd rather have one more trouble than be betrayed and lose my life someday." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was speechless for a moment. The Wang family of Red Medicine Valley. The information came from the Wang family. In the end, he was forced to reveal the source of the information in a low voice. The Wang family of Red Medicine Valley. Master Jiang's expression shifted, as if he had thought of something, revealing a thoughtful look. Then, he nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "Tell me, what have you prepared to exchange for the pulse protection pill? This item is no less precious than a second-tier magic weapon, and I have no shortage of magic weapons and spirit coins. If you can't offer something that meets my standards, don't even think about it." "Yes, I understand that a master alchemist like Master Zhang certainly doesn't lack such things, so I specially prepared some items that a master should need." As Zhou Chun spoke, he took out several jade boxes from his storage bag and opened them. These jade boxes contained alchemy materials, including the heart of a wolf bear beast and the red vine heart fruit that he had brought back from the heavenly spirit trial. Many of these materials had originally been offered to his family, but he had temporarily brought them with him. Master Zhang, naturally a discerning person, examined the alchemy materials. Although somewhat tempted, he shook his head and said, "These spiritual herbs are indeed rare in the outside world, but they are not enough to exchange for a pulse-protecting pill." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, "How about adding an ounce or two of incense from the fragrant musk deer?" He then took out a small jade bottle and uncorked it. Instantly, the room filled with fragrance. One more update tonight. Chapter 145, Exchanging Protective Pills, the Zhou family's situation. In Lingzhou, at the Dongling market, when Zhou Chun took out the precious incense of Xiangling musk, Master Jiang's expression instantly changed. "It really is Xiangling musk incense," he exclaimed, immediately taking the jade bottle Zhou Chun offered to examine it. He poured out a small amount of the powder, tasted it lightly, and nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's genuine incense, pure and authentic." He then quickly sealed the jade bottle to prevent the fragrance from dissipating. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately smiled and said, "How about it? With this 1 or 2 ounces of spirit incense, it should be enough to exchange for the pulse protection pill in Master Jiang's hands." Hearing this, Master Jiang's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he nodded repeatedly, saying, "That's enough, that's enough. With this 1 or 2 ounces of spirit musk and these spiritual herbs, it's enough to exchange for the pulse protection pill." After speaking, he looked at Zhou Chun with bright eyes and said, "However, since fellow Taoist Zhou can take out 1 or 2 ounces of spirit incense, you must have more spirit incense in your hands, right? I wonder if you could exchange some more for me? I am willing to exchange other precious spiritual pills for it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's eyes also moved, and he couldn't help but say, "Oh, does Master Jiang have any pulse-nourishing pills?" Master Jiang knew from his words that he must still have spirit incense in his hands. Immediately, he said, "I don't currently have any nourishing meridian pills, but if fellow Taoist Zhou is willing to exchange them for spiritual incense, I can find other alchemists to exchange for them. Then let's exchange them after Master Jiang obtains them." Zhou Chun nodded, agreeing. "Alright, it's settled then. This is the protecting meridian pill that fellow Taoist Zhou requested. Please take a look," Master Jiang said, taking out a pill bottle from his storage bag and handing it to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun took the bottle, opened the stopper, and saw that it contained only a single, bluish-brown pill the size of a longan. Its fragrance and appearance were exactly the same as those recorded by the Zhou family's senior cultivators, confirming it was undoubtedly genuine. He quickly closed the bottle as well, nodding and saying, "That's right, it is indeed a protecting meridian pill." After both parties confirmed that the items were correct, they exchanged and put away what they needed. Then Master Jiang said, "I need to exchange for the nourishing meridian pill, which may take 1 or 2 months. I wonder how I should contact you two fellow Taoists at that time." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "Master Jiang, you only need to send a message to the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley. The Wang family will naturally inform me." Since he needed the Wang family's help, Master Jiang wouldn't hold a grudge against them for leaking information about the nourishing meridian pill. Master Jiang naturally understood this and immediately nodded, saying, "Alright, I understand what you mean, fellow Taoist Zhou." He then smiled slightly and said, "It's rare to be in such a good mood today. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoists. I'll go and brew you a pot of my homemade medicinal wine." He then got up to brew tea. But at this moment, Zhou Daoquan, who had been silent beside Zhou Chun, suddenly said, "We appreciate Master Jiang's kindness, but there's no need for wine. We have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart stirred, and he hurriedly added, Yes, no wine. Master Jiang, you don't need to be so polite. We've been away for quite some time, and to avoid worrying our families, it's best to return as soon as possible." "Alright then, since you two are in such a hurry to return, I won't keep you any longer. I'll see you off," Master Jiang said, rising to escort Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan out of the pharmacy. After leaving the pharmacy, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan headed directly out of the market, quickly riding the Zuyan together. This time, the two didn't rest for a moment on the journey, letting the Zuyan expend its magical energy to fly at high speed, then taking over the flight when it was exhausted. They returned to Jilfang Ridge in less than a day. Is there another second-tier flying demonic beast for transportation? In Dongling Market, Master Jiang looked at the communication talisman in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he shook his head slightly, immediately left the pharmacy, and began searching for friends to exchange for nourishing meridian pills. On the other side, after returning safely to their clan, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Chun thanked Zhou Daoquan for accompanying him, and the two returned to their respective mountains to attend to their own affairs. Now that they had obtained the protecting meridian pill, and there was a good chance they could also obtain the nourishing meridian pill, Zhou Chun was in a very good mood. If everything went smoothly, he wouldn't need 10 or 8 years. Within 3 to 5 years, he could begin cultivating the Golden Cauldron profound art. Of course, since he had promised the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming and the clan chief Zhou Daoyi, he would try to wait until the clan chief Zhou Daoyi broke through to the late foundation establishment stage before starting to cultivate the new technique. At this time, after his previous preparations, some preliminary work regarding the reform of the Zhou family had been completed. So he invited clan chief Zhou Daoyi and the 4 elders of the Zhou family to this Hongping hall to begin his performance. Inside the hall, Zhou Daoyi and the elders were seated, and behind tables on either side, 4 mortal scribes were also in their positions. One of the scribes, after checking several ledgers on the table before him, respectfully addressed Zhou Chun, who was seated on the floor, saying, reporting to the vice clan chief, I have verified the relevant data repeatedly and confirmed that there are no errors. Then let's begin. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, giving the instruction. Yes, Your Excellency obeys, the scribe responded, took a deep breath to suppress his excitement, glanced at the seated Zhou family elders, and then respectfully said, Clan Chief, Elders, as instructed by the Vice Clan Chief, I will now report to you the verified information regarding the Zhou family. Currently, our Zhou family has a total of 157 cultivators, including 126 members of the Zhou family clan, 31 members of the maternal relatives clan, 96 male cultivators, and 61 female cultivators, apart from the Supreme Elder, Clan Chief, Vice Clan Chief, and other elders, including the maternal relatives clan members. The Zhou family has 11 core members, 32 elite members, and 107 ordinary members. Among these members, there are 38 late-stage key refining cultivators, 86 mid-stage key refining cultivators, 8 early-stage key refining cultivators, and 18 members who are too young to have entered the Dao of cultivation. At this point, the scribe paused slightly at Zhou Chun's prompting and stopped reporting. Fourth Elder, you seem to have something to say. Zhou Chun looked at Fourth Elder Zhou Jiaru and said with a smile. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental. Zhou Jiaru sighed softly, his tone wistful. I remember when our Zhou family first established itself in Jilfang Ridge, we had over 140 people. I never imagined that in just over a decade, the number would only increase by a dozen or so, and many of them were people from other families who married into the family. Hearing this, the other Zhou family elders couldn't help but show expressions of sadness. At this opportune moment, Clan Chief Zhou Daoyi spoke up. Actually, our Zhou family has added nearly 40 cultivators in the past 10 years or so. But the problem is, over 20 cultivators have disappeared, died, or married out of the family due to various circumstances. Adding and subtracting, that only adds a dozen or so to the family. Second Elder Zhou Chongshan shook his head, saying, that's still far too few. I remember back in Fen Kingdom, the family discovered 6 or 7 people with spiritual root aptitude among ordinary clansmen every year, sometimes even more than 10 if we were lucky. What can we do? The number of ordinary clansmen in Jing Kingdom is less than 1/10 of that in Feng Kingdom. Even if these tens of thousands of people had children every year, they could only produce 3 or 4 children with spiritual root aptitude at most. It will take at least another 10 years for these children to grow up and enter the Dao. Zhou Daoyi's face was filled with a bitter smile as he said this. They all understood the importance of the number of cultivators to a family. While a family certainly needs high-level cultivators like those at the Purple Mansion stage to maintain order, the number of lower-level key refining stage cultivators is also indispensable. A decrease in the number of key refining stage cultivators would not only affect the number of foundation establishment stage cultivators but also significantly impact the family's daily operations. After all, many family chores are handled by key refining stage cultivators. Just as these Zhou family elders were sighing and lamenting over the family's sluggish population, Zhou Chun delivered another ruthless blow. Zhou Chun said, there's another important issue now. The family has the most cultivators of the family generation, and nearly 20 of them are over 80 years old, along with several whose partners are also approaching that age. In the next 20 or 30 years, even without considering those who leave home or die for other reasons, their passing will significantly impact the family's population. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the elders' faces darkened further, their expressions becoming even more worried. The third elder, Zhou Chun, had a strange glint in his eyes. He immediately looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Zhang, since you've brought this up today, do you perhaps have some brilliant solution?" Hearing this, the others also turned their gazes to Zhou Chun, their eyes filled with anticipation. Facing the elders' eager expectations, Zhou Chun smiled faintly and said, "This junior does indeed have some ideas, but let's wait until later. Elders, please listen to something else first." Hearing this, the Zhou family's higher-ranking members became even more expectant. Zhou Daoai immediately laughed and said, "Then let's see what you're really up to." "Continue." "Yes, continue, we're all listening." Zhou Daoquan also smiled, calming himself down to continue listening. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately said to the scribe who had stopped, "Continue." "Yes," the scribe replied, and continued. The Zhou family's income in spirit coins over the past year was approximately 32,800. Of these, over 17,000 came from the spirit beast shop in the market, over 7,000 from the rent of the family's cultivation area, over 2,000 from the share of the Crimson Iron Mine, and over 5,000 from trade with other forces. The Zhou family's expenditure in spirit coins over the past year was approximately 25,000. Apart from the expenditure on the independent cultivators who helped the family guard the pure spirit pavilion, the vast majority was used to purchase various supplies. In addition, according to statistics, the Zhou family distributed a total of over 17,000 merit points in the past year. Of these, over 7,300 merit points were distributed as normal welfare offerings, over 5,000 merit points were distributed as task rewards, and over 4,000 merit points were distributed for purchasing spirit items from family members. The Zhou family has accumulated over 9,000 merit points in the past year, mainly from the exchange of clan members for the clan's reserve treasures. At the same time, the total merit points accumulated by all members of the Zhou family currently amount to over 58,000 points. The transcriber glanced at Zhou Chun as he finished speaking. "Alright, let's stop here for now." Zhou Chun raised his hand and pressed pause. Then, turning his gaze to the clan leader and elders, he said in a deep voice, "Population and wealth are the two most important things for any power, and I believe the elders will agree on this. Leaving aside the population issue, let's talk about the wealth issue, which is a serious problem. At first glance, the clan's annual spirit coin income seems higher than its expenditure. But that's because the clan has used spirit coins that should have been distributed to convert into merit points. The spirit coins actually left are simply not enough to offset the amount of merit points remaining after each year's deduction, and the amount of merit points accumulated by clan members is increasing year by year. If they accumulate enough merit points but find that they cannot exchange them for the cultivation materials they need, and the clan cannot provide enough spirit coins for the exchange, then a huge crisis of trust will erupt within the clan. After he finished speaking, the expressions of the Zhou clan elders changed. Putting themselves in their shoes, they asked themselves if they were in that situation, having painstakingly accumulated merit points for 10 or 20 years, only to find they could not exchange them for spirit coins or the things they wanted. Who knows how much resentment that would generate within the family? How many spirit coins are currently in the family account? Second elder Zhou Chongshan's eyes flashed, immediately grasping the key point. Over 13,000 spirit coins. Zhou Chun answered his question in a deep voice. This amount of spirit coins can barely supply the exchange for a while, and it's simply not enough for the clansmen to exchange on a large scale. Clan Chief Zhou Daoai also interjected at this time, pointing out the crux of the matter. Moreover, once the channel for directly exchanging merit points for spirit coins is opened, I'm afraid many clansmen will choose to exchange merit points for spirit coins. Merit points are merely spirit coins issued internally by the Zhou family, and can only be used by the Zhou family. Spirit coins, on the other hand, are universally accepted throughout the cultivation world. It's obvious which one to choose once the exchange is opened up. Zhou Chun also said in a deep voice, that's precisely why, compared to the issue of population, solving the family's financial problems is truly the most urgent matter. Then, Zheng Chun, what are your thoughts? Clan Chief Zhou Daoai spoke again, asking the question on behalf of the others. I'm a few minutes late, but it shouldn't affect your reading. I recommend the author's completed novel of over 3.8 million words, Cultivation begins in the desert. New readers who haven't read it yet should definitely check it out. Chapter 146, Open Source and Cost Reduction, a discussion on reform. Inside this honking hall on Pagoda Peak, all the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family gathered. They weren't discussing anything of life or death importance to the family, but the matter at hand was clearly no less significant. Especially after the Zhou family's financial problems were exposed, the elders were awe-stunned. In the past, while the Zhou family elders had the right and supervisory responsibility to inquire about clan affairs, they rarely questioned them unless the patriarch faced a crucial decision and actively invited them to participate. This was partly to show trust in the patriarch, and partly to avoid wasting time on such matters. After all, the elders' true value to the family lay in the powerful combat strength they provided and their cultivation techniques. Therefore, the patriarch managed the family's internal and external affairs, while the elders focused on cultivation and provided combat support. This was the operating model of many cultivation families and even sects. The Zhou family was no exception. However, their usual indifference doesn't mean the elders are completely ignorant of family affairs or unaware of the potential harm certain matters could cause. After all, those who become family elders have cultivated for decades or even centuries, experiencing and witnessing all sorts of events, big and small. With this experience alone, even someone without much talent can discern the good from the bad and understand the seriousness of certain matters. The saying "an elder in the family is a treasure" applies here. Therefore, when Zhou Chun mentioned the impending financial crisis facing the Zhou family, all the elders present immediately took it very seriously. Admittedly, as Zhou Chun said, while a population crisis is equally serious, its onset and effects take a long time, allowing for gradual resolution. But a financial crisis is entirely different. It manifests very quickly. If one waits until the crisis explodes before taking action, it will be too late. Therefore, at this moment, the elders temporarily forgot about population issues. They only cared about one thing: how to resolve or delay the potential financial crisis. Facing the expectant gazes of Clan Chief Zhou Daowei and the other clan elders, Zhou Chun spoke eloquently. To resolve the clan's current financial crisis, there are essentially two solutions: increasing revenue and reducing expenditure. The clan's current revenue streams and methods are still too limited, severely restricting our income. Therefore, we must find ways to expand new revenue streams and improve the profitability of existing ones. Reducing expenditure naturally means controlling and halting some temporarily unnecessary expenses to reduce spending. At this point, Zhou Chun didn't mince words. In fact, I have analyzed and studied the clan's income and expenditure records over the past 10 years and discovered that if it weren't for the massive profits from the Crimson Iron Mine and the touch of despair, the clan's financial crisis would likely have started 2 years earlier. While he was boasting, what he said was true. Clan Chief Zhou Daowei nodded sincerely. Yes, if it weren't for Zhang Chun's discovery of the Crimson Iron Mine and your help in developing the Despair Touch poison to stabilize the Spirit Beast Hall's clientele, the clan would have been penniless long ago. The other clan elders naturally knew these were Zhou Chun's achievements, and their gazes towards him were filled with admiration and gratitude. Zhou Chun, however, shook his head and said, "But now the Crimson Iron Mine's production is nearing depletion, and it will soon lose its value for large-scale mining. The raw materials for the Despair Touch have also increased in price significantly, making it difficult for the clan to generate much revenue. Then what should we do?" "Zhang Chun, you just mentioned wanting to increase revenue. Do you have any better ideas?" Fourth Elder Zhou Jiaru asked, looking at Zhou Chun expectantly, hoping that this amazing junior could once again contribute to the clan and extend its lifespan. The others also looked at Zhou Chun with anticipation in their eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately nodded and said, "Let's talk about the family's ways of making money now." Currently, the family's money-making methods mainly consist of 3 parts: market shops, rent from independent cultivators, and trade with other forces. While the market shops seem stable at the moment, with strong competition, maintaining the current income is already quite good. Any further high growth would require us to launch a new product with good results and high production volume. Rent from independent cultivators is very promising. Our Zhou family has a good reputation now, attracting many independent cultivators to settle and cultivate around Jilfang Ridge. If 300 to 500 independent cultivators could use our Zhou family as their cultivation ground, the annual rental income alone would be considerable. Therefore, I suggest that the Zhou family allocate funds to form a security team to protect the safety of independent cultivators settling around Jilfang Ridge and severely crack down on acts of robbery and murder in the surrounding area, thereby attracting more independent cultivators to settle here. Of course, the consequences of doing this are also obvious. It will attract some abandoned cultivators to target us, and we may also be targeted by forces that are jealous of our Zhou family. Whether or not we should do it depends on the opinions of the elders. Finally, there is the income from trade with other forces. This area also has great potential, Zhou Chun said, his gaze involuntarily turning to the third elder, Zhou Chun. The Zhou family's trade revenue with other forces previously consisted mainly of large quantities of family-produced medicines and monster food, but actually, the monsters raised by our Zhou family can also become best-selling items. I've roughly calculated that, given the current rate of increase in the family's cultivator population, the reproduction rate of many of the monsters raised by the family will exceed the increase in the family's population. High-quality monster species like the emerald-crowned flying serpent, the eight-horned water-splitting deer, the rock-armored earth python, and the crimson flame wolf, given enough food, will reproduce faster than ordinary monsters. If the beast garden could supply even 10 low-level monster cubs of various kinds to outsiders for contracts each year, it could generate several thousand spirit coins for the family. After he finished speaking, the other elders also looked at the third elder, Zhou Chun. He had always been in charge of the Zhou family's beast garden, and he was responsible for all the breeding tasks. He knew better than anyone whether or not the production of monster cubs in the beast garden could be improved. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhou Chun pondered for a moment before speaking. Let's forget about the eight-horned water-splitting deer. The population is currently insufficient even for our family. It's not suitable for sale until the population exceeds 50. As for the other demon beast cubs, we can indeed release some for sale to generate profit. 10 a year shouldn't be a problem. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately said, that's good then, it can be considered a new source of income. At this moment, the fourth elder, Zhou Jiaru, suddenly changed his expression and asked, speaking of which, how is the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey doing now? 7 or 8 years have passed. It should have become a first-tier high-grade demon beast by now, right? The Crimson Flame Vajra monkey did indeed become a first-tier high-grade demon beast last year, but it's not fully mature yet and hasn't mated with a female crimson-tailed monkey, Zhou Chun continued. However, it should be soon. At most 3 years, at most 1 year, it should challenge the Vajra monkey's position as the Monkey King. Hearing this, Zhou Jiaru sighed softly. Alice, I hope it can pass on its bloodline, so that my Zhou family can truly have another powerful battle beast. Zhou Chun had initially proposed 2 routes for cultivating the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey population. Now, several years have passed, and the Vajra monkeys have failed to breed new Crimson Flame Vajra monkeys with the red-tailed monkeys, nor have any new Vajra monkeys been born. The only hope for truly realizing the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey population rests on that one Crimson Flame Vajra monkey. Zhou Chun continued, as for open source, these are the only feasible methods at present. Now let me talk about cost cutting. Cost cutting is actually more difficult than open source, because the clan has already been saving wherever possible, cutting expenses in every aspect. I can only think of 2 cost-cutting methods. One is to change the rewards for future clan tasks, transforming the original purely merit-based rewards into a combination of merit points and treasures accumulated in the treasury, clearing out some useless inventory. The second is to encourage clan members to accumulate merit points for future exchange for Foundation establishment spiritual items. Cost cutting is absolutely not about reducing clan members' welfare benefits. Zhou Chun was very clear about this. Besides blood ties, the clan's unity stems from the significantly better welfare benefits enjoyed by clan cultivators compared to independent cultivators. Reducing clan members' welfare benefits should absolutely not be used unless absolutely necessary. Even so, after hearing his advice on cutting expenses, second elder Zhou Chongshin still said, exchanging for Foundation establishment spiritual items. I'm afraid we need to be cautious about this. The previous exchange of spirit ascension fruits caused quite a stir within the clan. If we use this to entice clansmen to accumulate merit, it might alleviate the crisis of redemption. But what if a clansman actually manages to accumulate enough merit through borrowing? How will we redeem it for them? Foundation establishment spiritual items are not easy to obtain. Any Foundation establishment spiritual item, even one like the spirit ascension fruit, depends on chance and luck. Therefore, Zhou Chun's statement was not unfounded. But since Zhou Chun made this suggestion, he must have considered this point as well. He immediately said, therefore, we need to amend one of the clan rules. When a clan cultivator accumulates 5,000 clan merits through welfare offerings and task rewards, they can become a foundation establishment seed for the clan and enjoy priority in exchanging foundation establishment spiritual items. We can even include the merits inherited from deceased ancestors to enhance the loyalty and sense of belonging of clan cultivators. In this way, if someone can still raise 6 or 7,000 clan merits, it means they must be someone widely trusted and respected by the clan members. Wouldn't it be only right for us to do our best to support them in achieving foundation establishment? After hearing his words, Zhou Chun fell silent, deep in thought. After a while, before Zhou Chun could speak, the clan leader Zhou Daowei clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Brilliant! This plan is excellent, and it makes perfect sense. However, to amend the clan rules, we need the Supreme Elder's approval." As soon as the clan leader expressed his support, Zhou Chun frowned but ultimately did not raise any further objections. Seeing this, Zhou Chun readily agreed, saying, "Of course. All matters discussed here today should ultimately be reviewed by the Supreme Elder and implemented only after receiving his approval. So, Zheng Chun, is there anything else you'd like to say?" Zhou Daowei asked, looking at Zhou Chun with an encouraging expression. He knew Zhou Chun well and knew that Zhou Chun's grand display today meant more than just discussing the difficulties and troubles and their solutions. There must be other matters to attend to. Judging from Zhou Chun's earlier performance, he was clearly well prepared. Therefore, he eagerly anticipated Zhou Chun's subsequent actions. Faced with his help, Zhou Chun was very grateful and immediately said, "Clan Chief, you are wise. I would also like to take this opportunity to offer some suggestions on the internal reforms of the clan." Hearing him mention the word reform again, the second elder Zhou Chun's eyebrows twitched, and he stared intently at him, saying, "Oh, what do you want to reform? It's not those things from last time, is it?" Zhou Chun seemed to have already guessed that Zhou Chun would say this, and immediately smiled and said, "Second elder, don't worry, this time my reforms won't be that drastic. Is that so? Then I'm all ears." A strange light flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes as he replied calmly. Zhou Chun then clasped his hands in a fist salute and bowed to the Zhou family elders in the hall, saying, "Elders, you are wise. I have always believed that the family's original internal management structure was somewhat inefficient, dragging down the process and needlessly wasting a lot of manpower and resources. Moreover, through my investigations and interviews with many family members, I have discovered that some family members want to do something for the family and are capable of doing something for the family, but have always been hampered by the lack of opportunities for them to work in suitable positions. Therefore, I want to improve all aspects of the family's internal structure so that these family members can give full play to their talents and positions they like and are good at." At this point, without waiting for the elders to ask him how he wanted to reform, he took the initiative to state his plan. This junior intends to reclaim the power of the Peak Masters and establish 5 major halls within the clan: the Internal Affairs Hall, the External Affairs Hall, the Beast Hall, the Arts Hall, and the Medicine Hall. These halls will be responsible for the operation of all clan affairs. Each hall will have 1 steward and several staff members, with personnel to be replaced at a later date. At the same time, 3 separate stewards will be appointed, each responsible for finance, supervision, and punishment, directly under the clan leader's jurisdiction. All stewards will be accountable to the clan leader. Do any readers have any good suggestions regarding reforming the various institutions within the clan? I welcome any broad and constructive opinions, but please refrain from suggesting anything too modern. I've always opposed teaching advanced ideologies in a cultivation world. It's too incongruous. Chapter 147 Initial reforms completed, more foundation establishment cultivators added. Abolishing the Peak Master's power and establishing a Deacon Hall system, Zhou Chun's reforms relieved Zhou Daowei, the clan leader, who hadn't been informed beforehand. He had already discussed these reforms with Zhou Chun and basically agreed to them. Moreover, this internal management structure wasn't unique to the Zhou family, it was a structure implemented by many sects, so it wouldn't cause any major harm and would be more easily accepted by the family's cultivators. Sure enough, after hearing Zhou Chun's words, even the second elder, Zhou Chun, didn't show any opposition. He simply looked at Zhou Chun and said, "This system isn't new, but using it within the family is a bit of a waste of resources. With over 100 cultivators in the family, Creating so many halls is bound to make us a laughingstock. Zhou Chun shook his head upon hearing this, saying, though small, it has all the vital organs. A good system doesn't matter the size of the power, it can be used everywhere. Besides, this is for long-term planning, so what's there to laugh at? Zhou Chongshan shook his head upon hearing this but didn't argue further. Then how should the stewards of each hall be selected? Fourth Elder Zhou Jiaoru suddenly interjected, asking a question of particular concern. Zhou Chun, upon hearing this, answered without hesitation, staff are those with outstanding abilities, not necessarily those with high cultivation levels. Therefore, ordinary clansmen, elite clansmen, core clansmen, and even elders can all serve as stewards. Hearing this answer, Zhou Jiaoru immediately said, I'm afraid this is somewhat inappropriate. According to what you've said, Zheng Chun, the stewards of each hall must wield considerable power. If ordinary clansmen can also serve, wouldn't the elite and core clansmen be treated worse than them? How can that be accepted by the people? Previously, only core clansmen could serve as peak masters in the Zhou family. This was necessary to maintain order. Now, the reformed stewards will have even greater power than peak masters, yet even ordinary clansmen can serve. No wonder Zhou Jiaoru found this inappropriate. But Zhou Chun spoke firmly, there are always exceptions. The number of stewards is limited. If an ordinary clansman can compete with elite and core clansmen for the position, it means he is indeed exceptionally capable. We should select and appoint such talents, granting them power and status to inspire their enthusiasm and motivate the clansmen. He then looked at the elders and said in a low voice, we cultivators believe in the supremacy of strength, that's true. But we must also admit that strength cannot solve all difficulties. At least, no one in our Zhou family currently possesses the strength to solve all difficulties, so if someone can use their wisdom and ability to solve difficulties that strength cannot, why can't we grant them the power and status they deserve? Hearing his words, everyone pondered them carefully. After a while, Zhou Daowei spoke first, saying, I think it's feasible. Since the position of steward should be filled by the capable, then the incompetent should step down. Those elite clansmen became elites because of their outstanding strength, didn't they? Who dares to say that wisdom isn't a form of strength? If anyone lacks the ability to be selected as steward, and is dissatisfied with someone else becoming steward, then let them come to me, and I'll make them submit. Upon hearing this, the elders were speechless. Ultimately, these were internal clan matters, things that the clan leader could decide with a single word in the past. Zhou Chun's decision to let them discuss them was already a great show of respect. They needed to understand this. So, after approving Zhou Chun's reform proposal, the topic returned to the initial point. So, regarding increasing the number of cultivators in the clan, Zheng Chun, do you have any good suggestions? Zhou Daowei looked at Zhou Chun with slight anticipation, asking about the population solution. I have indeed done a lot of research on this matter. Zhou Chun nodded and then began to recount the findings of his investigation. Based on my investigations and inquiries with many clansmen, while many prefer solitary cultivation, a considerable number also intend to leave offspring. Those who hesitate are primarily concerned that raising offspring will negatively impact their own cultivation. Therefore, I believe this matter can be addressed from three angles. Firstly, for those who intend to leave offspring, the clan can provide them with opportunities to meet female cultivators based on their mate selection criteria. They could even be granted special leave and given material rewards after marriage as encouragement. Secondly, for those worried that raising offspring will affect their cultivation, the clan can establish a nursery within the mountain gate. Then, experienced clansmen can be selected from the mortal population to serve as caregivers, specifically responsible for looking after the offspring of cultivator clansmen until they are able to live independently. Thirdly, for the very few who adhere to celibacy but are not opposed to having offspring, yet simply do not wish to raise them, they can be encouraged to take concubines and have children. For each offspring with spiritual root potential, a subsidy of varying amounts can be provided based on the offspring's potential. After recounting his investigation and proposed solutions in one breath, without waiting for the family elders to express their opinions, Zhou Chun immediately continued, furthermore, I suggest that all young cultivators in the family receive formal schooling, changing the current system where they are educated by their respective parents and relatives. Instead, they should be uniformly taught by cultivators within the family who are skilled in education. This will ensure that they all start from the same point in their youth and will also promote emotional exchange among peers, allowing them to grow up to be more united and loving. After saying this, Zhou Chun truly fell silent, awaiting the elders' judgment. I think these are all feasible solutions. A short while later, Clan Chief Zhou Daowei was the first to nod, agreeing with Zhou Chun's suggestions. He said in a deep voice, "Back in Fen Kingdom, many clansmen would entrust their newborns without spiritual root aptitude to mortal relatives for upbringing. Now that the clan has established a nursery for unified care, allowing them to visit and be close to their offspring at any time, it undoubtedly puts them at ease. As for the practice of taking concubines and having children, this was originally a necessary method for a newly established cultivation clan to increase its population. It's just that our Zhou family's situation was special. So we didn't use this method before. As for providing unified education for young cultivators, this was indeed something I neglected before, failing to organize in time. This is something every clan should do." The issue of reproduction was always a major problem in Zhou Chun's previous life. But that was relative to the entire nation and people. In reality, those without any burden of raising children could have children whenever they wanted. Some cultivators in the Zhou family didn't want to have offspring because they worried that raising children would deplete their energy and affect their cultivation. If the clan was willing to help them raise offspring, relieving them of this concern, and even offering rewards for offspring with spiritual root aptitude, why wouldn't they want to have children? After all, having descendants of cultivators ensures that even if they perish or pass away, their hard-earned achievements will be inherited. If they are lucky enough to have a genius descendant, they might even rise in status through their son, using him to support their own cultivation. Zhou Chun's suggestions on this matter were highly feasible and unlikely to cause any serious consequences. Therefore, not only did Clan Chief Zhou Daowei quickly agree with Zhou Chun's suggestions, but the other Zhou family elders also expressed their strong support. After these suggestions were unanimously approved, Zhou Chun spoke again. "Now, the previous question remains, what do you elders think about establishing a security team? Security teams are something that many powerful forces have, just with different names. My opinion is that such a team is acceptable, but the protection and patrol areas shouldn't be too large, ideally within 100 li of the family's mountain gate. That way, if we encounter any major danger and need assistance, we can arrive at the scene more quickly." This time, it was second elder Zhou Chongshan who spoke first, expressing his opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, fifth elder Zhou Jia immediately agreed. "I agree with second elder's opinion, and I suggest that the security team members be selected primarily from experienced family elders, and that each member receive additional subsidies and rewards." "I agree with this as well." "I agree as well." Third elder Zhou Daoquan and fourth elder Zhou Jiaru also quickly expressed their opinions. Upon seeing this, Clan Chief Zhou Daowei immediately said, "Then let's submit the matters we've discussed and decided today to the Supreme Elder for review." "Good." The Zhou family elders exchanged glances and unanimously agreed. After the meeting, Zhou Chun personally wrote down all the matters discussed that day, and then accompanied Clan Chief Zhou Daowei to see the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde. After Zhou Mingde finished reading the proposal written by Zhou Chun, he only pondered for about 15 minutes before nodding and saying, "Good, I think these suggestions are all quite good. You can proceed with them with confidence." With the approval of such a Supreme Elder, Zhou Chun immediately announced it to the entire clan and began selecting stewards and clerks for each hall. To ensure that nothing went wrong, Zhou Chun personally interviewed and selected every steward and clerk. According to his plan, the Internal Affairs Hall was mainly responsible for various miscellaneous tasks within the family's mountain gate, such as guarding the Pure Spirit Pavilion, watching over the mountain's protective formations, and overseeing the cultivation areas for independent cultivators. The requirements for the stewards of this hall were not high, but they had to be loyal, reliable, and impartial. The External Affairs Hall was responsible for various tasks outside the family. Any tasks requiring the dispatch of family members would be assigned to the External Affairs Hall, either accepted by the Zhou family cultivators themselves or assigned by the hall's stewards. The requirements for the stewards of this hall were similar to those of the Internal Affairs Hall. They needed to be impartial and impartial. The Beast Hall, which mainly referred to the Beast Garden, was responsible for raising and managing the various demonic beasts owned by the family, including taming, breeding, and capturing them. The stewards of this hall had to be proficient in these skills. The Hall of 100 Herbs corresponds to the Spirit Herb Garden of 100 Herbs Peak, and includes several alchemists from the Zhou family. This hall is responsible for taking care of and managing the family's Spirit Herb Garden, including alchemy, medicine making, spirit herb cultivation, and spirit herb storage. The stewards must also be proficient in their respective skills. The Hall of 100 Arts corresponds to other cultivation techniques such as weapon crafting, talisman making, and array formation. Zhou Chun's ideal was to gather the Zhou family cultivators who possess these skills, and the family would invest resources to help them improve their skills, to see if they could cultivate individuals of sufficient caliber. The remaining three affairs, finance, supervision, and punishment, need no further explanation. After about a month, Zhou Chun selected 8 stewards. The steward of the Internal Affairs Hall was Zhou Jiacheng, a core member of the clan. The steward of the External Affairs Hall was Zhou Jiagong, a core member of the clan, who ranked 18th in the Jia generation. The steward of the Beast Hall was Zhou Senggang, a core member of the clan. The steward of the 100 Arts Hall was Zhou Jiaoyi, a core member of the clan and the inventor of the Touch of Despair. The steward of the 100 Medicines Hall was Zhou Xingyin, a core member of the clan, who was currently the best alchemist in the Zhou family. Zhou Chun, the treasurer, had not yet been chosen and was temporarily serving as the steward himself. The supervisory steward was Zhou Hengjing, an elite clansman and a rather upright female cultivator. Zhou Chun also served as the punishment steward himself. With his selection, the first stewards of all 5 halls were core members of the clan, a choice made by Zhou Chun after careful consideration. He wanted the reorganized halls to operate smoothly, so he had to make decisions in certain areas. Once the stewards and related personnel for each hall were selected, all affairs of the Zhou family began to be carried out according to the new system. Zhou Chun even suspended his cultivation of 2 secret techniques, devoting himself entirely to handling the relevant family affairs to ensure a smooth transition between the old and new systems. After he finally helped the deacons and staff of each hall become familiar with the procedures and could relax, the results were finally in for the 2 Zhou family cultivators who had been in seclusion to establish their foundations after consuming the spirit ascension fruits. The results were a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy came from Zhou Jiapeng's successful foundation establishment, adding another foundation establishment cultivator to the Zhou family. The sorrow stemmed from the failure of the other Jia generation cultivator, who only had time to leave a will in a secret room before passing away. Ultimately, the 5 spirit ascension fruits that the Zhou family had purchased for 11,800 spirit coins brought them 2 foundation establishment cultivators. However, it also resulted in the direct loss of 2 core members of the Zhou family at the 12th level of the key refining stage, and crippling another core member. Regarding the 3rd pet mentioned by some readers in the group, the 3rd pet will be obtained during the foundation establishment stage, but only after the protagonist completes their cultivation method change. It will be a furry pet. Chapter 148 Betrayed, Powerful Enemy Attacks. Zhou Jiapeng's successful foundation establishment brought the Zhou family's total number of foundation establishment cultivators to 7, significantly boosting the family's strength. The fact that they had cultivated 4 foundation establishment cultivators in just over a decade demonstrated the Zhou family's formidable power and resources, leaving many other cultivation families in Lanzhou in order. Most cultivation families, like the Mu family before them, were considered quite successful if they could cultivate 1 foundation establishment cultivator every 20 or 30 years. Stronger families, like the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley, typically only managed 1 foundation establishment cultivator every 20 years, sometimes even none. The Zhou family, however, had cultivated 4 foundation establishment cultivators in less than 20 years. This speed was enough to terrify other families. Furthermore, Zhou Mingde, the Zhou family's current Purple Mansion stage cultivator, was in his prime, with a lifespan not even reaching 300 years. Anyone looking at the Zhou family now knew that their rise was unstoppable. Their status as a major cultivation family in Lanzhou was now as solid as a mountain. I can't thank you enough, Zheng Chun. I will never forget your kindness in helping me achieve this. If you ever need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Zhou Jiapeng, having successfully completed his cultivation, came to Zhou Chun's residence to express his gratitude. Only those who have personally experienced the perilous path of foundation establishment know how difficult it is. Although the spirit ascension fruit doesn't have the miraculous effects of the foundation establishment pill, it still greatly helps in the process. Zhou Jiapeng might not have felt much at the time, but after learning of his cousin's failure and death, he was filled with cold sweat and immense relief. Therefore, he was naturally extremely grateful to Zhou Chun for his great help when he exchanged the spirit ascension fruit. Faced with Zhou Jiapeng's grateful words, Zhou Chun smiled slightly and said, "Uncle Peng, you're too kind. It's all thanks to your own great fortune that you were able to succeed on your first try. I merely helped you obtain an opportunity, that's true, but without your help in obtaining this opportunity, I'm afraid I might never have succeeded in Foundation establishment in my entire life." Zhou Chun shook his head slightly, his tone filled with a sense of regret. He had lived for over 60 years and had personally witnessed many key refining stage 12 cultivators who, because they didn't dare to risk their lives to attempt Foundation establishment, ended up dying with regrets and loneliness. Compared to those people, how fortunate he was. He was able to succeed on his first try by consuming Foundation establishment spiritual items as soon as his cultivation level reached the standard for Foundation establishment. In short, as he himself said, he would remember Zhou Chun's kindness for the rest of his life. Just over half a month after Zhou Chun emerged from seclusion after Foundation establishment, Zhou Chun received another message forwarded by the Wang family of Red Medicine Valley. Master Zhang from Dongling Market had successfully exchanged for the Nourishing Pulse pill and specifically invited Zhou Chun to come and exchange it. Upon learning this news, Zhou Chun hurriedly went to find the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, and asked him to accompany him on another trip. The two, as before, spent about 2 days arriving at Dongling Market and then went straight to Master Jiang's pharmacy. "We meet again, Master Zhang." In the backyard of the pharmacy, Zhou Chun smiled slightly upon seeing Master Zhang and bowed respectfully. Master Zhang returned the bow with a smile, saying, "Yes, fellow Taoist Zhou, you've finally arrived." He then looked at Zhou Chun expectantly and said, "I've already exchanged for the Nourishing Meridian pill. Did you bring the promised spiritual incense, fellow Taoist Zhou?" Of course. Zhou Chun nodded, then reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. This jade bottle contained 3 ounces of fragrant musk incense. This was 1 ounce used in the previous exchange for the protective meridian pill. Of the half pound of incense he had obtained from fragrant musk, only a little over 1 ounce remained. "Very well, then please inspect this nourishing meridian pill, fellow Taoist Zhou," Master Zhang exclaimed in approval, patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a pill bottle, and handed it to Zhou Chun. The two then examined each other's items, confirming they were genuine, before exchanging smiles and putting their belongings away. Having completed the transaction, Master Zhang looked at Zhou Chun and the other man and smiled. "Last time you two left in such a hurry that you didn't even have a cup of wine or water. Would you do me the honor of having a cup of tea before you go?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, and he replied with a smile, "Speaking of tea, Master Zhang, why don't you try some of the spiritual tea produced by my family?" He then patted his storage pouch at his waist, took out a tea set, and brewed a pot of tea in front of Master Zhang. After the tea was brewed, Zhou Chun took out a small jade bottle and dripped a dozen drops of golden spiritual honey into the teapot. "Come, Master Zhang, try it and see how it tastes." Zhou Chun poured 3 cups of tea, 1 for himself and 1 for Zhou Daoquan, and then pushed the last cup towards Master Zhang, smiling as he invited him to taste it. "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." Master Zhang looked at the tea in front of him and pondered for a moment, then smiled and took a sip. He quickly nodded repeatedly, saying, "Excellent tea, truly excellent tea. This spirit honey is a special spiritual product of our family, produced in very limited quantities each year. When used to blend spiritual tea, it greatly enhances the flavor of any type of tea, leaving a lingering aftertaste." Zhou Chun explained with a smile, handing the jade bottle containing the spirit honey to Master Zhang, saying, "If Master Zhang likes it, this small bottle of spirit honey is a gift for you. A master alchemist is still worth befriending. If he truly likes the Zhou family's spirit honey, he can use it to exchange for the precious pills the master possesses in the future." Master Zhang seemed to genuinely enjoy the taste of the spirit honey, and immediately accepted the jade bottle without hesitation, saying, "Then I won't stand on ceremony." As he put the jade bottle away, he also took out a small wine jar and handed it to Zhou Chun. "This jar of medicinal wine is brewed using my own secret recipe. Fellow Taoist Zhou, you might as well take it back and savor it slowly." "Then I certainly must have a good taste when I get back," Zhou Chun said, accepting the wine jar with a smile. After exchanging gifts, Zhou Chun took the opportunity to say goodbye. Master Zhang didn't try to keep them this time, and as before, escorted them all the way to the outside of the pharmacy. Only after watching their figures disappear into the distance did he return to the backyard house. Looking at the tea set on the table, still fragrant with the aroma of tea, a cold smile appeared on his face. Then he muttered to himself, The Zhou family of Jiufeng. This Lingzhao isn't Lanzhou. The roads aren't as peaceful as Lanzhou's. He then leisurely sat down, poured himself a cup of almost cold tea, and slowly sipped it. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoquan, after leaving the market, rode their Zuyan cranes directly towards their family, just like last time. However, what they didn't notice was that shortly after they left the market and took off, a pair of eyes glowing with blue light in the mountains below fixed their gaze on them. Well? Second brother, did you figure out the result? In the mountains, Su Qiang looked calmly at his second brother and asked in a low voice. Su Qiang and Wei Tong were well-known Foundation Establishment cultivators in Lingzhou. Although they were Foundation Establishment cultivators, they preferred to work alone and didn't join or establish any organizations like other cultivators. Although Su Qiang was only at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, his combat strength surpassed that of many late Foundation Establishment cultivators due to his cultivation of an extremely powerful technique. He had even defeated a late Foundation Establishment cultivator before. Wei Tong, also at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, while possessing average combat abilities, had cultivated a secret technique called Cloud-Piercing Eye, allowing him to see through clouds and spot cultivators dozens of miles away. The two cooperated, frequently ambushing Foundation Establishment cultivators for their loot. This time, they had prior knowledge that two fat sheep would emerge from the Dongling market, and had been lying in wait. Seeing their targets emerge from the market and ascend into the sky, Wei Tong, hidden in the mountains, immediately began secretly using magic to spy on them. After observing for a while, Wei Tong spoke up, "No problem, I didn't see any third-tier demonic beasts in their spirit beast pouches. They probably aren't carrying the legendary third-tier demonic beast. Alright, let's do it." Su Qian clapped his hands and immediately arranged, "I'll deal with the old man. You take down the junior first, and then we'll join forces to kill the old man." "No problem," Wei Tong responded, then reached for his storage pouch at his waist and summoned a blue flying boat with two fish fins. He and Su Qiang jumped onto the blue flying boat, and with a burst of magic power, the blue flying boat soared into the sky. The two of them then followed Zhou Chun and the others at a distance, waiting for their opportunity to strike. After following for a while, Su Qiang suddenly said, "Alright, we're over 300 li from the market town, and there aren't any cultivator settlements within 200 li. We can follow and make our move." "Understood," Wei Tong responded and immediately activated the acceleration ability attached to his magic weapon. Suddenly, the two fins beneath the cyan flying boat emitted a cyan light, propelling it like oars. Instantly, the flying speed of the cyan flying boat increased by several times. "Not good. Someone's following us." On Zuyan's back, Zhou Daoquan seemed to have discovered something, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly turned to look behind them. Under the blue sky behind them, a cyan spiritual light was rapidly pursuing them. "We can't escape. The opponent is too fast." Zhou Daoquan was experienced. Just by looking at the speed of the cyan spiritual light, he knew that they had no chance of escaping. So he hurriedly ordered Zuyan to dive down to the ground. Foundation Establishment cultivators can certainly fight in the air, but Zhou Daoquan knew that Zhou Chun hadn't yet switched cultivation techniques and was currently weaker than other cultivators of the same level, making aerial combat unsuitable for him. Moreover, Zhou Daoquan's other spirit pet, the Earth Armor Bear, was better suited to fighting on the ground. Zuyan swooped down rapidly and landed quickly. Zhou Daoquan then patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing a giant gray-yellow bear-like beast nearly 3 zang long. He then instructed the astonished Zhou Chun, "The enemy's strength is unknown. I'll have the Earth Armor Bear protect you. We'll adjust our strategy after we've ascertained the enemy's strength." "Understood, Junior." Zhou Chun nodded, not trying to be brave and claiming he didn't need protection. He hadn't even switched cultivation techniques yet, his secret arts weren't fully mastered, his spirit pet hadn't advanced to the second tier, and he hadn't even learned a single second-tier spell. In this situation, even if he had refined several second-tier magic weapons, his combat strength would only be slightly better than some mediocre Foundation Establishment cultivators. Just as Zhou Chun was preparing for battle with his magic weapons, the azure light finally arrived near them. Two mid-Foundation Establishment cultivators, Zhou Daoquan's divine sense detected the cultivation levels of the two on the azure flying boat first, and his tone was slightly relieved. His face darkened, and he looked at the two who dared to approach and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you chasing us?" "Of course, we're here to kill you," Su Qiang smiled coldly, immediately jumped off the flying boat, and waved his hand to summon a great sword burning with crimson flames, slashing towards Zhou Daoquan. Seeing this, Wei Tong also sneered, raised his hand to put away the magic weapon on the azure flying boat, and summoned a pair of azure black mandarin duck double swords to slash at Zhou Chun. "How dare you!" Zhou Daoquan shouted, channeling his magic power to wield a ruler-like magical artifact glowing with yellow spiritual light, meeting the blazing great sword head-on. The two artifacts clashed in mid-air, flames and yellow light scattering, a seemingly evenly matched contest. Meanwhile, Su Qiang formed hand seals, a ball of crimson gold fire suddenly appearing in his palms, which he then pushed forward. Boom! The ball of crimson gold fire expanded instantly, transforming into a streak of crimson gold flame that swept towards Zhou Daoquan. Even before the streak of crimson gold flame reached him, a wave of scorching heat made Zhou Daoquan's face burn. His mind, which had relaxed slightly because his opponent was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, tensed up completely. Damn it! This person cultivates a fighting technique. The so-called fighting technique is what cultivators call a method of cultivation that is extremely slow to master but grants immense power and divine abilities. Zhou Daoquan was surprised that his opponent, who looked younger than him, had already cultivated such a combat technique to the mid-foundation establishment stage. What kind of talent was that? Without time to ponder, he immediately ordered Zhu Yan to spew out a pillar of crimson fire to slightly block the torrent of flames. Then, he swiftly summoned a bronze-yellow chime bell magic artifact, releasing rings of yellow light waves that rushed towards the crimson gold flames. Finally, he waved his hands, forming hand seals, and yellow spiritual light quickly emanated from his body, forming a thick yellow shield around himself. Almost immediately after the yellow shield formed, the flood of crimson gold flames successively shattered the crimson fire pillar and the rings of yellow light waves, engulfing Zhou Daoquan. The crimson gold flames and yellow spiritual light shone brightly, and after a brief stalemate, Zhou Daoquan, relying on his profound magical power, exhausted the power of Su Qiang's spell and successfully escaped. But at this moment, Su Qiang's palm was already surging with crimson gold flames, and he was ready to strike again. Chapter 149 Zhou Chun's First Battle in Foundation Establishment. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the sky. Amidst the crimson gold flames, Zhou Daoquan emerged, blood trickling from his mouth and his face pale. He was injured after merely withstanding 2 blows. This outcome was something he had never anticipated. As expected, cultivators like you, who are inherently incompetent and focus all your energy on spirit pets, are nothing but empty shells, all show and no substance. Looking at the injured Zhou Daoquan, Su Qiang curled his lip, his face full of disdain as he mocked. Since reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage and discovering that his strength could surpass many late foundation establishment cultivators, he had developed a great sense of superiority over those whose cultivation surpassed his but whose strength was inferior. Although his cultivation speed was slow now, and it seemed unlikely he would ever open the Purple Mansion stage, there were few cultivators within the Foundation Establishment realm who could defeat him. If he were to reach the late Foundation Establishment stage in the future, unless he encountered others of similar cultivation who had also practiced combat techniques, he would find it difficult to find an opponent. So, Su Qiang's favorite thing to do now is to bully the strong with the weak. Seeing the fear and dread on the faces of those late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators after he defeats them gives him immense pleasure. Zhou Daoquan, on the other hand, feels both ashamed and furious at being looked down upon. He's not nearly as incompetent as Su Qiang claims. He was simply caught off guard by Su Qiang's attack, as it was his first time fighting a mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator who had mastered combat techniques. Having withstood Su Qiang's initial 2 blows, Zhou Daoquan, in his shame and anger, quickly launched a counterattack. He rapidly formed hand seals and pointed at his spirit pet, Zhu Yan. Instantly, Zhu Yan raised its head and let out a high-pitched cry, flames erupting from its body, instantly donning a spiritual armor covered in profound flame patterns. Then, with a flap of its wings, billowing flames surged forth, condensing into a giant firebird that pounced on Su Qiang. At the same time, Zhou Daoquan patted his storage pouch at his waist, and a grayish-white round mirror magic artifact with a handle appeared before him. He reached out and grasped the handle, channeling his magic power, and shone the object towards Su Qiang. Instantly, a grayish-white ray of light shot out from the mirror, heading straight for Su Qiang. Seemingly sensing its power, Su Qiang dared not be careless and allow the grayish-white ray of light to hide him. He hurriedly let out a low shout and waved his sleeve, summoning a fiery red jade bead magic artifact, releasing clusters of red light to protect himself. As a result, the red light was instantly extinguished by the grayish-white ray of light, and even the jade bead magic artifact trembled incessantly, its spiritual light dimming considerably. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out. This time, it was caused by the explosion of Zhu Yan's spell in front of Su Qiang. A moment later, Su Qiang's figure burst out from the flames, his face no longer showing any smugness. He glanced warily at the round mirror in Zhou Daoquan's hand, then let out a low shout and flung out a crimson banner. As his magic surged, the banner unfurled, unleashing a barrage of massive fireballs that hurtled towards Zhou Daoquan. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the air, exchanging blows and using all their skills. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Chun, protected by Zhou Daoquan's spirit pet, the Earth-Armored Bear, was also locked in combat with Wei Tong. The Earth-Armored Bear was merely a low-grade second-tier demon beast, while Zhou Chun was only at the early Foundation establishment stage, roughly 2 early Foundation establishment cultivators against 1 mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. With a low growl, the Earth-Armored Bear summoned dirt and pebbles from the ground, rapidly transforming them into a thick layer of mud and stone armor that covered its entire body. It stood before Zhou Chun, firmly protecting him behind it. Any spells or magical artifacts aimed at Zhou Chun were intercepted by its body and magic. Thanks to the protection of the Earth-Armored Bear, Zhou Chun, aside from summoning the token magic artifact bestowed upon him by the Supreme Elder Zhou Ming to release a yellow light shield to protect himself, focused on activating his magic artifact and engaging Wei Tong in battle. He patted his storage bag, and a crimson gold flying claw shot out, its claws flashing fiercely as it grabbed towards Wei Tong. This relic, obtained from a cultivator of the Dragon Transformation Sect over 800 years ago, finally found its use after his successful Foundation establishment. And although over 800 years had passed, its power remained largely undiminished. Its claws were incredibly sharp and indestructible. Wei Tong's pair of Mandarin Duck Twin Blades magic artifacts only clashed with it a few times before sustaining minor chips, causing Wei Tong to roar in pain. "Damn brat, die!" he roared, his hands forming hand seals, and a bluish-white wind dragon roared out, sweeping towards Zhou Chun. Roar! Without Zhou Chun needing to react, the Earth-Armored Bear suddenly roared, spewing out a dense cloud of yellow spiritual light that transformed into yellow mist that enveloped the wind dragon. But at that moment, a smug glint flashed in Wei Tong's eyes. He suddenly made a hand seal, and the bluish-white wind dragon suddenly exploded, transforming into a hurricane that swept towards Zhou Chun. The yellow mist was scattered by the hurricane, losing its momentum. Just then, taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Chun and the Earth-Armored Bear's attention was drawn to the hurricane, a streak of fire flew from Wei Tong's hand, rapidly bypassing the Earth-Armored Bear in front and striking Zhou Chun from behind. Zhou Chun scanned it with his divine sense and discovered that the streak of fire contained a snake-shaped throwing knife. Fortunately, he had been prepared. He also raised his hand and struck, a golden light shooting out from his sleeve, colliding with the incoming fire a few feet behind him. As the golden light and fire collided, a long golden nail was quickly knocked away. Then, the serpentine throwing knife, still brimming with energy, spewed fire like a crimson serpent and slammed into the yellow light shield surrounding Zhou Chun. Instantly, the shield, as if struck by lightning, sprouted countless spiderweb-like cracks. Bang! With a loud explosion, the shield, already at its limit, finally shattered. But the serpentine throwing knife, having exhausted its power, was recalled by its master. Meanwhile, the Earth-Armored Bear, realizing it had been tricked, roared angrily after deflecting and dispersing the hurricane, and swung its claws, conjuring a house-sized boulder that hurtled towards Wei Tong. But Wei Tong simply dodged the boulder, completely disregarding the Earth-Armored Bear's retaliatory attack. Then, looking at Zhou Chun with astonishment, he exclaimed, "What a young fellow! I didn't expect you to be so young, with such mediocre cultivation, yet you possess so many treasures." He then revealed a greedy glint in his eyes and whispered, "But this is fine too. This way, after we kill you, our gains will be even greater." With that, he patted his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a black gourd-shaped magical artifact. With a surge of his magic power, the gourd spewed out thick, grayish-black smoke that swept towards Zhou Chun and the Earth-Armored Bear. At the same time, he summoned the snake-shaped throwing knife again, concealing it within the smoke as it attacked Zhou Chun. Seeing this, Zhou Chun dared not let the smoke, whose purpose was unknown, approach so easily. He hurriedly conjured a gust of wind to blow it away. However, the smoke was no ordinary substance and was completely unaffected by his wind. Seeing the smoke surging towards him with unstoppable force, Zhou Chun could only do his best to activate the token-shaped magical artifact to protect himself, while simultaneously casting the 5-element spirit armor technique to create another layer of protection. Soon, billowing black smoke engulfed the earth armor bearer and Zhou Chun on the ground. Protected by a shield, Zhou Chun couldn't immediately discern the smoke's purpose. However, he quickly spotted the snake-shaped throwing knife magic weapon using the smoke as cover and hurriedly unleashed a long nail magic weapon bestowed upon him by Elder Zhou Ming to intercept it. Although the long nail magic weapon was clearly inferior in quality to the snake-shaped throwing knife, it still served a significant purpose in attrition and interception. Just as he had withstood the snake-shaped throwing knife's attack, the earth armor bearer suddenly roared angrily, its voice extremely violent and filled with discomfort. This seemed to make him realize something, and he shouted, "Not good, the smoke is poisonous." He hurriedly patted his storage pouch at his waist, intending to take out an antidote pill for the earth armor bearer. But at that moment, Zhou Chun suddenly sensed a powerful magical fluctuation. It turned out that Wei Tong had activated another second-tier magic talisman, which appeared to be a valuable mid-grade second-tier magic talisman. This made Zhou Chun's heart sink, and he hurriedly took out a second-tier magic talisman and activated it. A lifelike fire dragon suddenly swooped down from outside the black smoke, colliding with a golden longsword that shot into the sky. Golden light flashed and sparks flew. Soon, the golden longsword was extinguished and scattered by the fire dragon. However, at this moment, a huge figure suddenly leaped up, its palms glowing with yellow spiritual light slamming down on the fire dragon. Boom! In a deafening explosion, a towering wave of fire instantly annihilated most of the black smoke. The massive body of the earth armor bearer, blasted away, crashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. However, this behemoth was, after all, a second-tier demon beast, and it quickly got back up. But compared to its previous mighty and domineering appearance, it was now covered in charred fur, with many cracks on its body oozing blood, looking rather disheveled. That damn beast, in the sky, Wei Tong couldn't help but curse angrily. If his attack hadn't been blocked by the earth armor bearer, combined with his subsequent offensive, he would have at least injured Zhou Chun, if not killed him instantly. But the earth armor bearer preferred to be injured itself rather than let Zhou Chun suffer any harm. How could Wei Tong not be furious? "Then I'll kill you, you beast, first," he roared, once again forming hand seals and casting the wind dragon technique he had used before. He then incorporated a black smoke from the gourd artifact into the wind dragon, instantly turning the originally bluish-white wind dragon a dark blue-black. Go! With a low shout, the dark blue-black wind dragon pounced towards the earth armor bearer. On the ground, the earth armor bearer once again coalesced mud into armor, donning a thick suit of armor. Then, it opened its mouth and exhaled a cloud of yellow spiritual light that enveloped its neck and head like a towel. Having already suffered from the poisonous smoke, it was now on guard, knowing to use this method to isolate itself from its attack. Truly a beast honed by years of cultivation. Then, the dark blue wind dragon and the earth-armored bear's outstretched paws collided, the powerful shockwave crushing and blowing away the surrounding vegetation. Even the earth-armored bear's massive body, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, couldn't withstand the force of the impact, rolling 20 or 30 feet across the ground like a boulder before coming to a stop. Just as the earth-armored bear stopped, the snake-shaped throwing knife magic weapon that Wei Tong had used to attack Zhou Chun suddenly shot towards its eyes. But Zhou Chun wouldn't let such a sneak attack succeed. He once again used his long nail magic weapon to block the throwing knife, giving the earth-armored bear time to react and swing its paw to deflect the subsequent throwing knife. With the help of the earth-armored bear, Wei Tong was temporarily unable to deal with the two of them, one man and one bear. This situation quickly aroused the dissatisfaction of Su Kang. He immediately roared from miles away, "Wei Lauer, what the hell are you good for? You can't even handle a little kid and a beast." Su Kang couldn't help but be angry. He realized that without Wei Tong's help, he would probably only be able to fight Zhou Daokun to draw. It was completely unrealistic to try to kill his opponent alone. This made him, who was used to being arrogant, feel very uncomfortable. 15 minutes had passed since the battle started, and there was still no sign of victory for Wei Tong. Naturally, he had a target to vent his anger on, and he started cursing. After being cursed, Wei Tong was also annoyed by Su Kang's harsh words, but he didn't dare to offend him and curse back. So he could only vent his anger on Zhou Chun and the Earth Armor Bear. Damn beasts, damn brats. You made me spend so much money, I'll skin you alive and tear you apart later to vent my anger, he cursed, then pulled out a mid-grade second-tier magic talisman from his storage bag and activated it. This time, he slammed the talisman into the ground, and instantly the earth cracked open, revealing a rock dragon 6 or 7 zang long that lunged at the Earth Armor Bear. The rock dragon was not only incredibly hard and immensely strong, but it could also shatter and reform itself. Although it didn't unleash the same immense power as the previous fire dragon, it still put immense pressure and threat on the Earth Armor Bear, forcing it to fight it with all its might. This made Wei Tong's heart stir, as if he had seen another opportunity, and he immediately turned his attention to Zhou Chun. Then his expression suddenly changed. Zhou Chun now held a white longbow in his hand, nocking an arrow and aiming it at him. Regarding the combat in this book, let me explain. At least for battles between cultivators below the Golden Core stage, this book somewhat references the fighting style of the Shu Mountain School. Magical artifacts are divided into 2 types, flying swords and other artifacts capable of unleashing various supernatural powers. Flying swords and similar artifacts are hard, sharp, and fast, making them ideal for direct attacks. Other artifacts excel in transformation and supernatural abilities, but their physical forms are somewhat fragile, except for artifacts like shields. Therefore, cultivators will engage in combat by using flying swords or similar artifacts to entangle each other, then comparing spells, talismans, and other magical artifact abilities. In other words, ordinary cultivators, regardless of their sword techniques or secret arts, should at least possess one such artifact. Otherwise, in battle, if the opponent can withstand one wave of attacks, the continuous, chaotic slashing of a flying sword will have a destructive effect unmatched by other magical artifact abilities, and it consumes less mana. Chapter 150 First Kill at Foundation Establishment Stage, The Ruthless Master Zheng. Whoosh! As Zhou Chun loosened his grip on the arrow, the long arrow, already enveloped in white lightning, instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Wei Tong with lightning speed. In an instant, Wei Tong's eyelids twitched violently, sensing a strong threat of death. Without thinking, he hurriedly activated a protective magic artifact on his body. A ball of golden spiritual light surged from within his chest, instantly forming a golden barrier in front of him. However, this golden barrier, capable of blocking an attack from an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator, was instantly pierced and torn apart before Wei Tong's horrified eyes. Then he felt a sharp pain in his right chest, and half of his body instantly lost sensation. Yet, his divine sense clearly perceived the condition inside and outside his body. The condition was extremely bad. At the junction of his right chest and shoulder, an arrow had pierced a hole, and a chunk of flesh and bone had been torn away. At the same time, the flesh and bone around the wound were charred and shattered by the lightning, all necrotic. His body lost sensation because he had been paralyzed by the intense electric shock. For a fleeting moment, Wei Tong thought his body might have already died, which was why he couldn't feel the pain. But as the paralysis wore off, intense pain returned, reminding him that he was still alive. Then, a powerful fear welled up inside him. No, I can't die. I absolutely cannot die here, he roared, his eyes blazing with a fierce will to survive. He quickly activated his magic to protect his heart meridian, then took out a medicine bottle and rapidly fed himself several healing pills. Then, disregarding everything else, he slapped his storage bag, summoned the Azure Flying Boat magic artifact, and leaped aboard to escape. But just then, another arrow of lightning shot towards him. It was a spiritual arrow fired by Zhou Chun, using his magic to draw upon the lightning power contained within his longbow. Although this lightning arrow was far less powerful than the previous one, its power was still comparable to a low-grade second-tier spell. Wei Tong, however, was terrified by the previous arrow and assumed this one would be the same. He was so horrified that he closed his eyes in despair, instinctively conjuring a protective shield around himself. Boom! With a deafening roar, the lightning arrow exploded, shattering Wei Tong's protective shield and throwing him off the Azure Flying Boat. I'm not dead. Only then did he seem to realize something, his face filled with the joy of escaping death. But this joy lasted less than 2 breaths before being swallowed by endless regret. Because he had been able to escape, he still had a chance to escape. But now, because he had just given up in despair. Both the rocky earth dragon fighting the earth-armored bear and the twin swords that had been entangled with Zhou Chun's flying claw magic weapon had crumbled and fallen due to their master's abandonment. Zhou Chun, having bought time with a lightning arrow, was now simultaneously wielding his crimson gold flying claw and long nail magic weapon at him. At this moment, Wei Tong only had his snake-shaped flying knife magic weapon left in his hand. He struggled to throw it, but it was easily knocked away by the crimson gold flying claw. Then, the golden long nail, controlled by Zhou Chun, pierced his chest. PFFT, accompanied by a gushing stream of crimson blood from Wei Tong's chest, his head was quickly shattered by the crimson gold flying claw. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator had thus perished at Zhou Chun's hands. Wei Lauer, you useless piece of trash. Trash. In the distance, Su Qiang was both shocked and furious upon seeing Wei Tong's death, shouting angrily. He never expected that Wei Tong, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, would not only fail to kill Zhou Chun, an early foundation establishment cultivator, but would instead be killed instead. This outcome not only caused their operation to fail, but also put his site at risk of being surrounded and attacked. This was simply unforgivable. Damn it, you're lucky this time. We'll see about this later. With a resentful roar, Su Qiang immediately made hand seals and cast a spell, once again using the crimson gold flowing fire technique he had used at the beginning to entangle Zhou Daoquan. Then, he collected several magical artifacts and quickly transformed into a streak of fire to retreat. Zhou Daoquan had already witnessed Su Qiang's power. Although he regretted letting the man escape, he did not want to force him into a desperate fight. If they were truly forced into a life-or-death struggle, even if they managed to kill their opponent in the end, they and Zhou Chun might be severely injured in the process. Trading injury for life might seem completely worthwhile to Su Qiang. However, for Zhou Daoquan, there was no need for it. After all, he still needed to attempt to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, and Zhou Chun needed to cultivate the highly dangerous Golden Cauldron Profound Art. If either of them were seriously injured at this time, it could leave them with hidden wounds, causing them to fail at the last hurdle. Even if the possibility was only slight, Zhou Daoquan felt it was completely unnecessary to take the risk. Once he was certain that Su Qiang had truly retreated, he took out a rejuvenation pill to restore his mana and a healing pill from his storage bag, swallowed them together, and then hurriedly flew towards Zhou Chun. Zheng Chun, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? After landing beside Zhou Chun, Zhou Daoquan's first thought wasn't to comfort his injured spirit pet, the Earth Armor Bear, but to ask if Zhou Chun was injured. Clearly, in his heart, Zhou Chun's importance far outweighed that of the Earth Armor Bear, his old companion who had been with him for hundreds of years. This deeply moved Zhou Chun. He quickly shook his head and said, "Thanks to Elder, your Earth Armor Bear's desperate protection, I wasn't harmed. Elder, please heal it quickly, it's good that you're not injured. As for Shuangshan, don't worry about it. It has thick skin and flesh, these injuries will fully recover in half a month." Zhou Daoquan glanced at the spirit pet licking its wounds and said with a light laugh. However, despite saying that, he quickly went to the spirit pet's side, first praising it, and then taking out high-quality spirit beast food and healing pills from his storage bag to feed the Earth Armor Bear. Zhou Chun, with his sharp eyes, clearly saw a small bottle of spirit honey produced by the Jade Spirit Bee. Obviously, Zhou Daoquan was still the same person. He said he wasn't worried, but he actually cared a lot about the spirit pet. The Earth-Armored Bear, having received its favorite spiritual honey, completely forgot its pain. Overjoyed, it used its tongue to curl around the small bottle, carefully and slowly sucking the honey inside, as if afraid of drinking it all in one gulp. This sight almost made Zhou Chun laugh. Seeing the Earth-Armored Bear like this, it must have done something similar to Pixie eating ginseng fruit before, which is why it's become so clever now. Zhou Chun guessed that if it had a storage bag, it would probably store the honey first and dilute it with 100 times the amount of water later. The taste wouldn't be as good, but at least it would be filling. After Zhou Daoquan fed the spirit pet, Zhou Chun also put away everything Wei Tong had left behind. Then, pointing to Wei Tong's mangled corpse on the ground, he said, "Elder, why do you think these two would chase us?" Zhou Daoquan's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said in a low voice, "In my opinion, it's most likely related to that Master Zhang. You think they were acting under Master Jiang's orders?" Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and his tone became serious. Zhou Daoquan immediately nodded and said, "Even if they weren't acting under his orders, He must have leaked our identities and whereabouts. He then added, that guy who escaped, since he cultivates combat techniques, is definitely not an unknown person. When we get back, we just need to inquire with the Wang family, and we can also warn them to be careful of that Master Zhang. Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied, Elder is right. The Wang family has helped me a lot this time. When I get back, I will personally bring gifts to visit and express my gratitude. That's only right. Zhou Daoquan nodded slightly, agreeing with his decision. So the two quickly mounted Zhu Yan's back and continued their journey back to their family. Meanwhile, Su Qiang, after escaping the battlefield, grew increasingly angry. He was angry at Wei Tong for his incompetence, ruining everything. He was also angry at Master Jiang's inaccurate intelligence, which severely underestimated the target's strength. Growing increasingly furious, he went directly to Dongling Market to meet Master Jiang and confront him. Now that Wei Lauer is dead, without him as my partner, I can't do many things anymore, and the losses are immeasurable, and all of this is because of the incorrect information you provided. Master Jiang, tell me, how will you compensate me for this? In the backyard of the pharmacy, Su Qiang, his face ashen, glared at Master Jiang and roared angrily, his tone filled with rage. Upon hearing his words, Master Jiang's once ruddy face instantly darkened. He first glanced at Su Qiang's angry eyes, then said coldly, Wei Tong, that useless piece of trash, is dead. Why are you so angry about him? As for your claim that my information was wrong, that's just nonsense. I only said that the two were newly promoted late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators and Foundation Establishment cultivators, but I never said how strong they were, nor did I say you had to kill them. Since you chose to act, you must bear the consequences, he added coldly. I don't blame you for alerting them and ruining my reputation. That's already being lenient. Su Qiang, hearing this, was amused and retorted angrily, ruined your reputation? Since you, Master Jiang, care about your reputation, you should compensate me even more. Otherwise, if I accidentally let slip something, it would be very bad for you. Are you threatening me? Master Jiang's eyes turned cold as he looked at Su Qiang with icy eyes. A chill ran down Su Qiang's spine under that gaze, as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast. But remembering his own strength and that Erdi knew on the other man, he straightened his back and sneered, so what if I'm threatening you? Do you intend to kill me to silence me? After all, with Wei Tong dead, without the man's cloud-piercing eye and that flying boat artifact, he could no longer hunt down other Foundation Establishment cultivators alone, making it difficult to continue his life as a bandit. It was better to confront Master Jiang, extort the old man, and then retire from this life of crime. After exchanging a glance with Su Qiang, Master Jiang seemed to see through Su Qiang's thoughts. His face darkened, and he nodded slightly, saying, very well, you win this time. What compensation do you want? Seeing him yield, Su Qiang couldn't help but smile smugly. He immediately said with satisfaction, of course, I want pills to improve my cultivation. You, Master Jiang, are a master alchemist. Don't tell me you don't have these on you. Alright, I'll grant your wish. Master Jiang replied coldly, then reached into his storage pouch and took out 3 pill bottles, handing them to Su Qiang. Unexpectedly, Su Qiang immediately showed dissatisfaction upon receiving the bottles, saying, only 3 bottles? That's too few. Master Jiang seemed to have anticipated Su Qiang's reaction and coldly said, take a look at what kind of pills these are before you say that. What kind of pills? Su Qiang was slightly taken aback, then immediately uncorked one of the bottles and examined the pills inside. Just then, Master Jiang flicked his finger from his sleeve, and a fine, black needle, as thin as a cow's hair, shot out from his hand, instantly piercing towards Su Qiang. Facing the sneak attack, Su Qiang seemed to be on guard, and a layer of fiery red light instantly surged around him to protect himself. However, he didn't expect that this protective light, enough to withstand an attack from an ordinary late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, would be easily pierced by the black needle, striking his vital point between his eyebrows. You, Su Qiang, wounded in his vital area, pointed at Master Jiang as if trying to say something. But in the end, he didn't even have time to finish a sentence before collapsing to the ground, his face turning ashen. Looking at Su Qiang's dead body on the ground, Master Jiang immediately raised his hand and retrieved the fine needle that had pierced Su Qiang's brow. The originally black needle had now turned silver-white. Seeing this, Master Jiang also showed a hint of heartache, and couldn't help but sneer at Su Qiang's corpse on the ground, HMPH, to die from the venom of the purple crow serpent, which can even kill a purple mansion stage cultivator. Su Qiang didn't die unjustly. Then he quickly searched Su Qiang's body and burned it to ashes. Afterwards, he quickly left the pharmacy and headed to the meditation area of the purple mansion stage cultivators of the Zhuanzhu Palace in the market. Every cultivator entering the market had their approximate entry and exit time registered. If no one came out after the appointed time, the market patrol would search for them. Foundation establishment cultivators like Su Qiang were especially important targets of the market's attention. So killing someone was easy, but erasing the matter was difficult. Fortunately, Su Qiang was just a rogue cultivator, while Master Jiang himself was a master alchemist with an extraordinary background, and he also possessed some evidence of Su Qiang's crimes of robbing and killing other cultivators. Thus, as long as he was willing to pay the price, he was confident that he could erase the matter. As for Zhou Chun and his companion, who might have already guessed that Su Qiang and Wei Tong were the masterminds behind it all, Master Jiang didn't care. Lanzhou and Ling Xiao were far apart, and the other side had no evidence. They wouldn't come here with purple mansion stage cultivators to seek revenge. Besides, Master Jiang's own backing was far stronger than the Zhou family's. As long as Zhou Chun and his companion were smart and sensible, they could simply pretend nothing had happened. It was just a pity that after alerting them, it would be difficult to obtain the remaining fragrant musk incense from Zhou Chun. In Master Jiang's heart, this was the most distressing thing. Damn, I accidentally updated. This chapter is for tomorrow. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.